8年前，我没有想过能坚持。
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们有请 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说， 我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人心惊。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Lyric as we head into our second day of casting together this week. Lyric, how you doing, man?
You know, doing pretty good. You're throwing strays at my boy Xiaohu during the intro video, but we'll get through it.
He's not a great actor, but you know what? He's not here to act. He's here to play video games. He's not even playing today. Let's take a look at yesterday's results. Yesterday was a ridiculous day of LPL. Not only were the games kind of ridiculous, it also went the full 9 yards, or rather than yards, I suppose I should say hours, because we had the 9 games on our 3 series date. Nymera and Mazel, fair play, lads. Fair play. They managed to make it through.
People need to send them some love because, yeah, yesterday went the distance. Still, nice to see teams like Ultra Prime picking up their first win after a week of shenanigans. AL also getting back on track. So it's kind of nice to just see some mobility for the teams who are at that like middle and lower of the pack point.
Yeah, absolutely. To be fair, NIP struggling a little bit in their series against WE, losing that first game. Let's take a look at our standings as we move forward in the LPL. Bilibili still sitting pretty at the top of the table, but there are other teams trying to challenge. JDG also undefeated, NIP on the same amount of wins, so BLG will be trying to hold onto that position, and we will see them play later today. But we are starting to get to the point, Lyric, now where the standings are starting to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, right? And we're still going to see some teams that move up. Like we said, Ultra Prime picking up a win. EDG and RA still having potential to do that. TES, a team we expect to make their way up towards the top of the standings. And talking about, you know, TES, they're one of our teams playing today. So they get to have that opportunity to get closer up towards teams like BLG, towards that top 3.
Yeah, so Top Esports up against RA to start us off, then TTIG, and then EDG versus BLG to round us out. But let's start off by talking about that first series. Top Esports versus RA. And Lyric, I feel like this is going to be potentially a bit of a doozy, but I think it's worth just mentioning right off of the top that this could be a closer series than what the two organizations kind of give you the impression of off of the bat, because RA have been doing better in their games than their scoreline looks.
Yeah, they've definitely been doing better, but I actually feel like we're starting off with TS because JackeyLove and Mako have been such a strong duo together, and I feel like it's one of those things that you knew coming into the split that was going to be true, but it's kind of nice just to see that these two longtime friends were able to come together and find synergy so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like we finally get to see them together. Goats together, strong here in the bottom lane. Mako and JackeyLove, they've been looking terrifying at the TVT. The fact that one of our clips is against Elkin On, like straight up winning the 2v2 like that, there's not many players that can pull that off. Shout out to whoever made this graphic, by the way. Absolutely magnificent work of art at the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah, it's just so fitting for these guys. But like you said, right, obviously you'd expect them to come out on top of bot lanes like Leave and Vampire, still very young, still very new players, but able to hold their own up against Elkin On. I definitely think JackeyLove and Mako are top 3 in terms of their 2v2 laning phase. You have them up there with Elkin On and you know, I'd say Ruler and Missing being that other duo. It's just always so fun to get to see them come on the Rift. It's also why Top Esports are able to play incredibly fast games and fast series like their Game 2 against BLG, or their just decisive stomp over EDG.
Yeah, it does feel like the early game is absolutely crucial for Top Esports, and we'll see if RA can challenge that, because actually RA, they've kind of always been the bridesmaid this split, never the bride. They're really struggling to get those game wins on the board, but some of their early games have looked good. A lot of times we're ending up in the 30+ minute section of the game, and it's still incredibly close until they lose a team fight and end up losing out.
Yeah, it's actually pretty sad to see, right? Up against Weibo, up against JDG, both first games so close. They find these advantages for a majority of the game, but then when it comes to a lot of the team fighting setups, and especially around a lot of these neutral objectives, they just don't look like they know exactly how they want to play these situations, especially when you're going up against, you know, veteran Xiaohu, Yagao on the opposite side, who look like they have a strong understanding of how they want to play. And then this game against IG, I think, was the saddest, where they have numbers advantage. They're going for the end, but they just aren't aligned on what they want to do and what they need to do, which just allows IG and allows all these other teams to come back and just decisively shut out Rare Atom.
Yeah, and we're going to see that clip again later on of Cryan just ulting all 4 of them, because we're casting IG again later on today. So I think we're going to be revisiting that game once again. But yeah, tough one for RA. And again, like you say, just a slightly split call. Just these little things changing could turn into game wins. So it definitely feels like this is a team with a lot of potential here. But whether or not they can realize that potential is a different thing entirely. Top Esports on the other side of the table, though, feeling real strong. Feeling, honestly, kind of terrifying at this point. Like, even though they're only 1-1 in the standings, I feel like this is going to be a team that realistically is towards the top by the end of the split. I'm anticipating this being a team that, if not finishes top 4, then at least is contending for that kind of position.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, if Top Esports aren't in the top 4, I will be very surprised. Again, just looking at the sheer firepower of their roster. When you have a bot lane like JackeyLove and Mako, when you have a top laner like 369, there's just going to be a lot of teams that they're just going to be able to outskill and find easy wins. I think a lot is going to come down to Cream, which is something we know from his time on OMG anyway, right? What kind of meta are we in? Are some of his more powerful champions able to get through? Now, you know, we have Akali back in the meta, probably his strongest champion. But the question is, will he really be able to play it? He's been able to play it 1 game so far, but I feel like 1 game should be enough for other teams to be like, no more, never again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of bans headed that way. I think as well, just like looking at this roster, the changes that were made for this roster, like 369 coming home, you know, Cream joining, who was such a talented prospect, right? Like has a couple of years under his belt now, and Top Esports are like, okay, you've shown consistency, let's get you on a big name team now. And then Mako joining as well, you know, like a legend in that role. I feel like it's been an incredibly successful offseason for Top Esports, and we'll see if it could be a successful season to follow it as well. But to be fair, on the side of RA, there's a fair bit of talent here as well. Like Xiaoshu has definitely had some incredible games. I'm loving seeing Nayo in the early game as well. Like Nayo quite often really being the driving force for RA.
Oh, I agree, right? He's definitely had some games where, I mean, he's just been everywhere trying to apply pressure in all three lanes. We've seen him be aggressive in terms of jungle invades. And, like, let's be fair. RA have had a pretty hard schedule. Their first three opponents, Weibo and JDG, those are two teams that you also expect to finish up towards that top 5, top 6 end of the standings. Like, and now having to play BLG, it's just scary when you have such a young team, such a new team put together, and it's like, hey, you guys just have to make it through these first, like, 2 weeks. Just make it to Chinese New Year, and then things will get easier. I promise you.
I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, JDG Weibo, top esports. I mean, IG, they lost to, which is, you know, not as terrifying as of a prospect. But to be fair, IG are looking pretty decent right now. And this is a pretty fresh roster from RA. Hopefully after Chinese New Year, things will get, well, I say hopefully, we know things will get easier. It's been a really tough schedule for them. We're into Champ Select. Let's see if that Akali does get banned away like you were alluding to, or whether Cream could potentially get his hands on it, because it does, like, I feel like Akali is one of those champions. No, okay, it's banned away. Never mind. I'll nip that point in the bud since the champion's gone. Let's see what the first pick's going to be. It's the Lucian.
Yeah, and it definitely was expected, right, with this coming through. So now we know we're going to get the Nami trade-off. Kind of sad. Would have been nice to see Dracula keep picking up the Senna, because it really does feel like he just is our premier Senna player in the LPL. I'm thinking back to what he was able to do at 2020 Worlds. Another question, I guess, is going to be what they want to pair alongside it. It's still kind of nice where we haven't had any, like, guaranteed confirmed things coming out in terms of pryos, right? Things like the Maokai still stand out as being open and really being that hotly contested jungler. When you're going up against the Aphelios, you have things like Jarvan rising in prio, now hovering the Rumble as well. That's going to be incredibly good. So now just guaranteeing 2 strong lanes of prio for what you would consider being like the 2 lane dominant lanes for top esports.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a scary thing to have to go up against. Looks like RA going to go for a priority mid laner instead of trying to answer the Rumble for now. So it could open up an opportunity for top esports to ban away anything that they don't really want to go against with this Rumble.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they do just take away, like, let's say, the Udyr and just try to be like, hey, you're not just going to be able to freely farm up. There's the Cassante takeaway. They'd expect to go alongside it. RA did take away the Jarvan, knowing that would just pair so well up against the Aphelios and the Melio and work so well with the Rumble. Now it's about where their next ban wants to come through. We have been seeing, like, a surprising more amount of, like, certain tanks coming through in the jungle role, right? I feel like we've been seeing a lot more Sejuani. Hung yesterday also playing 2 games of Mundo. He was the only person to pull it out before that. But still, I guess it just means we're getting a lot more flavor in bot lane and jungle than I think I ever would have expected coming into the season.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like jungle has been quite a diverse role so far. It's almost got the most varying picks of any role. It's only bot and support that are ahead of it, but then there's a big gap before the solo lanes in terms of numbers there. The Udyr is going to be banned away here. We'll see. The top lane pick up against the Rumble is tough, but they're going to go for their jungle first here with that Maokai.
Yeah, so they're going to pick that up. They're going to just a very standard composition able to come through. TS, I would actually love for the Tristana to come out. It also opens up for if TN wants to do anything a little bit cheeky in the jungle in terms of AP junglers, but doesn't look like that's what's going to come through. But so far, top esports just have such an incredible amount of burst, and with the equalizer, with the rocket jump, even have some decent access to be able to get on top of these, like, long-range backliners like Vikla and the Azir.
I feel like top esports composition, you've got 2 duo bots here. You've got the Lucian Army and you've got Tristana Rell. Both would be perfectly fine bot lane combos. However, not convinced on the Nami jungle. If you do swap the Rell down to the bottom side, I don't know how well that'll work out. All things considered, though, very much a teamfight composition on the side of RA, right? You've got the Aphelios and the Azir. You're very much looking to sort of kite back a little bit, play for the front to back. Whereas on the side of top esports, there's a lot of ability to go forwards. There's a lot of ability to fight kind of at range as well. The equalizer, the Rell charges in, and then the Lucian and Tristana kind of darting around those skirmishes.
Yeah, and right, a lot of it's going to come down to what we already know, and I have to say it every game, right? It's going to come down to the bot lane 2v2. There is potential for Cream to really find an influence and open up for Tien's invades, because we know Tien loves to get in the face of the enemy jungler. A lot of times in past years, it's been to his detriment and why he's been so up and down. It's also one of the reasons why Tien's always just been able to shut out an enemy jungler so just hopelessly and completely. So let's hope Nio, who's been having a good start to the split so far, despite RA's record, can kind of keep up on that growth and development.
Yeah, we'll see if that early presence can be there. I'm excited for Nio as a player. I feel like he's, like you say, shown that he can get things done in the game. We'll see if that's going to happen today. The question for me as well is like, what is the pace going to be for this one for Top Esports? Because I feel like Top Esports are a team that have this reputation for being really fast and aggressive, but that's really not always the case. Like when they have minor advantages, they're quite happy to play it slow and gradually build those advantages over time. Just trade objectives, trade waves, and find the minor advantages that stack up. We'll have to see how game number 1 is going to pan out between Top Esports and RA as we head onto Summoner's Rift for the first time today.
Looks like not going to have any crazy level 1 shenanigans. Just going to be a bit of trading coming through. It has been really nice to see the adaptations of a lot of the level 1s. It's actually kind of been sad thinking about like some of yesterday's games, especially against like the Dravens that we're starting to see more of, where the red side bot lane just has to hug their wall and walk behind their minion wave. Man, it's been brutal.
It really has. I mean, I feel like the jungle presence in the bottom side, it feels almost like a 3v3 lane at this point in the early game. Like, I can't remember the last game of LPL I saw where the junglers didn't get involved super early on.
It's actually crazy because if you look at the stats, this split, it's like supports have like crazy high duo proximities, but also still have like crazy high jungle proximities, kind of showing exactly what you're saying, right? It's definitely played a lot more as a 3v3 setup. Trying to find an advantage early on.
All right, decent damage, but a good shield from Zoro will mitigate a lot of it. But JackeyLove and Mako able to kind of get away without the Calibrum having too much recourse for the play, right? Like usually you expect the early part of the trade to go in favor of Lucian, and then using the Calibrum, Aphelios can get back into the trade. But using the brush there to deny some of those sort of opportunistic auto attacks from the Aphelios. So good stuff so far from the Top Esports bottom lane. Looking towards Nio on this Maokai. Definitely a pick that you can make big plays happen on. Very easy to get into those lanes and impact things. Tien already on this bottom side though. Could try and make moves.
I think he definitely can, especially with the heavy trading that's already coming through just from the bot lane 2v2. Doesn't look like he's going to opt into it in the end. Just going to make his way potentially towards the enemy jungle. Nope, actually just going to head right up to his top side, which is surprising. You have Prio mid, you have Prio bot. Just look how low RA, like, not even only bot, but even mid. God, already barrier having to come out. Like, this would have been a perfect opportunity to try to punish this.
Yeah, look at the CS difference. 10 in the lead for JackeyLove. This is a lot of pressure onto Asum's shoulder. He has to farm this under tower very effectively. And he has missed the cannon. That is disastrous news for Asum. But we'll see how he's going to be able to do in terms of keeping up. But with Naiu down in the bottom side, and with Tien pathing up towards the top lane, do you have to wonder? Yeah, and JackeyLove and Mako actually just going to go for a recall in the Tribrush so they could see if the jungle is coming anywhere near. And in fact, they will go back to base. There we go. Double support item picked up now. And we'll see if Tien is going to try and make something happen up on the top side as Vikla continuously just being bullied by Creep.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Tien hasn't really made use of, you know, the pressure that his lanes have been able to keep up so far. Whether that was like trying to more aggressively force sums out of bot, or even just walking into Maokai's jungle and making Nio's life a lot harder. Looks like he's potentially going to try and get some information on Raptors right now, and might be able to steal those away as the respawn's going to be coming through.
Moving over, Naiu is here. Both junglers, Smite's available here. Naiu doesn't know that he's on a ward right now. Tien should be able to combo this, and there we go. Naiu just going to be able to grab a couple of the little ones, but nothing significant, so nice bit of play here from Tien. It's not actually gone for the reset yet. In fact, neither jungler has gone for a reset just yet, as JackeyLove continues to aggressively trade in the way that you would hope with this Lucian army. Hang on a second, Vikla in a little bit of trouble in the mid lane. Not close enough for the bomb on the tower to hit him. Nio maybe could do with putting a bit of presence towards this.
Yeah, it's just so hard to find these angles unless Cream really does just over-aggress into the turret. I mean, now might have been a good time, but does still have that rocket jump available. Also, it seems like Top Esports maybe not wanting to pressure anything around that bot side to get the early recalls, because JackeyLove is going to go with the support item. We've seen, you know, Lucian's kind of been like 50-50 on where they want to go, and that win rate is ridiculous.
Over 26 games as well. It's not exactly a small sample size. Lucian is in a terrifying spot right now. And yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of an overplayed point at this point, but I do find it funny the difference in win rate in different regions for these champions. Like our Orianna has been absolutely disastrous over at LEC, you know, the Lucian really not finding the wins. It is funny to me how dramatically different on the same patch different regions can be.
Yeah, I mean, hell, even ignoring win rates, one that we've kept harping on again is even just LPL Corkies not really looking up to stuff and that being another pick that's really struggling. While obviously in LCK, it's something you do get quite often and you know, performs well. So, yeah, it's weird. But that's also what always makes it so much more exciting once we get further into the year, right, and get closer to things like MSI coming through. But my God, Munch, you're right. You know, when you were saying the point earlier that, hey, TS, we expect them to play fast, but they don't always do that, is, Xiaoshu?
Gonna force the flash from 369, and he stays out of range. Honestly, I think now you should have flashed for that one. I feel like you flash forward, get the Twisted advanced into the knockback. That's probably a kill in the top side, but choosing to hold that summoner spell, and it will just be flash for flash on the top side. The 3 groups went the way of Top Esports in that top side as well, and now Vikla, oh no, will slide away. Tien is not letting this pressure go. He wants more chickens for his work.
Yeah, and that's one of the areas where Top Esports Gold League's coming from, right? It's coming from bot, it's coming from mid, it's coming from jungle. Tien, despite the fact that he hasn't been looking to, you know, find a lot of aggression with the presence that his lane's putting up, has been stealing away camps, obviously got golden experience from taking those grubs, and now I love it. Now using the prio from Cream to get Nio's face.
Nio could be in trouble here. Does still have that flash and a great little dodge on the stun. He'll be okay. Gromp is up, but Zora and Assume have moved over to make sure that Nio does maintain control of his jungle, at least for now. Tien drops a ward, will back away, but that's forced out a control ward as well. And now, Tien begins the Drake.
And yeah, and now because they have to lean up to help with the Gromp, right, gives a window where you're not even starting to thin the wave, which I don't even know if he would have been able to get in-range shot to a minion with how much punishment JackeyLove and Mako been dishing out, but looks like RA still thinking about looking for an angle for a fight.
I'm surprised they want to fight this, to be honest, but there we go. Everyone even levels on the bottom side. Cream hovering heavily, and I think that's the difference maker that has made RA back away. They know that Cream will be there before Vikla. They know how dangerous that can be. Bit of damage coming out. Bubble lands as well onto Zora as Tien flashes into the play. Zora will go down. JackeyLove with first blood for Top Esports. Nio getting under the tower. He'll walk away, but Top Esports start strong.
The kill going exactly to the person you want to have it. And there we go, the bot lane. Wait, what did you call it the other day? The Boctagon? The Boctagon begins.
Yeah, the absolute wrestling match, the battle in the bottom side. Starting off in Top Esports' favor. And already, we're 8 minutes in. They're 1,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's... And this is the kind of advantage you knew that TS would come into the match and find. Again, you were hitting it on it earlier that it's not always super fast-paced. It definitely felt like it could have been this game, but Top Esports taking a much more reserved approach. Great bubble coming out from Mako to guarantee it into the flash engage. Sadly, Zora did flash himself, but just not able to get out of the range of the Magnet Storm. Opens up for the play to come through. And yeah, it just feels like disrespect coming out from the bubble, not flashing that initial CC is what led to RA's doom.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. Nio, though, level 6 at this point. And to be fair, like, I'm not... Oh, good little bubble from Mako. Was level 6. I wasn't sure if he'd go for a tidal wave there, honestly, and try and commit to something. Cream has a lot of burst damage, but no, go for it for the time being. But yeah, I do wonder if RA will try and pull the trigger on anything now that they've got these ultimates online. But the other side of that, you've got Aphelios, you've got Azir, maybe you just want to try and play as slow as possible.
Yeah, and right, I feel like these are both champs that can have a ton of impact, like right now in a fight. But the problem is, you gotta look at the other side, right? And it's when you're going up against an Equalizer, you know, this Tristana Lucian that's already getting a little bit ahead of the curve. Like, that's where it just doesn't seem like it'd be great for RA to make a move.
I feel like it's one of those things, though, where, like, in the LPL, when you see a top team versus another top team, one's an early game composition, one's a late game composition, the late game composition never completely concedes the early game, you know? There's always at least some contention and some denial going on there, even with the scaling composition. And I feel like it's a very tough line to tread down. Top Esports one of the teams that have done that in the past. Whether or not RA are up to the task of trying to contest this early comp is a different question, though.
Yeah, and I think going back to just the general point as a whole, right? I think it's because a lot of these things aren't as black and white, right? It's these champions have some early spikes they can play off of. Is Vikla? Oh, okay, Empress Divide is able to go through. But it's like, even if Aphelios level 6, right, you hit a huge Moonlight Vigil on multiple people that are grouped together into the Empress Divide, it could definitely work out. So it's about being able to find those angles, but TS just putting up so much pressure. Now, one of those tools, the Empress Divide being off the board, that would make it very hard if TS wanted to force any type of play around Herald, but they are missing the culling themselves, which is one of the points of power in the early game for their composition, but Tien might just be able to get all these grubs for free, might just lead top to an easy 6 grubs.
Yeah, that would be scary against a Tristana as well. Like, that is not a champion you want to have to deal with having all of that side lane pressure, but well, whether they want to deal with it or not, it's happening. Tien will finish the last one off, and there we go. 6 grubs taken by Top Esports now. Already a 2,000 gold lead, and Cream continuing as he started here, and now forcing a flash out from Vikla. He's just got the 6 grubs and now gets an opportunity to hit away on that tower. Honestly, with a Tristana, if he uses the E, that could be 3 plates. 369's in trouble, knocked up, rooted up, bashed about, and taken down. Nayo finding some presence.
Really solid equalizer placement as he goes down, you know? Give him something. Didn't matter at all, but it was nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even see where it was.
We've seen some pretty disappointing equalizers as well. But you're right, you know, that doesn't matter. RA on the board, 2K gold down, and sadly they are losing a lot of plates. And yeah, I mean, just contending with TS with what they picked up, Tien just done a great job of making sure that these lanes stay 1v1s, 2v2s, right? He has been poking and prodding his head. Top Esports have been getting vision in the enemy jungle, and you definitely don't want to be locked in a bunch of 1v1 fistfights with the members of TES.
No, certainly not. Stormrazor finished for JackeyLove at this point as well, which I'd say I'm a little disappointed. I'm a big fan of the Voltaic myself, especially alongside the Nami, where you just have insane burst damage, but
yeah,
going for the crit build, and I think it's a reasonable decision when you're going to go up against 2 quote-unquote tanks. Whether or not Xiaoshu builds tanky is a different question. We're seeing a lot of lethality on the Aatroxes at the minute. There's 4 plates now finished in the bottom side. Nayo flashes into the play, but Mako flashes out of the play. And unfortunately for RA, they're going to lose this Drake at the same time as losing 4 plates bot. And JackeyLove doesn't even mind that the jungler's in the area, still almost gets a kill onto Zora.
Almost finds it. But like you said, now going to pick up Drake. You're assuming they're going to be able to pick up this bottom lane turret as well, which is going to further their gold lead. I love Tien hovering in the area, which really just guarantees that this one's going to go over. And they can just really start leaning up towards that top side. In perfect time, right? Herald going to be on the board in 10 seconds.
Whoa, this is brutal. The fact that Nayo just gets annihilated here. The fact that JackeyLove just steps up to finish the tower while the jungler is in the area. Like, this is with the reinforcements. What happens if that's a 2v2?
There's nothing they'd be able to do. Empress Divide comes through.
Yeah, he's survived for now, but he is on the wrong side of this play. It looks like Cream just going to ult him away as soon as he sees Zora entering the situation. Doesn't want to be part of a 2v1. Great little E-auto there just to finish off the caster minions. But Lyric, we're already over 3,000 gold lead right now for Top Esports. They are just slowly but surely pushing it forwards. And again, kind of case in point of this is a team that they find their advantages early on in the game, but it's not necessarily just sheer action the whole time. This is just great laning and great early League of Legends play.
Yeah, I think, you know, good point out on the laning especially. It does feel like if we were watching a different team, like maybe a BLG, right, we would have seen more aggression come out through, like, the level of leads they were finding in those lanes. But it also is just kind of nice and reliable to see Top Esports maybe not give into some of those past aggressive tendencies that they were known for.
I feel like this is a slow transition we've seen over the last, like, 2, maybe even 3 years, where they've gradually become not passive, but more, I guess, calculated. Not just going for these, like, not going for the wanton aggression in the way that they previously had. To be honest, it's sort of since Knight left the team, I feel like the team calmed down a little bit on the aggression. Ooh, JackeyLove didn't quite get over the wall. As Assume actually going forwards on this one. Tien's in the area. He's got to be a little cautious. Tien with Flash, with Magnet Storm available. And we'll just be able to crash yet another wave here as Cream now moves up to the top side. There's no one there to answer him. He might be able to finish a tier 1 there.
Oh, he definitely should be able to. Xiaoshu does have the Profane Hydra, but oh, he might just get caught out.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to survive this one. The chains go wide. That's a bit of damage from the bomb. To be fair, he's reasonably tanky, honestly. Has a Hex Drinker as well, so he's getting on with his build pretty effectively up in that top side. And you see 369 went for a Morellonomicon first item just for dealing with laning against that Aatrox. And to be fair, Milio in there as well. Maokai with a bit of sustain. The Severum from Assume. Getting a lot of value out of the anti-healing.
Yeah, you're going to be able to do a lot, and that's why it's also kind of weird. I understand why Xiaoshu had to go for the Hex Drinker early to just make it through the laning phase and now contend in the side lanes, but 369 should just be avoiding the 1v1 at pretty much all costs now. Grouping up like this, I love the use of the culling to make sure they just get another turret. Look at all these mites!
Thousands of mites charging towards Tien. Tanks the roots here. Xiaoshu moves into the play as well. JackeyLove just has no fear. Dashes towards the enemy top laner to get that damage out. Cream has finished the tower. Vikla immediately replaces it. Vikla having a really hard time, but to be fair to him, keeping up in CS, has not died. What more can you ask of an Azir in this kind of matchup?
Yeah, hasn't... I mean, RA as a whole just haven't really tried to do all too much, right? They've really been struggling on the back foot with some of these lane matchups, which hasn't opened up opportunities. I kind of want to move back to Top Esports for a sec, because I feel like one thing I still see very commonly is, like, people mischaracterizing JackeyLove's last year in the LPL, which I get, right? Like, there's a lot of LPL games. It's hard to catch all the LPL games.
Yeah.
But people still make it seem like JackeyLove last year was just, like, hyper flippy, feast or famine, and I don't feel like that was a fair representation of JackeyLove in 2023, right? Like, overall, he just had a great year and was the most reliable player on the TES roster in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. And I feel like you often see it in Twitter conversations. The narrative around JackeyLove is still that he'll just flip the game on any old situation, which, you know, I agree that has been the case. You know, like, I'm not saying that JackeyLove doesn't ever do it anymore, but he's definitely matured as a player. And I feel like that's something, you know, we're talking about the evolution of Top Esports over the last couple of years. I feel like a lot of that has been down to the evolution of JackeyLove specifically in that conversation. I'm going to hold that thought because Tien could be in trouble here. Xiaoshu does get the knock up, gets the second one as well, but can't quite finish the job with 369 in the area. Mako's arrived as well. They will walk away with their lives. That felt a little dicey for Tien for a second there.
Yeah. I love how just, like, unbothered he felt about it, though. It is relatively tanky. I wonder if we're going to get a fight out from this. Both mid laners have TP up.
Oh, TP immediately channeled here. We're going for the full fight, and so far it's looking good for Top Esports. Nayo knocked up, taken down. JackeyLove with a cheeky little double tap. And now Xiaoshu goes in. Cream 1 HP and taken out by Vikla, who gets a great little ultimate, but immediately bit to a crisp. But no, the flank is too good. They're corralled into a corner. RA alone as Assume goes down, and JackeyLove is sweeping this game up.
The pincer movement comes through. They completely wipe RA and now able to move over, get themselves on soul point. 369 pushing a wave and bot as well. A lot for TS going on right now. And overall, just good start off to the fight with Tien coming around on the side, gets the ult through. Sure, we have Zora popping his ult, but look, they're stuck right on top of the equalizer. No real great positions for RA to go. But that was a bit overzealous from Cream, which means RA finds something back. But like you said, once the wraparound comes through, there is just nowhere the members of RA go. I think the best they could have hoped for here was maybe finding Tien as well, but just so much damage coming out from the Lucian and Rumble.
And the fact that, you know, it's a great ult from Vikla. It would have got JackeyLove and Mako too, but they both had flash up and they've both got excellent reactions to be able to get away from that play. Both of them instantly flashing, and it means that Vikla ends up just trading 1-for-1 with Cream.
I do feel like this is why, right? In the past, we've talked about, like, hey, like, trying to set up some of those fights before the objective comes up, trying to blow some of those flashes early, because for RA, they would need that to be able to win any fights. I mean, they're already incredibly down in gold now, almost 8,000 down. So even in situations where you do blow flashes early, it's going to be hard to find a fight you can come out on top of.
I feel like this is the big moment where Top Esports are really aggressive, right? The kind of 15 to 20 minute window where they've built a bit of a lead through the laning phase, and now they can utilize it, especially when they've got like Lucian in their composition. I feel like they just explode at this point in the game. And I mean, you're seeing it in the gold lead difference. Part of that is that RA committed to the dragon fight, but the fact that, oh, RA have committed to this dragon fight, well, we'll get ourselves an ace then. Like, that is something that there's not that many teams can confidently do.
No, just very decisive and right. Also, a big shout out to Tien, since Tien has been one of the streakier players on TS and just in his career, right? Kind of a lot of people saying he falls apart at the finish line. Usually does a great job of getting teams towards that finish line, though, and he's showing us why here. He's had, I mean, his engages this game have just been phenomenal. Always finding at least 2 members, and one of them usually being one of RA's carries. So now RA gonna have to fight to try to maintain some semblance of vision control. If not, they're just gonna have to keep blindly walking in, and that's where these picks from TS are really gonna start, just pulling RA's composition apart.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough. And again, you've got the Aphelios, you've got the Azir. They are good champions. I don't know if they're good enough to come back from this kind of situation, because JackeyLove is already on 2.5 items on top of a Blood Song, whereas Assume's still just on that Stormrazor, getting close to his 2nd item, but it's a really tough situation to be in. Tien happy to just tank the roots for his team. Everyone else dodges on in. Equalizer to deny any follow-up engage there. And honestly, I feel like Top Esports actually won the poke war.
I mean, they are just out-damaging so heavily, as we can see College coming out. This is definitely going to be another turret for TS, and it also just feels unfair. It feels like both sides are like walking in the middle towards a rap battle. But when you have all these mites, your posse is so big, Munch, you got so many boys behind you. RA got nothing to withstand the siege that TS keep putting up.
It's like West Side Story out here. They're all like walking forwards, clicking their fingers.
Exactly.
Except RA's team, they didn't really rehearse the dance moves that well. It doesn't feel that coordinated, you know. One of them's wearing the wrong colors. Whereas Top Esports, you know, it's a theatre masterpiece. the choreography, the movement, the singing voices, it's just beautiful.
Now it's about if they can finish off the dance numbers strong. You would expect them to, with where they're at in the game. They're even being pretty like diligent, right? We haven't seen any like turn towards the Baron. It looks like they've been thinking about threatening to pull RA in, but hell, they wait 15 more seconds, and that would be Soul. And I think it was Ashin pointing out to me, but we are having so many Chemtech Souls.
Yeah,
it's like every other game.
Fair, yeah, I do feel like there are a lot of. Do you know, I'd not noticed myself, but yeah, I get where you're coming from there. It does feel like there's been a lot of Chemtech Souls so far this split. A lot of Chemtech Drake in general, but yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. Sometimes you do get a lot of the same Drakes, but also I feel like it's probably just confirmation bias. Like, Because once you start looking for that, you start noticing it, you know?
Yeah, you're right. But it also makes you wonder if, like, right, because, I'm going to pause on that, is I was just going to eat all of that. He just ate all of it, JackeyLove. Really good job on not letting him sidestep.
Do you know, I just went on Game of Legends to see if they've got the stats on souls, and I'm sure that it's meant to have it. LPL stats are always a little bit dodgy because, you know, it's hard to pull from Chinese websites a lot of the time. It says there's a category called Dragons Killed, and it's just got each of the types of dragons with a strike through. It's like, yep, good job everyone, we have killed each type of dragon. Let's go, team.
Let's go.
Like, bringing them down. You know, Peter are going to be furious about this section of the website, honestly. It's the RSPCA, they're going to go absolutely livid. Frothing at the mouth. Vigler is dead. Cream, cheeky little solo kill on the top side. It's getting a little bit brutal, this Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, there shouldn't really be a chance for RA to come back in this game if TES play it right. Right now, going to play up the Baron. No equalizer to go with. Culling not up either. So are some important tools not on the board for TES?
Yeah, but there's also not a mid laner on the board for RA. I am not liking their odds of this fight. Tien flashes for the engage on Assume. Won't quite find it, but they won't really find anything back either. And Top Esports like, well, all right then, we'll just go back to the Baron.
I feel like, though, it's different, right? Because for RA, their only goal is to make sure TS don't take the Baron. So as long as they can do that, it's not too important that Vigla isn't up.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know
there's no shot. Oh, the threat's still there.
Do you know, I'm kind of amazed. Fair play to you, RA. I'm surprised that Top Esports are disrespectful towards RA. I would have expected them to just try and brute force this. And that's an ultimate combo and a half right there. Zora with a little footy kick to keep himself alive. Assume gets himself some shurikens, but just punted away. And in the meantime, Mako watches Nio away.
And I think a big thing there was, I think Xiaoshu ended up connecting one of the edges of his Q on top of 3 of TS members. So they weren't able to follow up in that choke and try and get on top of the Aphelios. Pointing that out because we don't always get replays of action that doesn't have kills. Actually, I'd say we usually don't get replays.
Nio died. Mako got a kill.
That's true.
Maybe we do get a replay. I hope we get a replay. But either way, it is going to be... because Nio was the one that went down to that tidal wave. It does mean the Baron now is very difficult to contest for RA. This is going to be Smite City. No, it's not. It's just going to be JackeyLove autoing it, actually. But either way, the objective taken by Top Esports.
And it just felt like a matter of time, and it seems like we are going to get a replay just to see Nio going down to Mako's tidal wave. But again, Engage comes through. Cream is being so, like, insane, though, trying to go in. But it's right here, the knock-up coming in from Xiaoshu, really preventing the others from going down. And wait,
what else hit?
Was it? Yeah.
The tidal wave did like 700 damage or something. Am I going crazy, or is that... That can't have just been the tidal wave.
I mean, something else must have hit him.
I don't know. Either way, it's a kill for Mako. And you know what? Well earned, Mako. Well earned. He's got almost 100% kill participation. Mako and Tien, exact same scorelines right now at 1-0 and 7. They're setting everything up. And JackeyLove 4-0-4. Opponents not found so far in this game, as he is shredding through everyone. Tien goes for the engage. Nio on the opposite side. JackeyLove could be in trouble. Xiaoshu's found the backline here, and they've got JackeyLove down. Maybe a chance to Xiaoshu trying to carry the game, but he's taken down anyway. Cream is still going at 369, triple kill on the backside of the play. It is a massacre.
Huge game coming from TS. Just domination from the laning phase. And gonna get a well-deserved win off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic little game here from Top Esports, finishing in 29 minutes. No signs of slowing, and RA finally take down JackeyLove, but he ain't the only carry in this composition. A dominant game number 1 from Top Esports.
And it's just nice to see, right? I think a lot of people didn't write TS off after their first series loss. Would have been ridiculous to do so, considering they were playing against BLG and they did manage to take a game. But it's just good to see that they were competitive with who most people have as the favorite team of the LPL, and they've just been absolutely stomping so far any other team in their path.
Yeah, it has been brutal, honestly, watching Top Esports. Like, usually, I absolutely love watching Top Esports games. This split, I'm kind of like, I'm a little bit bored of Top Esports because they're just kind of walking over so many teams. Like, I want to see someone challenge them. I want to see a bit of competition here. And hopefully we get that from RA in game number 2, because RA have been showing up against some of the bigger names in the LPL so far this split. They've not been able to get those game wins, but they've been able to contest them. Maybe they can contest Top Esports in game number 2 right after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second game between Top Esports and RA. And the first game, Lyric, was a little bit one-sided, I think it's fair to say. Top Esports kind of dismantling RA.
Yeah, it was not a close affair at all, coming from, again, the early laning phase, Tien putting up a ton of pressure. So we're going to get our MVP up on screen in a second, but really just across the board domination. Good to see it going to JackeyLove, because we saw so many times, even before kills came out, right, him eating forward, just massively chunking out Assume and Zora in the bot lane 2v2 and making easy work of that bot lane turret.
Yeah, just absolutely destroying across the course of the game. The only death he got was right in that final fight, which we saw Xiaoshu literally trading his life to be able to take down JackeyLove, and then unfortunately realizing that there are 3 carries within that composition from Top Esports. Yeah, kind of a brutal game there. I'm sure we've got some highlights as well of what kicked off over the course of it, but pretty much from the word go, JackeyLove and Mako, like at level 1, were already trading.
Funny that we kick off with RA finding something, which was kind of the only thing that RA were able to find in this game, was that 1 kill early onto 369. But after that, like you said, just utter domination coming out from TES. Great team fighting. Good job at kind of knowing their angles. Like you said, the flashes in the moment, always being able to react what they were going for. And RA just didn't stand a chance. So we're going to need to see a bit more coming from RA in game 2. I think a lot of it's going to come from draft, even though I'm not saying that game was a draft diff. It's just, I mean, you're facing TES, you're giving them, you know, the Tristana that has us push in mid. They're getting the Lucian Nami, which we keep seeing get the better of the Aphelios, Smelio, having Rumble top, like all these champs that just generate prio, and RA showing that they just really weren't able to survive the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, the Top Esports laning phase, you know, has a reputation at this point, but even, I want to see what did the damage. It was the second shot from the Light Slinger passive. So because JackeyLove was moving away, the projectile is not super clear, but I think it was the second shot went in as the tidal wave hit. That's what, I was really curious what did the damage, but yeah. Fantastic game for Top Esports, and like you say, yeah, all about building the lead in the laning phase and then snowballing from there. And I love that Top Esports are one of these teams that they're really not afraid to push that advantage. Once they're confident they have the advantage, they will just go for it. RA, though, changing the strategy here and going for a Rumble first pick. They want a bit of carry performance on the top side.
I'd be a bit surprised. Right now hovering the center, but like, Lucian Nami still open. Emilio might be off the table, but if they just wanted to guarantee that incredibly strong like 2v2 laning phase early on, they have the option of doing that. If they do decide to go the center route, maybe just looking at the utility from things like the ult to give that top side a better time if RA decide to try and play around the pressure that Xiaoshu is able to put up. And like we said, JackeyLove really being one of the players who's just always gravitated towards the center since its release.
Yeah, I mean, JackeyLove's incredibly good on the center anyway. And to be fair, like, I think people often underestimate the amount of pressure a center can put on a lane. Obviously, it depends on the matchup, but if you're against something that is a relatively passive scaling-based lane as well, center, once you get serrated, it does a lot of damage. You can put a lot of pressure on and still fight for that priority. So we'll see what RA's bottom lane is going to end up looking like, because if it's a Draven, center cannot put that pressure on and fight the priority.
I would kind of, I would have loved the adaptation to come through. I mean, Varus still is going to be able to do pretty well, right? Play off the range, which is going to be annoying for Senna very early on. But I like RA's overall approach, being like, hey, we actually do need to make sure that we have some lanes that can generate advantages, not just give TES their easy bread and butter picks to be able to take over. And now it's going to open up for TES to show, not necessarily, I guess, a different dimension, but also that they can maintain that pace and try and find that same lead without it being so easily generated.
Yeah, still going for the Tristana mid though, because I mean the presence Scream had in that previous game was phenomenal. And I feel like for Top Esports, you don't even have to worry about banning things like the Azir and all of that. Oh, I guess they're going to anyway, but I feel like with how that last game went, you're quite happy to surely take this Tristana versus Azir matchup.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what Vikla will inevitably lean into. Even we still have things like the Nico Open, if you want to maybe try and like put some kill pressure there with jungle involvement. Of course, things like the Talia too, if you want to try and have that more proactive mid laner and just be able to clear waves. So still some things on the board, but I definitely feel like that's the type of approach that RA should be looking at if they did opt into something that was a little bit more kind of farm oriented like the Orianna and maybe just going for the setup with the Rel. It could work, but we saw Vikla struggling really hard in the laning phase in game 1.
Well, he certainly did. I love it when you see despair on the camera, not the emotion, the coach for Top Esports. Yeah. Like, he's so animated. He is clearly like, there's a lot of conversation going on in the draft for Top Esports, and I feel like a lot of it is coming from despair. There's been a bit of conversation in the community about, like, you know, coaches and their impact on the draft, like how much is players, how much is coaches, and obviously it varies between teams. Feels like Top Esports, despair is doing a lot of the work there. The Kennen locked in.
Ooh.
And then we get a LeBlanc Lee Sin. This is going to be an aggressive early game from RA.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? Really just shifting gears. Now TS hovering the Poppy. I think it would work incredibly well into the amount of dashes that RA have put on the board. It's going to offer even more appeal, able to come through. And TS is going to have a really disgusting team fight later on once we have Senna Massive. We have the Slicing Maelstrom coming through the back line. So pivots coming from both sides. I think it's going to open up for some very close team fights. RA also have a lot of pick potential coming through with the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. Hell, even Rumble in my mind kind of fits that nature a little bit, just with how far you can drop the equalizer from where you actually are as a champion. But at least TS having some tools like that Senna ult able to come out and try and dissuade some of those picks from coming through. But I definitely think this game's going to be all about the 5v5s for Top Esports.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. And I will say, a little bit squishy on the side of Top Esports as well. The Kennen, instead of having a tanky top, you do only have your tank in the jungle now. So, well, I suppose you've got Top Edge as well, who will get pretty tanky. So, you know what? I take it back. The one thing I will say, though, about Top Esports composition, they do get the 3 Yordle bonus. It may have moved out of TFT, but it still exists in League of Legends.
Do you even remember what the 3 Yordle bonus was?
It was
that the one where you just get the free
Yordle?
Yordle?
Every turn or every other turn or something?
It was something like that.
I can't remember exactly how it worked.
So, okay, once again, the Top Esports could have like a massive posse of people just rolling up to these towers, and RA gonna have to do their best to show up. I do think they have, again, much more active champions at being able to try and contest some of these, whether it be the early dragons or the early grubs, if Top Esports even planned on looking at those.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited for the Kennen versus Rumble top lane matchup as well, right? Like, this is a matchup that I'm not sure I've seen this year. Maybe it has been played one time, but, you know, we've seen a lot of tanks. We've seen a lot of K'Sante. We've seen a lot of Udyr. Now we get double AP top laners. Both carries, both going for the performance. We'll see who's going to win out in that laning phase.
You can see the Electrocute coming out 4-3-6-9, kind of realizing a lot of these.
Yeah, he's
these
Kennen.
traits.
That's the whole. All of his stuff is electric.
Yeah. I guess that's fair play.
It's thematic.
Gonna go for a lot of these small bursty trades. Get out. Xiaoshu, of course, is gonna try and whittle him down with those little missiles. Has the Comet to try to continuously be able to poke him out. Scorch as well on top of it. Hell, both running Scorch, right? So both these guys are really going to be trying to dish out the damage. And this might actually be one of the games where we get to see a fair bit of jungle intervention in the top lane. It feels like every game, maybe if we're lucky, we get like one gank and it works. So it actually isn't really a fight. It's just one top laner dying. This time we might actually get the full-on like 2v2s up towards that top side.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I saw a 2v2 in top lane. It feels like it's all about the Bottagon these days. Double knock-up to start the lane. Jaculum ignited, forced to cleanse here. Big damage coming across. The one problem you've got for RA is Jaculum's playing center, so they will heal this back up.
So it's going to guarantee some pressure coming out for RA's bot lane right now. Just really good read, looking for that level 1 trade, where Rel is pretty strong at level 1. Able to go for that. But like we said, right, look at the mini-map. Jungler's starting on bottom side, so unless either bot lane really opens himself up to like some just gross trades coming through, I don't think there should be an opportunity for any early ganks to come through. And it feels like it will just be decided what's going on up in the top half of the map.
Yeah, both junglers theoretically pathing up there. You can see Nayu, on a ward right now, so spotted by Tien, but I think Tien is just going to move up to the top side as well anyway. I don't think we'll see any invade-based shenanigans going on. And to be honest, they might be finishing up at a similar time and heading into that top lane at a similar time. We'll see if that actually happens, because Tien, he's got full information of where Nayo is. He could try and fast-track it straight from the red buff.
Yeah, we'll see, especially he might not have much to do up there, but you should know you're probably going to have to cover your top lane. Doesn't look like he'll be here in time, so Xiaoshu looks like he's going to get punished. Oh, he's going to flash for sure.
Bad news for Xiaoshu. Can he survive is the question. Actually flashes aggressively. I mean, I respect it. I respect the cojones to go for that play, but does not work out, doesn't get the kill. It will mean Tien gets the first blood. Nayo now looking for an opportunity elsewhere as he wasn't able to get top lane in time.
Yeah, Pink's coming out on mid, so it looks like they want to set something up. A lot going to be on Vikla being able to land the chain.
Does Cream suspect anything? Has that W available? Nayo does manage to find the Q, but unfortunately can't follow it up.
Yeah, and I mean, right, I feel like the only way that play ends in either a summoner trade or a kill would be Vikla landing the trade first. You would expect the rocket jump to come through, so probably have to W forward and then flash with Cream's flash. I have that happening with Nayu being the one to start it off. Sadly for Ferrari, can't find anything.
Yeah, this is the tough thing now, right? Like, oh, Vikla took a tower shot. That is not good. He had this lane on a silver platter for a minute there, and unfortunately that tower shot is going to ruin everything. Does not have the same presence that he had before. Might even have to go for a reset here. But yeah, like the play in mid lane from Nayo does mean that, like, I feel like you maybe could have just gone for the chickens and had a guaranteed advantage there while Tien was on his Krugs. But the play in mid lane means that the farm advantage doesn't exist for Nayo either.
No. And we already knew from the rune choice of Electrocute that Vikla was going to go the AP route, but, you know, now getting the back, buying the tomes. That's another reason why if both mid laners would have stayed in lane just now, it actually would have benefited Cream, because he does have that fleet to keep up the sustain. So I think the reset definitely the right choice. Cream now going to come back with the call. So also TS being conscious of like, hey, this, you know, our side might want a bit of a longer game. Let's just start stacking up as much gold as humanly possible to get online as fast as we can.
I'm loving this presence in the top side from RA, or at least theoretically. Zora moving up, trying to find a way into the top lane, but then 369 pink ward, so realizing it's not going to happen for the time being. But also you saw Nayo resetting in the brush. They were hoping 369 would overstep without his flash available, but unfortunately for them, this is not his first game in the LPL. He's had one or two before this.
I think that's like one of the things I missed most about Xiaohu being a top laner, was I feel like it was the most we ever got to see supports just gank top, right? Like how often Ming would just gank top back then. It was a fun time. Like, hell, that was the time when we were getting like 2v2s and 3v3s up in top side. It was a different world.
It really was. I mean, do you know, you can tell it was a good time because we talk about the time that Xiaohu was top a disproportionate amount versus any other topic in the LPL, honestly. Yeah. Like, that was just such a good split. Such a good split. If you missed it, go back and watch it. I think it was 2021 spring, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it should just be 2020, you know, yeah, 2021.
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, he stayed top. But it was spring in my mind that was like
the magic,
the really hype split where, you know, he was fresh to it and he was playing Syndra top and all of this, you know. Yeah, exactly. That was the big one for me. So if you missed it, I would highly recommend, if you're bored, you're just flicking through YouTube or whatever, go watch some of the RNG VODs.
Go watch all 2021 games of LPL.
Every single one of them.
Not just RNG games, all games.
Yeah, you need to, if you are at all bored today, watch everything from 2021 LPL. That's your task. That's your homework. I expect that done by the next series, so you know, by the end of this game, I need you to have watched 100 games.
That might not be that long with, I mean, hell, already almost up to a 2K gold lead for TES. I mean, look, CS advantage in top, finding CS advantages in mid now because no TP on Vikla. He's going to lose out. We're going to get Cream finding plates. Like, the gold advantage is only going to extend even more in this next 10 seconds.
Nio hovering bot lane. Try and find something else. Can he find it? Yeah, nobody has the ult in this bottom side right now, but I don't know if they'll be able to find a way in. This feels so hard. JackeyLove playing at range. Got Mako there to block as well. The heal, the cleanse, both available. 2 plates taken in the mid lane. And you know, we've got this LeBlanc Lee Sin composition. We've got Varus in the bottom side. But I don't feel like we're seeing the early presence I was hoping for from RA here.
No, and right, like you're saying, it feels really hard to come out in bot. Is Xiaoshu going to try and run 369 down? Good equalizer, but 369 just able to get right around it.
Yeah. Yordle versus Yordle. Neither of them really doing enough damage. And you see, like, 369 was doing basically no damage to Xiaoshu. Flash for flash. Xiaoshu's gone under the tower, though. Oh my god, one more auto would do it. But he gets out of range. A little too close for comfort there. But again, I love it from Xiaoshu. Trying to get aggressive. Oh, the scrap shield just about saves his life.
I love, doesn't even emote, like completely knows he is going to live there. I do got to say for RA, you're the team hoping to find those all-ins and win out. Like, if you're just trading sums, I mean, you have the Ignite and the Flash, right? 369 still just running the TP. He's still going to be able to find an impact on the map later on, or even just keep using that to extend his CS lead, because look, once again, another wave going to be lost by Xiaoshu.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal at this point. The CS lead up in the top lane, 20 in favor of Top Esports. I'd say they could take solace in the AD carry CS difference, but then when you look at the supports, it gets a little bit dicey. And this is the thing about the double support item version. Senna gets to farm way more than Senna used to be able to. It feels a little tough for the side of RA right now. Almost 3,000 gold down, 2.5-ish. Wish I could count. See, this is the reason I never became a teacher, you know? I'm impatient, I give too much homework in the form of VODs, and I can't count.
No, I actually don't know if you would give too much homework, because if you give too much homework, that means you need to grade all that homework. So I could see you as a teacher actually being way more chill.
Yeah,
you don't want to grade that homework much.
That's true. Very self-interested teacher. Just, all right, I don't believe in homework, not for any philosophical or educational reason, because I don't want to do any marking. Yeah, I'm on board with that, honestly. Again, another great reason why I should not be a teacher. Oh, dear.
Yeah. But I will point out, right, you pointing out that Senna, you know, once you get that serrated Dur, can start having all those good trades come through. JackeyLove does have that. So I think the Top Esports now going to start leaning down around this kind of like pseudo mini power point that they have.
Oh, God.
This would be a 4v2.
They're just going to go for it. Even with the jungler there, they don't mind. Root underneath the tower. Assume the target for now, but they're not getting the kill just yet. There we go. Tien burning, but eaten up by Mako. Now,
oh, RA did answer in top.
Dive here. They're going to go for this one. 369 has gone down in the top lane. 2v4 underneath the tower. Tien flashes as he tries to get this kill. Tien 1 HP and will be taken down, but Vikla's answered by Cream. It's absolute carnage across the map.
I will say with you know how crazy things ended up being, like relatively clean dive coming out from TS. I think it would have been very hard for Tien to not go down there if he was going to decide to chase Vikla. Still, though, like you said, while all that was going on, we actually did get a gank from Nio in topside. They took 369 down, and we could see. Now it's going to be able to get 3 grubs on the side of RA.
Yeah, so 3 for 3 on the grubs. Bit of a saving grace here, honestly, for RA, because another 6-group game against Cream's Tristana. I'm not sure this would have lasted very long. Great dive, though, from Top Esports to the bottom side. I'm excited to watch the replay, because it felt quite chaotic, but ultimately, I mean, I feel like chaos is where Top Esports thrive.
Oh, we're going to see here, I mean, just finding the angle, ward jumps over the wall. There's nowhere 369 can run. And, I mean, even though top lane feels so much bigger now, when you pinch him in that corner, it means he can't get off the equalizer. But here's going to be the replay that you wanted to see. I feel like Zora just doing so much here. Finds the initial stun on the Poppy, and then that Magnet Storm really is what just bought assume those extra few seconds where no one else on the side of TS is able to auto him except Jackie Love. And then just deciding for the re-engage here, I think it's fine. You have enough health bars to definitely find the kills. But again, when Tien wants to also go to make sure that Vikla goes down, I think it would have been very hard for him to survive. They would have had to dedicate another member over towards that LeBlanc, which potentially would have meant, you know, maybe one going down on the dive to Zora. So I think overall, right calls still. Huge gold lead at only 12 minutes.
Yep, this is top esports doing top esports things right now. 4,000 gold up. They are absolutely brutalizing RA. The fact that the TP comes out from Vikla and they still just essentially get a bonus kill out of that. Yeah, Tien went down, but they're too worried about that. Nayo in trouble. The steadfast presence stopping him escaping. Nayo's going to go down and Jackalove's going to get himself his second kill of the game. And we said, you know, it takes a little bit longer to get online, but in the right circumstances, you can put that pressure on. And boy, you're RA feeling that pressure.
Right, it just comes down to how your team is willing to play, and TS have been doing a great job. I love how much they're using Cream, because I feel like a lot of times we're still seeing, like, mid laners with prio or mid laners with advantages still kind of just end up in that 1v1 and teams not really using that pressure as efficiently as they were in previous years. But Top Esports have been doing a great job, and Cream himself has been doing a great job of making sure that he's being proactive on the map, even if he isn't ending up in like situations where he's fighting. He's still leaning down, still lending his presence to allow Tien and the other members of Top Esports to take aggressive plays.
Wait a second, look at the player gold! Oh god!
No.
They're all above that! Oh no! Oh, it doesn't get much worse than that. That is something else.
It's actually just like so sad because again, like, we're not going to sugarcoat it, right? RA have not looked good like so far in the LPL. They've had some close games. I don't feel like they've looked as bad as like, you know, maybe some of the other 0-3 teams that they're alongside, but still has not looked good. It's just like, I hope once we get into the Lunar New Year break, they can find that reset and again realize like, hey, we have played JDG, we have played Top Esports, we have played Weibo, like all these teams who are towards the top, still trying to find things on the map like we can see here, but it's going to be hard to claw your way back from this deficit.
It's a 3-man commit to try and catch Cream, but he just doesn't go anywhere near the brush.
No.
And he's just not going to fall for it. He's just not going to fall for it. Top
They're
Esports
patient much.
way
They're
too
willing to
aware.
wait.
They certainly are.
I love it.
Tien trying to get cheeky with it. I can't believe how long they're waiting here for.
I'm actually not surprised about that. I'm surprised that Cream still, like, is being reserved and has an inkling that something's going on.
The root lands, the railgun's in, but it's not quite enough damage. One more auto would have done the trick. Good little trade there from Vikla. As Cream is still not got near the brush. Oh, God.
I wish.
The recalls. This is like the League of Legends equivalent of the Walk of Shame, right?
Yeah.
That's the recall the morning after. Disaster.
I wish you would have timed how long they did it. I'm sure, you know, fans watching the game, I'm sure some did. So, you know, let us know. Let us know how long they actually waited in that rush. Again, I respect the dedication. Try and make something happen. You are in an 8K gold deficit at 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't know that.
They probably don't know the exact number, but
yeah,
they probably don't feel like they're ahead. Zora's going to try and make something happen. Here we go. TP committed. Nayo already basically one shot as Jackalov saved by Mako and then kicked away to safety. It's a disaster for RA. And here comes 369 as well. See ya later, Rare Atom. They have been obliterated. Is this a large Hadron Collider? Because the atom has been split.
It's just crazy. It just even looks so lifeless the way RA were walking up to try and find something tap. They know something needs to happen. They just don't really know how to bring it back from here. And I mean, to be fair, like, again, when you fall this far behind, it shouldn't be easy. You really shouldn't be able to come back. So I like to try, even if it didn't end up well. And like you said, definitely some mistakes coming out on RA's side as they drop the equalizer, trying to split these members of Top Esports apart, hoping they can find and engage with the fact that They have 4 members here as compared to just 3 from TES, but look, immediately Nio getting locked out, and then it's here, like you said, the kick to safety. When JackeyLove potentially would have had to come out, could have gone down, just leads it to being a complete blowout in favor of TES.
Absolutely brutal. It's just, you know, it was already a tough situation, and then that is just like the icing on top, you know. Really, really tough, but now it's a 10,000 gold lead. They're 17 minutes in. Is it 10,000 gold lead at 17 minutes? This will be their second Drake. It's only the second Drake of the game. Like, I don't know. This feels a lot later in the game just with how top esports are playing.
Right? It's like, I mean, we still only have like full first items and then components. Like, we haven't gotten that far.
I mean, turret plates have basically only just fallen off.
Yeah, you're completely right. And it's even worse now, right? Because RA, I mean, knowing the Senna, especially the longer this game goes, is gonna only get scarier and scarier. Is Sora? He's just gonna die.
Hell, Sora just cannot survive. 2 autos and Nayu's gone as well. JackeyLove is just free firing this whole time. My God, and that wasn't even the whole team. Cream is split pushing in the meantime. Oh, let it end. For RA's sake, let it end.
It is, yeah, this one is a brutal one again. Just, so many promising players coming on this RA roster. Xiaoshu, Assume, Nio, but, just in the face of TES, it just can't work. And that's why it's been kind of surprising, right? Because I feel like you must have seen it as well, like some of the discourse online about TES is...
Oh, yeah, no.
No.
Okay, actually, it'll still charge, though. It'll still charge. It worked.
You know, especially with you actually posting our power rankings that we did pre-split, that you didn't clarify until after you initially tweeted that they were pre-split power rankings.
Yeah.
A few people kind of questioning that all of us have top esports so high, but hell, I'm surprised seeing any sentiment that like people don't have them ranked as a potential, you know, what should be top 4 team in the league, bringing 369 back, having Cream come in who, right, especially in this meta, like there are plenty of champions that Cream feels comfortable on. LeBlanc, Akali, Tristana, they're there. So I think it's been a bit perplexing to see that some people have doubts coming from TES.
Yeah, honestly, I agree. I think they are living up to their name.
Exactly.
I would anticipate that they are going to be very much at the top of the standings. Whether or not they can win the league is a different question. But I think they're definitely a contender. Like,
exactly.
Because I feel like one of the biggest things, like, in my mind, BLG are the favorite right now, right?
Yep.
But one of the biggest things that we've seen internationally when BLG have lost games and when they played against JDG is a lot of it was about disallowing that early game domination that BLG have so often relied on. And if there's any team that can do that, top esports are very much in the conversation.
Exactly right there. They're in this pool of teams who can win the trophy, right? Might not be the exact favorites. They have firepower, and I love you kind of pointing out the stylistic matchup that they actually do have the talent on the roster to even be able to kind of cut the knees of some of the other top teams' bigger strengths. We're going to see here. I mean, right, we're not really talking about the game, but we like 6K gold away from a 20K gold lead. It's close.
Yeah. I mean, if they end pretty quickly, taking all of these towers down the standing gold, get some more kills, it could be 1,000 gold lead per minute in this game. I want to see it. I want to see it here live on our screens. Top esports moving forwards now. The equalizer stopping them for but a moment as Nio gets just one shot. Cream resets, jumps on in. Maybe he's jumped too far, but then again, maybe not. He's got a time catch. Now he has jumped too far. Cream, I mean, I don't know what went through his mind there. The first one was a little egregious. The second one was like, right, I will find a death this game no matter what we do. Here we go, 21 minutes into the game. Top esports, showing everyone in the league how it's done.
Yeah, TS having a great showing. And still trying to, you know, build up those KDAs, extend that gold lead even more. 20K the dream.
Oh no, the steadfast presence! And now 369 goes in. It's a 1-for-1 though. And actually, they've been stopped. They could have just hit the Nexus, but no. They had to go for the fight, and now they can't end the game. Vikla's found a flank here. He's basically been choked and forced away. And now, 3v4. Can Top Esports make the magic happen? The Flame Spitter doing a lot to JackeyLove. He goes down. The Electrocute finishes him. But Cream's here. Secondary AD carry. Re-enters the fray once more. And he is blowing them to smithereens. It's a quadra kill for Cream. An absolute decimation of RA. Nio, will he go down? Will it be the Penta? Cream wants it. You can see it in his eyes that he wants it. Nio allows it. Penta kill for Cream.
Huge game. Huge performance coming out from Cream and TES. Sadly, 2 to 3K away from that 20K gold lead dream that we were hoping for. I do believe that this was the fastest game so far of the split in LPL. Game of Legends was saying IG versus Snip was the fastest so far at 24:50. So now, Top Esports coming out, overtaking that one in just very impressive, but also very hard to watch fashion.
Yeah, that was kind of brutal. But fair play to Top Esports. Certainly making a statement today. You know, I often come into these kind of matchups and I'll talk about teams, you know, top team versus a team that's struggling and say, you know, the top team needs to look good. They need to make a statement. Well, Top Esports have certainly dotted the I's and crossed the T's on that one today.
I mean,
basically
we're kinda,
record-breaking win.
We are very lucky that, I guess maybe not lucky or not lucky, but we would have had a 30-minute break if we were in different stadiums, right? Like, God, with how early this one finished.
Yeah, that was something that I just love that, like, the way that JackeyLove played this game was, he was like the auxiliary AD carry. You know, Baron's being taken. He's over there zoning everyone. He's not DPSing the Baron. And then the team fights as well. JackeyLove goes down. Cream TP's back in. It's like AD carry number 2 here to get the pentakill. Like, I don't know. This was a wacky old game here, Lyric. But in basically record time, it's an hour and a half since our broadcast started today, and we're already done with our first series. I guess we're going to jump into a break, and then we'll head towards our second series of the day. Our second series, though, should be a little bit closer. It's a little bit harder to call. TT versus IG will be up next after the break.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一刻，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric, and we just witnessed Top Esports versus RA in a 23-minute win that Tien in his post-game interview said should have ended in 21 minutes, but he couldn't control the team. Cream went in too early. Says a lot about how things are going in the Top Esports camp right now. Let's take a look at our MVP to round that one out, Lyric.
Yep, and surprisingly, gonna be Tien. Me and you both thought it'd go to Cream. You pointing out to me that, reminded me of the pentakill that he got at the very end. Big shout out to Nayo, letting him have that one. But Tien, had a great game on the Poppy. I feel like Tien in both games was, pretty much flawless, right? Constantly fighting ways to poke his head in the enemy jungle, getting information, allowing his lanes to find those situations where they're constantly just winning out 2v2s and 1v1s, and paying a lot of time down towards that bot lane. And again, us getting to see the extended bot lane 3v3 that hopefully never ends.
Yeah, the Boctagon continues. Let's take a look at some highlights. from the game as well. As, yeah, I'm amazed Cream didn't get it after getting a pentakill, but I suppose he did literally sprint it just moments before that pentakill, so perhaps Tien does deserve it. I love our first clip of Tien MVP as well. It's literally just him completely whipping his ult to the side.
That was so great.
Magnificent.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is about Top Esports. They're just always so entertaining.
I know. Yeah, it's kind of nice, right? They know how they want to play the game. They have like strong individuals that they can kind of use that to be able to get to these positions. And getting to see Top Esports team fight is just always so beautiful. Going even back to like 2020. I remember Clement doing nice breakdowns of just, especially playing around JackeyLove and how teams team fight around him is always so nice to see. And now having Kareem willing to go and follow through with his aggression is nice too. So Top Esports, I think, locked and loaded to have a really good split.
What was he thinking? That second shot.
Hey, Tien said it. Tien said it in the interview, right? They were just having fun. Fun.
He was having a lot of fun, that's for sure. And then, yeah, finds himself a pentakill. Yeah, I just love as well, one of the previous clips, Vikla tries to jump in. Tien's reactions are insane on that, being able to get the steadfast presence. Vikla then dies, and I can just imagine in comms right after, he's like, it wasn't like this in the LCS, let me tell you that. I could W safely back then. Yeah, what a game. What a game for Top Esports. I mean, record for the split, not that far off the actual record. I think the record in the LPL is like 17 minutes, so not that far away. Maybe that could be something Top Esports look towards after Chinese New Year. But it's time to head towards our second series of the day. It's TT versus IG. And TT, after such a promising start to the year, their first couple of series, a lot of people get really excited for them. Their series against OMG, they were having a terrible time. Get it? Because 2 T's. Oh, excellent. But yeah, incredibly slow, incredibly indecisive games coming out from them.
Yeah, very, very slow gameplay. Just, you're just going to go off. You're just going to go off no matter what I do. So, TT, like you said, they kind of came into the league very explosive, playing up against LNG, and I think having a lot of promise. But in that OMG series, kind of leaning back on some of these compositions with, we'll say kind of less like obvious ways to be able to force fights. I think OMG also doing a great job with Xiaofeng kind of shadowing that bot side and not allowing 1xN and Chocho to be able to get ahead. Abel and BBGod were the ones kind of coming out in terms of that 2v2. And without that, I mean, TT just looks so stunted on how to force plays. A lot of times you're relying on UCal to be the ones to start things off, but OMG were just so ready for that. I feel like their drafts kind of enabled playing around that as well, when you have things like the Pop Blossom to be ready for when UCal is going to go for the Shurima shuffles. So I kind of hope TT re-examine what their strengths have been, not only in like those first 2 series, but right, the TT core has been the same now for a while. And I definitely felt like TT were always better when they're the team on the proactive foot. I think playing more around looking for picks, especially with kind of the roaming mid-game squad of Angel, of UCal, Beichuan, and Chocho. And I feel like that's what's going to lead TT to success here today.
Yeah, or at least that's what could lead them to success today.
Potential
we'll
success.
See if that actually comes out, because again, this OG series, I added this clip at the end because there really were not that many great clips from this series, and I thought using the Herald as a taxi service to get to the Drake was just a fantastic moment in that series, so I just wanted to bring that up again. Let's take a look on the side of IG though, because I feel like it's the mid laner we've got to look at today. Cryan has been looking pretty fantastic so far in the split, and especially on these control mages. His Azir, 3 games, 100% win rate. His Taliyah as well, 100% win rate, but also like a perfect game coming out from him. Deathless in that 1 game we've seen, but he is a part of so much of the action. The kills and assists at 15, 3rd in the league.
Yeah, and I feel like Cryan's in a very similar boat to me as like someone like Wayward, where, when Cryan was on RNG, when Wayward's on TS, when these players are on these like very high profile rosters, like I can understand some of the criticism coming across when your peers are, people like Rookie, people like Xiaohu Knight, but then it's like, when he came into IG last year, before that when he was on Ultra Prime, it's like Cryan is one of the rocks on this team. Seriously, just so consistent. You could rely on him. Great in team fights. Good at just knowing what positions he needs to take to put off the most damage possible, and also kind of pulling from some of that experience from back in the day on RNG. He's the one making a lot of creative plays with Weaver's Wall and kind of setting IG up in really good angles. So I'm excited to see this IG team and Cryan and how they move forward together, because even though we're really highlighting Cryan, the rest of IG also have looked really solid so far this split, sitting 2-1 in the standings. And now with Cryan going up against UCal today, it's going to be on his back to make sure they get another W in that column.
Yeah, definitely feels like so much of it is going to be on his shoulders, and we'll see how the whole team can work together as well, because IG, definitely a team that have been inconsistent so far, but when they've looked good, they've been able to find these snowballs. I mean, this is a great clip of them snowballing, right, using their solution composition, being able to take that early lead and push it on forwards. If TT are drafting in the way that we saw versus OMG, I feel like IG, if they do get a draft with Lucian, if they do get something where they can be the ones putting the front foot forward, like, actually TT are in big trouble. I really hope that we do see more proactive comps again from TT today, or this could be a bit one-sided.
Or even just better performance coming out from Beichuan as well. I think think he was really struggling to find an impact in their last series, and honestly has kind of been one of the bigger struggles just on TT overall. But I kind of agree with what you're saying. I feel like coming into this match, I probably slightly favor IG, just because IG have looked like they know kind of how they want to play. They're very used to enabling their bot lane. We saw them last year when they were finding success at different parts of the split, right? Just being very aggressive down in that 2v2. And, you know, it would be hit or miss. Sometimes they'd be incredibly aggressive and put themselves in a massive deficit. But it's kind of nice that IG are constantly looking for ways to move the game forward.
Yeah, it does feel like they are, if nothing else, they are proactive down on that bottom side. But I feel like with the way that the meta has shifted, that really favors you right now. Like, if you could be proactive, find advantages in the bottom lane, especially when we so often have both junglers coming into that lane. Like, if you're drafting for that proactivity and you're playing through that proactivity, that's a recipe for success in the way that the current game is being played. Whether or not that changes over the course of the next few patches is a different question, but certainly, especially with Lucian the way that he is currently, and with the way that Bloodsong interacts with that, like, you can be extremely aggressive in a way that I feel like we've not seen in League of Legends in quite a while, to be honest. It's been a lot of late game scaling in the bot lane for really the last couple of years. Which is kind of weird, right? That we keep building on, like, bot lane aggression, the Boctagon, all this stuff, when you know, average game times have gone down. Like the game has slowed down here in the LPL, at least compared to last split so far. And right, that might pick up once we come back from Chinese New Year, and, you know, teams are now just able, like, hey, we have nothing coming up, we can just fully hone in. But it has been kind of surprising that, I mean, hell, games like the last game we saw are kind of few and far between right now. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big questions for me is, like, can BLG do a similar thing later on today? They're up against EDG, and I would anticipate, in BLG's mind, they probably watched some of that top esports series and saw that game number 2 as a bit of a challenge. So we'll have to see if that's going to be what happens. But today, yeah, I'm looking towards Cryan, I'm looking towards IG, and I'm looking towards how they draft throughout this series. Lyric, I didn't quite hear what our producer said in my ear there, so I'm going to pass nothing to you so you can talk, and then I can. I was going to say, I think it was a key player graphic. Like, I do appreciate that you didn't just hope that I heard what was said and threw it to me, but this time I actually did. Tianjin against Beichuan. We kind of already talked about Beichuan a little bit, how he has felt like one of the kind of lackluster points for TT so far. Tianjin, though, I feel like is having a much better split than Summer. His Rengar is still being banned out in every game IG is playing, but he's been able to find an impact regardless of that. So it's been quite nice to just see pretty much everyone on IG having some decent games, which I don't feel like is something we really could have said about them last year. No, certainly not. And like you say, like, Tianjin having some pretty great games, you know, playing this sort of engaged style, decently Sin. But also, the Rengar bands coming on through, I think that is invaluable. I feel like people underestimate how valuable it can be having a sort of quote-unquote one trick on your team, that people have to respect ban their picks out. But H1 as well, the Brand game, if you guys didn't see it, it was right towards the start of the split. Absolutely phenomenal Brand game from him, but we've yet to see it again. And a couple of the other picks have been a little bit lacking. I feel like Beitron has been one of the most inconsistent players on TT, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that even just goes back to you know, him coming in on FPX and why kind of he was eventually subbed out, right? But Beitron's just waiting for Karthus to come back. That was the pick that he was just always spamming back in those days and kept it up in solo queue, but finally going to be able to get onto the stage. You know, again, I mean, Top Esports ended that first series way too early. It seems like no one else was prepared for how fast that one went, but finally here we are.
Oh, it's feeling very festive, isn't it? You can see Lunar New Year properly kicking off in Shanghai right now. And it is the Year of the Dragon. I didn't know that. As old as a dragon. It's exciting.
I guess that means Smolder when we come back from break? Question mark?
I hope so. I've been playing a bit of Smolder, and I have to say, really, really, really weak in the early game. Like, pretty pitiful in the early game. But once you start scaling, Smolder is an absolute machine. Like, you annihilate teams. You get, like, Elder Dragon buff on your Q. And let me tell you, once you get some stacks, you can get up to, like, 15% damage execute. Like, that's just insane. That's just insane.
So, you know, anyone out there looking for some Smolder coaching, you know, Munchables has been called Little Uzi before.
If you're ever losing to Smolder, you can just bash open all chat and be like, your mum's so old, they call her the Elder Dragon. Boom. Little roast for you all at home.
trying to get everybody banned out here.
Shout out to Dagda, who actually thought of that joke during one of our games. Yeah, we were testing it recently. I will say, very fun champion. Thoroughly enjoying being able to shout my mum for help.
Okay, well, we've had the Munchables bomb anecdotes. We've had the IG walkout. Now it's time to see what UCal does today. His him along with YSKM are always two of the fun players to watch. You know, we got YSKMs now. UCal one-up him. Can you show us the sauce?
The anticipation is absolutely killing me. The UCal walkout. Will he do a little TikTok pose? Will he not do a little Oh, there's a hat! We've got a hat. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody watching right now, we've got a hat.
Hoya coming out in style. Sadly, not going to be followed up by his teammate. Oh! Okay. We take that. I don't know if that sign was like. I don't know if that sign was a reference or if that was just wrongly spelled. I don't know if you saw that. UACL.
He's gone to the wrong side.
Jojo.
Oh, Jojo. That's fantastic. I say very different vibe coming out from the coach versus the players here.
And there's it's our boy, Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng coming out for TT. I love that Xiaopeng came back as the coach for TT. It just feels so fitting considering that they were DMO, right? And that is where Xiaopeng comes from, so.
Yeah,
you know, when you got a legend like Xiaopeng behind you, anything is possible. You know, thinking about that actually makes their last game even more surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume most champs like Xiaopeng is there saying, lock in Lee Sin, go.
Exactly,
Like, as far as I know, that is the strategy he knows. Yeah, honestly, that last TT series it doesn't sit right with me. I feel like my memory must be incorrect, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And I'm hoping that they feel the same way. I'm hoping after that series against Home Team, they've gone back to the drawing board and gone, look, guys, sack this off. Let's go back to what was working. Let's go back to the things that, you know, got us a game off of LNG, etc., etc.
I still want to just believe that TT were made aware of like Dom dropping OMG and picking them up. And I don't know why they wouldn't want that. Or I guess it'd be OMG. OMG realized that, and OMG were like, yo, we got to make these guys look like fools today. And yeah, so just point is, it boils down to Dom's fault.
Yeah, I think you can draw that line of logic to a lot of things in League of Legends. That it's ultimately probably Dom's fault.
Dom's fault.
It's kind of like the self-made meme. Thanks, self-made.
I love how this guy showed us in the LPL so much support over the years, and here we are like, nope, it's just all his fault.
Yeah, well, you know, when you've got an intro this long, you're gonna find something to say. Yeah, we'll see how this one's gonna go down. Don't forget to follow our players here on Weibo. I'm sure most of you have Weibo accounts, right? TT_1XN there. So yeah, get involved. I'm curious to see how the draft goes here. I will say, I feel like, you know, things like Lucian going to be highly valuable for both teams. Like that ability to play aggressively, but also, you know, Azir has been a high priority pick, but Cryan going for the Taliyah, I feel like that could be an option more consistently for this team. I feel like it looked good, they played around it well. Leaning towards that style could be fantastic because it leans into getting your bot lane ahead as well. You can actually play towards that bottom side so effectively with Taliyah.
Exactly. I definitely feel like out of the prominent champions we've seen so far in the meta, Taliyah and Neeko jump out as like two for me that I'd really like to see Cryan just gravitate around. With Cryan being in the mid lane and not being huge on playing some of the assassins, we've seen a lot of bans come out from IG against the Akali and the LeBlanc. So it is kind of tragic if you aren't willing to lean into those. But as long as he can get his hands on some of those other things that still can, I think, provide a lot of damage in the mid game and really enable you to set up for your bot side, that's what TT are going to be looking at. But hey, I said I'd love to see the Neeko come out for Cryan. They actually want to take that one away for you, Cal. Mid lane matchup feels like it's going to be the pivotal part of this series.
Certainly does. Our classic Rengar ban as well. He just had to pay homage to the engine. Let's see what other bans are going to come on through. So far, Lucian's still available. Jarvan, and I was not anticipating a Jarvan ban coming into this series, I have to say. And I will say, Ditto as well, kind of fallen off of the map recently. He was like absolute first pick towards the start of the split, and already it feels like he started to fall out of the pick rotation. YSKM there on the stage. See what the first pick's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect the Lucian to come out every now and then. Like, you'll have a few teams who maybe go towards like a Renata instead of for a Kalista, but I think just going towards the Lucian is a good call. TT now, I mean, now we expect the Aphelios answer to come through, and maybe TT reading this is why they preemptively manned up the Jarvan, right? Going like, hey, we're going to go into we're probably going to end up with the Aphelios Emilio. Let's take this one off the board and make sure that they don't have this lockdown for our immobile carry. So now it's going to sit up for IG. What kind of answer they want to go with on 3? Nami Azir, Nami Taliyah. Maybe we see a top lane lock-in of the Udyr K'Sante early on. It really feels like all teams are pretty flexible in terms of like what the other strong like blind pick they're willing to go for is. I guess it's just because it feels like there's so many trades right now, right? Like, it doesn't feel like you're losing too much if you lose Azir because there's all these other things that can just play into Azir. Same with K'Sante or Udyr. You're fine with just getting the other side of that trade.
Yeah, you certainly are. Nami taken. I feel like Azir probably the predominant mid lane blind pick, but do it. I don't think they're gonna do it.
I don't know. Like, I mean, would Tianjin play that? But like you said, right?
You've already got your AD carry locked in, so why would you want to round it?
I mean, it would have to be Tianjin, right? You'd have to actually pilot that one. But we knew it'd be one of the soul lane power picks coming in blind. They do decide to go with the Azir, get that one in Cryan's hands, take it away from UCal. UCal has been one of the people who's been willing to pull out this Corgi pick. Also, could look for jungle here and kind of, take off sync the picks like we see so often. They are going to end up just going for the Aatrox here. Very surprising, right?
Yeah,
K'Sante, Udyr, both up on the table.
Surprised to see the Aatrox as like a blind lock in here, but Banning away the Jax, I assume they're going to ban away another top laner. And then I assume YSKM will pick either K'Sante or Udyr, whichever one was left open. But then it is YSKM. Maybe he's got something more interesting to go for. Fiora, historically, pretty decent against the Aatrox. I'd be here for it. Yone.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, there's the other interesting pick that it seems like they thought would have come out into the Aatrox. So really just trying to make it so YSKM isn't going to get onto a more favorable matchup. So far, YSKM has only played 2 champions. He's played Jax and he's played the K'Sante. Funnily enough, 100% win rate on the K'Sante, 1 and 2 on the Jax. But I think that's just nice growth to see, right? That YSKM is branching out and having a bit of a better time on some of these frontline tanks up in that top lane. But now it's up to TT with where they want to go. Mid lane is already showing, and I feel like we haven't seen a lot more of jungle last picks coming through. So things like the Akali still on the board. We've already hit on the Corki, that they just wanted to go that route. Wouldn't sync too well with the Aatrox, but it looks like they're valuing the priority on the Rel higher than just saving this pick for later.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the sort of jungle last pick tendency has been a lot around the Poppy, right? It's like, is it a Poppy? Is it a Poppy angle? Can I get a lot of value out of the Poppy right here? And to be honest, I feel like it would have been a reasonable Poppy angle for TT, but deciding that they want to go for that final pick in the mid lane, want to see the full composition first. K'Sante open and available, would not be at all surprised to see YSKM go for that. We need our jungler. Xin Zhao, still up and available. Something that we've seen a ton of, but it's just, yeah, people have moved away now, going into these tanks.
Yeah, the Maokai. I mean, Maokai, our highest presence jungler here in the LPL. And you can still see why. I feel like Maokai is just so incredibly strong. Just how much the ult can dissuade, can turn the tide of a fight, can start a fight off. Like, so many things that he does well. And now, actually, going to get Yukal picked up on the Taliyah. I think this makes more sense than the Corki with the other champions you have around you. Like, really wouldn't synchronize that well with things like the Aatrox or the Rel, especially now. Set up really well to start finding some of these picks. So we said we wanted to see TT have, you know, champions with some more tools on their hands in the early to mid game. They have picked that up this time.
Certainly have. We talked about the Taliyah already. We were talking in the context of Cryin, really, but certainly offers you a bit of pressure towards that bottom side. But look at this team fight composition for TT, right? Like, they have so much ability to kind of play around and control space with that Taliyah locked in, with the Aphelios that's more than happy to come back and fight. And then he's here on the other side, and Arn and Wink, I feel like, will have a fair bit of pressure on them this game to find a reasonably early lead. Obviously, 1xN and Chocho will be able to find priority at level 1, but once we get to sort of level 3 and onwards, Arn and Wink should have the advantage in that bottom side. And I feel like that is where TT need to find their advantage. Oh, sorry, IG need to find their advantages and maybe stack those dragons, maybe push through that bottom lane.
Yeah, a lot going to come down to that. I also have questions on top side, right? If we get another kind of lethality Aatrox coming through despite playing into a tank and just try to snowball fast, I wouldn't expect that to happen, but I feel like we have seen a lot of people still go for lethality builds against tanks like quite often recently and just try to pull ahead. So both teams going to be looking for early advantages. Both team comps, I think, very strong in some of these mid-game fights. Just about which one can pull forward. IG having the momentum coming into this series. So it sounded like there was a few more TT fans, but the IG fans were more passionate.
And or very close to the microphone, honestly.
Yeah, that is
some
fair
real
too.
loud IG fans right there. Yeah, definitely a passionate Gio. That is for sure. Will it be passionate gameplay? Is the question on everyone's lips right now. I'm looking at Arn and Wink. I want to see a good performance coming out from them. The top lane matchup as well, like you say, the blind Aatrox. See how that pays off for them and what kind of build he's going to go for. Does have that Conqueror, as you'd expect, up in the top side. But to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised to see TT going for a reasonably slow game plan, which, again, this is what we talked about coming into things. The slow game plan really didn't work out for them against OMG. I'm surprised to see that be their go-to call for this series.
I mean, I think TT have a lot of options to make proactive plays, right? Taliyah Rel, can easily lean towards bot. Hoya should have a lot of opportunities to move too once he starts making his way towards that first item mark. So TT having the tools this time around, just gonna have to be about if they use them. I like the early vision coming out from UCal to set this up. IG, I mean, IG have in my mind like what I consider to be like this would be the LPL comp right now. K'Sante or Udyr, either one, but then Maokai, Azir, Lucianami, right? That is like the bread and butter of what is seen as our highest prio champs. And I feel like we're already starting to see why.
Yep, 1xN feeling the brunt of the strength of this bot lane duo, and we'll be able to crash that wave. Surprised to see the crash on the second wave rather than the third. Pushing it a little faster than you'd maybe expect, but obviously fighting for that level 2. But realistically, I don't think there was that much contention really for the level 2 coming out from Chocho and 1xN. But either way, priority gained in this bottom side. We'll
also
see.
might set up for TT actually to start for the wave to be in a more neutral point when Tianzhen makes his way down towards the bot side. What if he's going to skip red? Okay, nope. So he is going to end up doing that. No, actually, he's just heading right there.
Going for a sort of shortcut play here. Tianzhen moving in. Rush open and available. Just drops the sapling and now is going to move back into his jungle to farm. So just trying to make sure that, I mean, this is one of the big values of Maokai, right? You can kind of shadow the lane without ever even having to be there. So drops the sapling to slow down anything from H1, allow his bot lane to pressure, and then can move back in and farm.
Yeah, just lets him safely get it in. Oh, okay, luckily not going to end up canceling the Lucian recall. We know going for this early recall going to be able to pick up that support item, start generating some more income. So far, just very tempered game, but small things like that could be the difference makers, right? I mean, how that sapling doesn't come through, you aren't looking for the recall. Game could come out through H1 at that time. So I like IG doing their due diligence so far.
So far, so good from IG. Again, this is a roster with quite a few like newer players. When you think about this roster, like Tianzhen, YS, KM, I mean, even Arn to some extent, although he's got a bit more longevity than the others, but realistically, like, it's not that long ago that Cryan was a newer player in the LPL. I just feel like this is a roster of kind of developing talent to some extent. I'd say Cryan definitely the veteran alongside Wink there.
Wink, yeah. Yeah, both having been around for a while. I mean, Wink being the long-time one, Cryan coming in 2020, which, I mean, still, it's funny because that doesn't sound that long ago, but it's like, man, my God, that was, 2020 was a little bit ago now, so Cryan definitely having the experience under his belt.
This is his 4th year in the LPL now. It's kind of crazy to think about, really. But, yeah. I mean, we were literally talking about that RNG roster earlier on today where Xiaohu played in the top lane. This man's twisted fate changed everything.
Hey, and as well as the Annie, right? This guy was the Annie. Yeah. This guy was the Annie aficionado.
It's like, does it have a stun at range? I'm playing it mid. That was basically Cryan's motto.
Hey, next patch, we might see Cryan do big things. Get more of that TF coming through.
Yeah. I know, TF does a lot of damage, honestly. Like, TF is kind of scary right now. If you go first strike, the burst damage that you can bring out from a blue card, you can basically one-shot squishies. It's mildly terrifying. I'd be well up for seeing some of that in the LPL. It's also really hard to miss your ult as Twisted Fate. Dash onto the stun! Cryan forced the flash, dodges away from the flick back, but kind of achieved what the flick back was going to do for them.
Yeah, and that's what we said, right? I mean, even though Cryan has been a rock for this IG squad, I mean, you're going up against UCal, who, despite their last series, just look at UCal's tenure on TT so far. He has been an absolute stud against some of the best of the best.
Flash in from Tianzhen, but the bubble not quite there in time. 1xN gets a 3-man route. H1 not arriving quick enough to actually capitalize. Close one down in the bottom side. The bot to gone. Kicks off as it's meant to. And we'll see what can come of this one. TT happy to start the Drake. There is a control ward in the back of the pit, but I don't think they mind too much.
No, I mean, you can see Cryan having to catch waves in mid, bot lane. Okay, so they're still going to try and find an angle. Emperor's Divide is up, which will be a bit more useful than the Weaver's Wall here.
Stun comes through, the bubble is there, but the flick back is gorgeous. First blood for 1xN. Cryin flies through the play though, but Patron still going strong. Crash down, flashed away from On, still alive as Cryin falls. 1xN so low on HP, double kill for him as On tanks so much to make it happen. It's an absolute massacre in the bottom side, 2 for 2.
You're going big both ways. We're gonna see. Honestly, I'm kind of at a loss for words just because of how slowly that play ended up coming through. TT are the ones who end up getting Dragon, so they're gonna be fine with that. But we get the pincer movement coming on through. TT used this opportunity to just engage right on top of Beichuan. They find that one, but it takes Cryin a while to get here. So Azir comes in by himself. It is a great ultimate to come out, but also leaves the Azir in no man's land. So you know Cryine's going to go through, and then TT going to be able to find one more to be able to cap this off. So actually going to be in slight favor of TT coming through with that one.
Yeah, 3 for 2. It's just quite a long scrap.
Yeah.
Tianjin had already respawned by the end of the play, which is kind of funny to think about. But both AD carries crucially picking up 2 of the kills either side there. IG being able to go that close to even in a fight where they're permanently a man down is kind of impressive, honestly.
I mean, just one of the differences being, right, you being on the Azir in that situation, being able to bring your ult as compared to, like, what could the Weaver's Wall really do when Cal is already there? You can't even try and separate off the Azir because then he could still just fly over the terrain. So, nice moves coming out from trying to set that up. Like you said, now On in 1xN, the players were watching. Great bubble from Wink, but can't follow through.
Nicely played by IG here. Oh, just over the wall, but flick back! Cal, that was gorgeous. We talk about the Taliyah making an impact, and Cal shows us exactly how it's done.
And I feel like Taliyah's just been faring incredibly well in the few games that we've seen her. Oh god, IG might come over more.
I don't know about this one, lads. Wink is stepped way too far forward. CNJ trying to slow, but he's going to be flicked back as well. Can they finish this one? Calibrum Q goes wide, but it don't matter, because Cal is taking this game into his own hands.
The carries for TT are coming in strong. What a beautiful performance so far from Thundertalk on trying to cancel. And me and you were talking about this before broadcast today, that it feels like once you get past like the top like 5 or 6, any of these teams really can just beat anyone in like dominant fashions. It is so strange. It's TT's turn. We're getting a replay of what happened here, but honestly, just I don't even overzealous even just feels like a bad word when it's like, hey, Cal literally just walked in that brush. He just walked there. He's still there. There's no way he was calling in that time. He's not TPing anywhere else.
It's like, it's not about zealousness. It's about, like, object permanence. You just saw the dude. I don't know where you thought he was. Yeah, bit of a weird one. But hey, TT happy to capitalize. And I wish we'd got a replay of the actual initial play of Cal roaming down with the Weaver's Wall. This is exactly what we wanted from TT. And, you know, I have to eat my words. I said, TT, bit of a slow composition. No, absolutely not. You're absolutely right that this Taliyah changes everything, and them having such an impact on the map. And now Beichuan moves into the mid lane. I don't think they'll be able to find Cryin here.
I feel like we're getting baited a lot by like mid laners having prio and having opportunities to impact the map. But again, for whatever reason, maybe just because it's the start of the season, like there hasn't been a lot of practice yet, we aren't actually seeing teams use their prios and pressures all that much. It's now good and surprisingly good. Finally, mid laners. We had it in our last series with Cream. Yeah. We're having it now with Cal, like finding impact on the map, and not just leaving yourself to be isolated in that 1v1. Look at all the vision that TT have around that mid lane especially. It gives Cal so much freedom to just move where he pleases.
Yeah, ton of vision, both sides of the mid lane as well, and some of it will be spotted by Tianjin there, but he didn't get the ward that is right next to Raptors there. Scry's didn't quite spot it, so he'll be able to clear some of the vision, but not all of it. Full information here for the side of TT on what's going on. But I mean, like, let's just take a second and, you know, we're talking about the way that TT are playing around the map and how this is all going, but just look at the actual scoreboard. 3-0-3 on Cal, 3-1-3 on 1xN. He's already got his Kraken Slayer plus a crit cape. Cal,
6 grubs.
Well on the way to his first item, and that's with a 5-stack Dark Seal and his tier already stacking. Like, this is just too good.
Yeah, I mean, carries are huge. You have about a 1.7k gold lead. You have 6 6 grubs already, so you're really going to be hammering down on these turrets if you get in a position to push them. It looks like TT don't want to ease up on the pressure, so for now, just going to use that to be able to pivot into an easy dragon. But with IG's bot lane keeping up pressure, they're going to have to be careful, but we can see on the minimap, Tianjin has no want of taking the scrap. Just wanting to chunk 1xN low for now.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to go any further than that, as the Graviton finally got rid of for 1xN. He's been trying to cycle through that for a little while now. But the Severin will be welcomed with open arms after that culling hit him. He'll be able to sustain up a little bit in that bottom side. Yeah, 2,000 gold lead almost, or 1.5, I suppose, in favor of TT. We'll see what they can do with it. Like you mentioned, the grubs picked up. Not the greatest grub composition here, but I mean, still just nice to have. And even after a fight, when you're going through the towers, still helps you push on through.
Yeah, of course. And it's nice. Yeah, nice coming out from 1xN, but also Hoya is going, the Profane Hydra, so going to be playing to try to find access onto those carries of IG. Has plenty of engage to be able to set it up. I can be able to find some advantageous trades right now, but when you're going up against Bramble-plated steel caps, ooh, TP's coming through.
TP in the bottom side, 1xN, can he escape? Chocho's knocked up, Cryan wants the AD carry as well, flashes to guarantee the ultimate. 1xN low, but he actually trades it. Somehow he's pulled that one off, and now the crash down from H1. Chocho moving back into the play, Cryan's gone down, and TT come out ahead once more. Here comes UCAL, the cavalry has arrived. The knock back into another kill, and TT come out on top again.
TT, once again, able to get more members to this play before IG can answer. Thought things would be good with Cryan investing the TP down, but again, the game just exploding even further into TT's favor. And now that people are dead, you're going to be able to see, I guess we're not going to see, UCAL's going to use those mites. A lot of damage down, but heavy trading comes through. Sadly, the bubble not able to land. Sure, Chocho ends up getting locked up, but with Chocho's ultimate, as well as the cleanse, like, my god, just a sustain on 1xN is huge. And then by the time Beichuan gets here, great Magnet Storm to guarantee that he locks up Cryan.
Yeah.
Look at Taliyah, just so many tools to be able to maneuver through. I guess the most surprising part of that is the fact that the Aphelios found a kill as well.
Yeah, I was looking at that specifically as UCAL has to flash away. YSKM is trying his best, buffers it, the slow coming out, UCAL solo killed, and that is a 450 gold bounty picked up, 750 gold into the pocket of YSKM.
You're going to love getting that gold injection, especially on the tank. He's going to be able to soak up and eat a lot of this damage that UCAL and 1xN are throwing out. Does present an opportunity for IG to get control over mid and top to set up for that Herald. UCAL doesn't have TP, so I'd be surprised if TT end up posturing for this one, but YSKM can't join either, so this could just be an outright 4v4 if TT do decide to take it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some damage down preemptively as the Herald started. IG desperate to get some kind of objective here. They're falling behind, the 2,000 gold down. The shutdown for YSKM has closed that gap a little bit. The roots come on through. They will be able to grab that Herald for themselves. It looks like we will defuse. Larry, I just want to quickly say, I feel like the LPL is back. The last few days, we've had some real slow games. But today, the games are delivering. We have had non-stop action this morning.
I just feel even worse for Nightmare and Mazel about you saying that after the day that they had yesterday. A long day of games. Not saying anything about the quality of games, right? But just 9 whole games. Yeah. I've actually loved tuning into Kelsey's stream and hear her saying like, "Aha, LPL always gives 3 games." And I'm just like, yes, keep jinxing it, keep making sure we don't get those 9 games. But they're bound to come.
They had long old days. Nightmare and Mazel, absolute troopers yesterday, and I feel like it feels a little bit unfair that we got the top esports RA series this morning, like the fastest 2-0 of the entire split so far. And then later on, we've got BLG versus EDG as well, which, I don't want to over-predict something, but let's be real here, lads. That should be a relatively quick one.
Sounds like a bit of an assumption coming in about EDG, Mushables.
Yeah, it's not so much an assumption when I've seen it in action.
I guess to be fair, even if we just went with results-based analysis, one of those teams is 3-0 and the other one is the actual reverse.
Yeah.
Who knows though? Maybe they can pull through.
Do you know, I was thinking about rosters earlier, I was looking through the LPL, and you know, everyone's been talking about Knight going to BLG during the offseason, right? And how exciting that is for BLG, blah, 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 blah. Very cool, very nice. Knight is quite good at the mid lane. I might have to hold this thought. I really don't want to, though. I was talking, guys. Drake's coming up. I picked a bad time to start this. I'll come back to this in the BLG series, okay? We'll talk about this during BLG. Herald going to get the charge in the mid lane. YSKM dashed onto... Wait, did he accidentally pick up the Herald? Yeah, that's a crying emote. Yeah, he did not mean to grab that Herald. On just right-clicking while in the culling and accidentally jumping aboard the Herald here. Hoya's on the flank, big fight coming through. Chocho already having to use the ult, but Hoya's just not tanky, but neither's on, and he fails to flash, still survives, only just as Cryin now flicks 1xN into the action, and on barely surviving, but survive he does. Cryin goes down as YSKM finishes another one, and IG find themselves back in this game. Dragon taken, Tianjin flashes to get UCAL back into the fray, but YSKM might feel the brunt of that one. On jumps on in here, big damage available for them, but they can't quite finish it. There we go, on with another.
In a game that felt solidly in favor of TT, that was just, again, going to be potentially a slow burn on its way to ending now. Complete standstill, 5-3 on the Lucian. We highlighted how scary this K'Sante would be earlier on when he found the solo kill over UCAL. Now it's going to only be even scarier. And just, yeah, very fragmented engage. YSKM just able to walk right up and just ult Chocho towards his team. And like you said, Aatrox nowhere near as tanky as the K'Sante, right? He's sitting on Profane Hydra. YSKM actually sitting on core tank items. And then beautiful Emperor's Divide coming through from Cryin just really seals the deal. But it's kind of funny when top lane hasn't been really a present thing in this game so far, where it felt like top lane made the difference in this team fight.
It really did. And the fact that Arn survived all of that is honestly miraculous. Like, he spent the vast majority of that fight on 200 or less health, and somehow the sustain coming out from Wink, the actual summoner heal as well from Wink, the honey fruit coming on through, everything there. Keep him alive. YSKM, he's been too much of a problem, and TT have decided it's time to solve that problem. W used, all out used, and I think he's got away with it.
I mean, he's just huge, right? Iceborne Gauntlet, Thornmail, plated steel caps. Like, now they're pretty much always going to need UCAL to be around if they have any hope of killing him. Hoya's not going to do anything in regards to that K'Sante by himself. And yeah, it's gonna give IG, I think, a lot of time to like figure out what they want to do and have a bit of relief in knowing that their K'Sante is going to be fine. And again, really, who is going to damage this guy? We're going to be waiting on 1xN to have like Lord Doms before YSKM even knows he exists.
Yeah, but we're a while away from that one. 1xN looking towards likely an IE, could be a Bloodthirster either, before he can go towards that Armor Pen. Honestly, in hindsight, it could have been worth even going LDR second here for 1xN just because of how strong YSKM is getting. We go roots underneath the tower here. Don't know if it's going to achieve all too much. Everyone just about dashes away from the Weaver's Wall before it comes on through. But that will be enough to defend the tower.
I'm actually even surprised that UCAL was willing to follow that one through. I thought the members of IG were just going to wait for him to like pass right by and just look for the engage. What could UCAL have done? I mean, doesn't have flash, so might have still survived. Would have been a loss of a summoner, but there it is. The IE that you just hit on, 1xN has picked that one up, so going to be able to do an incredible amount of damage to some of the other members of IG, just not the K'Sante. And now look how confident he is.
YSKM wants the 1v1. Hoya dashes over the wall. This is the knockup though. YSKM is not afraid of that tower. Another solo kill. And YSKM, he wants an MVP today, and he does not want a loss.
No, he's just huge right now. That's why we were kind of questioning what direction Hoya would go. But it feels like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's on the opposite side. The Profane Hydra, the lethality, the armor pen, it's just too tantalizing. But we're going to see here, YSKM waits him out. And I just don't know what world Hoya can really do any damage to YSKM right now. Follows through with the ult. You even just see here how tanky he is. The fact that he does not care about tanking any of these shots. And hell, that's even with the ultimate being popped.
Yeah.
Losing some of that tankiness.
I mean, the thing is as well, like, he's playing against a lethality Aatrox in the top lane. Like, look at his items. It's pure armor through and through. So it doubles up in the ability to dive, right? Because you have so much armor anyway. Towers do physical damage. Very easy for him to just waltz on in. He took like 3 or 4 turret shots in that engage and realistically took basically no damage from them.
I mean, it has to be a Lord Doms next for 1xN, right? Like there's no world where you can build anything else. Is this where we're gonna see another Ghost Blade come out?
Surely not. Surely not at this point. 1xN tanks the Cullen, but he's okay. There's a cozy campfire there. He'll whip out his guitar and sing some songs. Maybe toast some marshmallows. But in the meantime, there's a siege. It's literally Troy in the mid lane. And Arn, he's Orlando Bloom. Wait, no, I think Orlando Bloom's on the inside of Troy. Film. I don't know if you've seen that film.
It's been a while.
I'm pretty sure he's on the inside, so maybe 1xN is Orlando Bloom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember it well enough to
yeah, me
name
neither.
anyone else that's in it.
1xN
is Helena.
Yeah, we can go with that.
Flick back, goes slightly wide, on charging forwards, and Beitron just ain't that tanky yet. 1xN knocked up by Tidal Wave as well. They're okay. There's a few ultimates burned, including Chocho's to get that sustain and the cleanse across.
We've had a lot of like moments like this where one member of a team just kind of like walks up to the other one and it looks like a fight will break out, and everything just looks very awkward for both teams. It's kind of a situation one right now. TT trying to make IG feel that awkwardness by pulling them up towards Spare, and they have no vision here.
Yeah. It feels dangerous to start that though, and I think IG calling them out. Great little engage. Chocho's down, Arn is down as well. Not Arn, sorry, 1xN. Beitron chased as YSKM tears through them. Hoya, that's a good amount of sustain. Takes out Arn, almost took out Wink as well. Not a bad little counterplay, but I mean, it's not enough. 4 for 1.
And now gonna be able to turn to the Spare. It looks like they're a bit hesitant with how low Wink is, but I think they have the damage. They have the front line there in YSKM. Yukao gonna do his best just to get a bit of damage on this turret. But my God, Munch, again, these situations are just so strange. I mean, I assume we're gonna get a replay of it in a little bit, but it's just Tianjin just putting down his ult, and it just seems like TT didn't consider that a possibility, because look how easy this was for IG. There's really no like special mechanical play or cool interaction here. It's just Maokai comes down, they aren't ready for it. Beitron's off to the side as the one who kind of should be eating that and frontlining for them, and they just weren't ready.
No, they were absolutely. I mean, the whole play, the whole sequence felt a little lackluster, right? They moved over to Baron, but they didn't even toy with actually starting the Baron. It all felt a little bit wonky. Here we go, though. YSKM just jumps into the midst of everyone. Beitron is annihilated. Drake taken by IG. And I mean, this is just brutal to watch now. YSKM is taking over individually, and IG are more than happy to follow in his wake.
And again, Beitron having another kind of rough game on the rel. TT have showed us they can have solid early games, but once you get to the mid game, it just is not the same. IG on the opposite side, though, I really like how we've seen them play out the like past, about 10-15 minutes of the game. They've been waiting for their opportunities. They haven't ignored, catching some sides or making sure they can deal with the Aatrox, and they've constantly been looking for picks.
Oh my days, Hoya! He's actually gonna go down. No, Cryin wins the ultimate, and it means Hoya's still alive. Tower's still up. Cryin 1 HP, but walks away with his life. TT, you can't overstep this. They are behind still, remember, and YSKM. 3 items on the tank already. You do not want to overstep.
No, and it's kind of, funnily enough, seeing this sequence reminds me of us talking about the bot lane earlier of IG, right? Saying that they're always willing to go in. It has been hit or miss. We've seen them dumpster teams, like even in past splits, we've seen them get dumpstered themselves. It feels like even the philosophy in the team the same way, right? Top side, they see the opportunity there. On creates it for himself. Some of the other members, people like trying to hey, let's see if we can get it, but put themselves in such risky positions by doing so. Love that way of playing League of Legends, even if it could end up biting IG backing in.
We've got almost a kill a minute in this game, and I am loving it. YSKM, the Hexgate engage as Beitron will just about get away with his life, but that felt a little bit dicey. Drake not for 3 minutes. We're just fighting around the Drake area for the banter.
And not going to be able to find anything, and now I mean, with the Lucian on 4 items, what can TT even do? IG should just be able to see this down. Gonna have to get good use out of that culling again to just push them off turret, potentially set up for maybe even Tianjin's ult and be able to finish the structure up. But Hoya's looking for a flame.
Here we go, UCal's there as well. Wink is caught in the corner, but it's on the target that they really want, and Hoya annihilates that health bar. Wink will go down 2, and TT have themselves an opportunity. Everything was going so well for IG, but they found the play where YSKM wasn't involved.
Great by them, right? Finally realizing they need to start looking for these picks, using things like the Weaver's Wall. I even like Hoya being able to wrap around from behind. So now going to be able to buy themselves a bit of breathing room. They are still 2k gold down, but you'll take this any day of the week. Taking this gold off of On. Nice sidestep of the bubble. And I mean, now there's just nowhere he can go, right? Locked in alone against these guys. I like the attempt on the flash, but when Hoya has his as well, it just makes it easy for TT to find that one. Now it's about if TT can find any more.
We'll see. And I mean, you know, Hoya, he's still going for that lethality. And at this point, when you're one-shotting carries like that, fair enough. Just ignore the front line and go trading backlines, essentially. He's headed towards his Sherildas as well. Like, he's actually getting to a scary point in the game where, realistically, you're essentially an assassin on that Aatrox.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have the mobility of an assassin, but you do the damage.
Exactly, but I feel like that's the problem because we saw how that played out. I believe it was in the first team fight, right? Where even if Hoya's flanking, if YSKM just jumps into the other 4 members of TT, he's going to buy all the time, right? And Wink and Tianjin are going to be able to peel for the solution, and he's just going to get melted down. So it's going to be a lot about how they're coordinating the flanks. It has to be with UCal locking someone out with the Weaver's Wall. And more importantly, I feel like it needs to be while Beichuan's also finding some sort of engage with that Magnet Storm. If it's just both top laners jumping in, we know IG are going to win those types of fight every single time.
It's kind of funny, really, because I feel like UCal would love like a kind of slow, drawn-out team fight, whereas these top laners, they are not looking for that. They are looking for absolute explosions. The same for Arn on the Lucian as well. Worth mentioning, LDR finished for 1xN. That is a crucial break point. He can now sort of whittle away at YSKM. Still definitely not easy to kill, but at least killable. We'll see what his 4th item will go, whether he ends up going for a Zeal, trying to get a bit of attack speed. I'm going to hold that thought, though, because Beichuan is playing Secret Agent right now. I'm not sure YSKM is really the target they want to go on, but it might be the target that they have regardless. Beichuan starts the fight, stunned there, knock up as well, buffeted by the W, and he just pulls him to the other side of the universe.
Their base is gone!
In the meantime, IG are just pushing through the base, UCal alone defending. And I like the idea, but you just can't pick K'Sante. He's just not that target.
And right, like, I understand he is the only one that's isolated, but it feels like at that point in time, that's when you call off the play. And you have to do something else. Now IG gonna try and pivot back to threaten this dragon. YSKM is off to the side now with no ults.
Hoya's threatening him. Beichuan is in, and Tianjin can't get in for the smite. So dragon taken by TT. They lost an inhib for this. What else can come of it? YSKM no ultimate for the time being, and the same for Tianjin, same for Arn. UCal the only one with an ultimate on cooldown for TT. Perhaps an opportunity to fight around this barren area. Both teams posturing pretty aggressively.
Still, I wouldn't imagine that IG start looking for a fight right now. Okay, I guess they are. So many key ults down. No culling. We don't have Tianjin with his ult either. YSKM's is gonna be up soon. But I feel like YSKM's and Tianjin's especially is like so important for IG to be able to maintain their formation in a fight.
I felt a little bit too close for comfort there for Arn. Nearly got caught by the flick back. YSKM soaking that as a TP. YSKM behind enemy lines. Beichuan just goes in instead, but Chocho can't save him. 1xN now, next target. He pulled straight into the team. He's still alive somehow, but finally falls. Hoya will be next. YSKM, take a bow. We certainly do know you at this point. UCal last man standing and last to be cut down.
Great game from IG. They fell behind early, but they came back strong through YSKM's play on a tank.
Absolutely. I mean, is tank the word for K'Sante. I feel like there's a great many words that could be used to describe K'Sante. He definitely does a lot more damage than a tank realistically should. It's going to be game 1 for IG. Fantastic.
Yeah, and Weiss hand now 4-0 on the pick so far this split. They have not lost when this man gets his hands on the K'Sante. Just great to see from IG. Things are looking dicey early, but honestly, a lot of that is just kudos to TT, right? Him using the Weaver's Wall to make a lot of those plays earlier on bot side, but a couple mistakes came through, and IG are not a team you could be sleeping on. Again, they're 2-1 right now for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff from IG, and crucially, TT starting off strong. That early, I mean, kind of both teams starting off strong, right? That scrap awarded a lot of kills to both AD carries, but then we saw UCal popping off. YSKM literally taking that game into his own hands. Miraculous stuff from IG. We're going to jump into a break, then we'll find out what TT have to answer back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. We're into our second game now between IG and TT, and what a first game it was. TT starting strong, but one main man, I'm assuming in the top lane. I think you should already know who is going to get our MVP for this one. It's the big man on the K'Sante, YSKM.
Yeah, I mean, dealt with the pressure fine in the top side, playing up against the Aatrox, and again, TT picked for them, like they blind picked the Aatrox, so YSKM knew what he was going into. Fabulous job finding solo kills on enemy mid laners, able to escape 1v4 situations. This man was unkillable, and TT really just had no idea how to deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how they should have dealt with him. I'm not sure there is a way to deal with a K'Sante that gets that far ahead. Absolutely ridiculous performance. Not only solo killing UCAL, but also solo killing Hoya. Like, 2 solo kills on enemy solo laners is just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot about this one he found on Hoya. Was already huge by this point, having, I believe he already had the Frozen Fist, which Iceborne Gauntlet, there we go, as well as the Thorn Mail, so he was never going to die there. And then, again, he just kept finding such easy access to members of TT. It was so weird. Like, once we got halfway through the game, like, seriously, engages like this, it's like, it really just was Maokai throwing his ult and IG running at you, but simple plays like that were all IG needed to find to win.
Yeah, Hoya did have some moments later on, like, the damage starts to come through. I can see why teams are picking this lethality Aatrox, but unfortunately, not enough. Too little, too late, and it felt like TT fell so far behind, especially when YSKM was able to do this, like just ulting everyone over the wall. The deep TP to start this play off. I mean, TT's engage was prompted by YSKM's TP, really taking the game into his own hands.
I mean, and to be fair, right? I mean, who do you have mark the K'Sante on flanks? You all lose in 1v1s. It's just,
yeah.
I guess once it gets to that point, right, it's already too far gone. I think we would have had to see like more of those plays with the Weaver's Wall come out through mid game for TT to actually be able to bring that one forward. But it's game 2. They were able to keep that early game close. So now as we head towards the stage, I hope TT don't get like too afraid in terms of how draft went. It's just cleaning up some of that play in the mid game for them to be able to keep that advantage going forward.
Look at these bans from TT, man. Rengar, Kalista, Pyke. It's like, look, guys, stop doing things in the bottom lane, please. Okay, we'll ban them. You guys ban Lucian, we'll ban these 3. Let's have a quieter bot lane, please.
Yeah, just again, so many niche pocket picks the members of IG are willing to go for, but the Ashe making it through was banned out by TT on red side in game 1, so they're going to get their hands on it. IG, you'd expect for the Varus takeaway to come through. We have seen, you know, a little bit of the misfortune answers if teams didn't want to pick the Varus. Like, we've actually seen that the Ashe Varus combo just given over on the blue side before. So I'm curious to see if IG...
bit of Ashe Zyra, you know? Go old school.
Yes,
Ashe is pretty viable as an AD carry right now. One of the few AD carries that later on the game will be able to deal with the tank. But to be fair, the damage is relatively low compared to most of the meta AD carries. Like, I don't think that'll be the priority. Very likely will go into the support role. But the Varus locked in regardless. You could just go for your second pick here. You could just go for an early Blitzcrank.
Wait
it's
a
Varus
second.
support.
Yeah, I have this coming in. I mean, you always gotta remember, like, keep this in mind when you have IG playing. Considering that, right? Wink. I think it's Wink and Chocho are two AD carry supports.
Yeah,
oh, Jinzhao as well. So yeah, having a couple people who do this, but IG love leaning in and putting Wink back onto the marksman. Now TT with how they're gonna answer. I mean, this would give them, you know, the range and mobility to play with to try to avoid the Draven, but it's also not really going to give you the early power. If IG are able to start setting up these dives, getting T-Engine involved, it's going to be very hard for TT to protect his bot lane.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of Ezreal so far this split. We've seen 4 games, 2 wins, 2 losses. I do think it's a little underrated as a pick. Got buffed on the next patch that I'm assuming will be on after Chinese New Year. But this is a controversial pick. 1 win and 13 losses for the Orianna. I don't really think that's actually how good Orianna is. I feel like it's just the way that the dice have been cast. We'll see if UCAL can change those statistics with that lock-in.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like scared because they're really going to need to glue this comp together somehow. I would love to see IG even like take away something like a Poppy, something that can buy space and dissuade anything from coming in. I guess there's no dashes on the side of IG, but I feel like the two things TT needs right now is more peel and more frontline, right? To just buy space for this Ezreal and Ashe, because if not, it's like, how do you really play this? Chocho going to be wanting to set up for those cross-map Enchanted Crystal arrows, but it feels like if you go towards some sort of like pick-oriented side lane now, that IG are just going to have a very easy time like rounding out their comp with some engage and then just running in on a very squishy TT composition.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to see something like a Rel in the jungle for Beishwan here, just with the Rel Orianna can be a great combo. Obviously, Nocturne already banned away there for the Orianna combo. You're going to take the Udyr off the board. Like you say, we need something to tie this together for TT. We'll see what they end up going for in the end. Playing away the buy. Trying to deny potential pick opportunity. A great combo alongside that Taliyah.
Yeah, so just not gonna want for the easy engage to be able to come through. So we're gonna have our two premier top laners banned out. This actually, you know, could signal for you'd expect the Jax, just knowing that it is IG and that it's YSKM up in that top side. Again, so far he's only played 2 champions since the splits began. It has only been the Gasante and the Jax. You already have the Taliyah set up for that as well. The one thing that might dissuade you is like the Enchanted Crystal arrows coming out from the support role. So it looks like IG gonna want to save their top lane pick for last. And now we get to see how TT brings this all together, right? Because right now I'm struggling.
Well, Maokai could be a good option. Jarvan, something we've seen banned today. You don't really see it picked that often, to be honest, but it's only got 4 games in the LPL. I will say, all 4 of those games in the LPL have been wins so far, so see how Tianjin can do on the pick. The Maokai comes on through, and the Jax that you talked about for YSKM being hovered there. I would love to see Hoya take that, just so we get to see a 3rd champion of the split for YSKM.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it's likely. Now to see if he does decide to go for it. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. Like, you'd have great pick potential for the side laner to be able to come through, but we did see this get banned in game 1. Would follow a very similar sort of like play pattern for IG's composition overall, and IG going to be much faster on the gas pedal in this game. Honestly, even regardless of what their top lane picks, right? I mean, Varus support, Draven 80 carry, Taliyah Jarvan in the jungle. You have so much damage and just so many champs that want to force action.
Yeah, Yone top for YSKM. This is quite a squishy composition from IG, but more importantly, an extremely aggressive composition from IG. And they've got the Jarvan in the jungle to kick it all off as well. TT, on the other hand, a lot of range. They are going to be trying to keep IG at arm's length. But honestly, that is going to be a task and a half with this composition from IG. It's going to be tough to kite this. If they can pull it off, I'll be impressed here for TT.
Yeah, I will say at least you do have that Maokai to try and dissuade with the ult. This time around, the Aatrox flank should be a bit more meaningful, considering that, right, you're going to have a Yone that you're contending with as well as a Jarvan, so not as tanky. It's not going to be like last game where it's like, hey, well, our Aatrox is always going to get shredded before this Cassante goes down. So I think there's more room there, but I'm just so excited to see how IG decides to maneuver with this composition.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just excited. This is just such a fun draft. This is so different to most of the drafts we've seen this split. I am just absolutely hyped to see how this one's going to pan out. IG versus TT. And you know, I really wasn't sure what to expect coming in today, but this was not it, whatever this is, and I'm excited to see it now. I'm going with that Draven as well. He really is one of our main Draven players here in the LPL. And we'll see. I'm just excited to see what kind of form he's in on that Draven, to see. It's always fun watching a true Draven player play in this bit. I guess we're not having any JOs.
Yeah. Again,
got baited by the camera coming up there. But I guess, yeah, no, I guess there's no gyros this time. All right, TT moving into the enemy jungle. But IG not going to react just now. Deep ward placed by TT. Matron takes a little bit of a hit, but they'll all walk away with their lives.
Yeah, gonna try and find something with the range they have coming through for the Ezreal and the Ashe at level 1. I think overall a good call, and we know for IG side, I think especially, I mean, it's actually hard to say, right? As Tianjin, you have options, right? It's like top lane would be a lane that you actually can try and impact in this matchup. Bot lane, getting your Draven ahead, so I think keeping your eyes on Tianjin will be the most interesting. You expect it to still be bot lane, not even just only because of the meta, but right, Yone has his own like tools to keep himself safe. Draven, Varus very much do not.
I'm very curious about that ward that 1xN has placed in that brush. I do wonder if they're, you know, anticipating a sweeper and maybe they don't step into the brush and just sweep from the outside, or maybe it's just mid placement. Double hail of blades for IG. This is aggressive early trading, but look at the range advantage for TT, still managing to poke on out.
And doing a nice job being able to find those. 1xN actually going with the press the attack instead of Conqueror. So going to be able to come out with, you know, some more aggressive trades and then enable the damage that Chocho's throwing out as well.
Yeah. I think crucial as well to, and in this level of aggression in the bottom lane, you're going to need the press the attack just to be able to have any return threat on this Ezreal. Going to be able to crash this wave. That third and final wave arriving as good little hawk shot will spot out Tianjin. Immediately pinged down. They can see his Krugs are gone, his red buff is gone. They know he's moving down to the bottom side. Based on the timing of Arn and Wink arriving as well, I think they already knew that. But just making sure UCAL is safe in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and we can see both junglers going to be here quite fast. Tianjin does have the red buff, but TT spot lane might even be able to cut IG off from really being able to join in fast if anything did break out here. And right now, what we're really just seeing is just the annoyance of the Ashe, right? And how much more her volley has the ability to like impact pushing the wave as compared to what Varus can offer early on in the game.
I'm really curious what Wink is going to build. You got to assume it's going to be like Umbral Glaive and the like.
Yeah.
Coming out from this Varus support, but we'll have to wait and see. I guess it's a Bloodsong angle, or maybe you go for the shield and try and protect yourself. I don't know. Beige1 invading anyway. It's going to be a smite off between our junglers. Beige1 wins it, looking for Tianjin. Throws his banner as a potential escape tool. Gets that take speed steroid to start hitting onto the Gromp, but the ward is there. Beige1 no smite. So the Gromp should be safe, but are the players safe is the question. Ward denied. Moves in, sapling in, forces the smite out from Tianjin. And now moving forwards as Hoya finds a knockup, finds a second, finds a third. Hoya destroying a bit of revenge for game number 1 as YSKM kicked underneath this tower.
Yeah, gonna be forced to go for the recall. Luckily, still has the TP, so we'll get back to lane just fine, but being forced out so early, Beige1.
Good trade here from Beige1. Tianjin forced away in the end. Let's say I would have expected Jump to win, but I suppose he used his cooldowns. And Beige1 finds his opportunity to go for the trade. In the meantime, UCAL has somehow been extremely bullied in this mid lane, crying a level up and has almost found himself a kill. UCAL barely surviving and does manage to sidestep from the knockback. Seismic shove could have been huge, but won't be able to find his opportunity.
Ooh, they're pinging him. Like, you know, help pings are coming out for TT in this jungle, so they want to go for the attack.
And Hoya has so much priority. He can easily force Tianjin away here. And he'll even be able to protect that Scuttle Crab as well. Blue buff doesn't even fully reset, so that'll be taken by Beige1. Tianjin just not having a good time in this early game. So far, Beige1's taking pretty much anything he wants for the time being. Hoya looking for the trade here. YSKM able to dodge the second Q, so he'll be able to get out with his life.
That's going to be so much more important. I know we're getting the replay down in the corner of the trade that went through, but I actually wanted to focus in on like the items. Pickaxe for Hoya as compared to just a dagger and boots for YSKM. So if he can connect those Qs, he should heavily win out in these trades every time. And the amount of threat that they've had in topside, along with the recent TP coming out from UCAL and Crine having to follow that up, means that TT have the prio to enable these grubs to come on through.
Certainly do. Tianjin wants to try and contest this last grub. Smite available for Beige1. we'll be able to finish it. So 3 grubs for TT. And again, I feel like so far this game we're consistently seeing Tianjin late to the play, but here we go. 1xN and Chocho in trouble. Both dodge the knockback here. Big damage shots Chocho, but aren't tanking the tower, forced away. But the wave is still going strong. They could redo this if they want, but it feels a little dangerous. Plate taken. It's Wink that gets it solo, the only one to actually hit the tower in that engage.
I mean, kudos to IG for even being able to pull this off at all. I mean, having no real hard CC to play off that, considering that you don't have Chains of Corruption up yet, so you're really just relying on Cryin. Does go in favor of them. Only a heal traded for a barrier and a flash going out for Chocho. That's going to set up for very easy ganks for Tianjin if he wants to look in that direction. We do have Dragon up, so you'd expect both teams to start looking around this bot lane.
You certainly would. Neither top laner with TP, and I love that the observers are focusing on this lane. It's not a lane we get to see all too often. YSKM trying to be aggressive, but Hoya, to be fair to him, is trading back effectively. He's really trying to dissuade YSKM from this aggression.
Yeah, it seems like just trying to get through some of the early parts of the game where a lot of the mobility that Yone has can be very annoying to be able to connect, again, especially the sweet spots of those Qs that you're looking for. Yukal does have flash.
Yep. Oh no, Tianjin. Maybe just trying to harass there rather than messing up the combo. I think not really wanting to properly commit. Not much available for Cryin after the sidestep on the seismic shove, so just getting a bit of damage down.
And they actually don't know where Beichuan is yet. Seems like they have a pretty decent read that he's around this area.
Beichuan knows where they are.
Yeah.
Move into the brush. He's level 6 right now. This could be disastrous. No cleanse on Wink or on. His roots land. It's probably a kill on either of them. Chocho's still only level 4, so won't have that arrow to follow up, but looks like Arn and Wink not risking it. Not going to step up in the lane. Suspecting something could be up.
And On's cleanse, luckily, is actually back up now, so he will be totally fine if something potentially comes through. But hell, even then, if Chocho hits 6 now, cleanse the arrow, you're just going to get flashed on by Beichuan.
Oh, flash for flash here. Wink knocked back here. True Shot Barrage goes wide, but it will not matter. First blood taken by 1xN. A very patient play from TT, but it pays off in the end.
And I feel like these are the types of plays that both teams should be looking for, right? Like, when you have double squishy bot laners on both sides, immobile champions pretty much all around, except for the Ezreal. Draven kinda, has the movement speed, but still, if you can blow any of these summoners, it just makes it so easy to follow up on the gank. I'm a bit sad we haven't really seen any more attention paid from the Jarvan, considering that Chocho doesn't have that flash up. But Cryin's Weaver's Wall will be back up soon. Cryin already did look for a play by himself.
Did. Again, Hoya just back and forth in the top side. YSKM, though, managing to find himself a CS lead to start that lane off. Yukal does finally get knocked back, trying to outmove it, but the shockwave comes into play as well, and suddenly Yukal winning the trade. Happy to use that ultimate, because realistically, Taliyah doesn't have an ultimate when it comes to the mid lane 1v1, so you can use that pretty much willy-nilly to make sure that the trade's going even.
Yeah, at this point, should definitely just be able to out-trade in that 1v1, but actually having the support come from Wink. He does have Chains of Corruption, but I'd be surprised to see it used, especially now, Chocho. And even Beichuan spotted on that control ward behind Dragon Pit, so they have full information of where the members of TT are.
Really nice trade from YSKM there, pretty much dodging everything, and in the meantime, TT decide to start this Drake off. This is where the game could get a little bit spicy. But a big old slowdown between game 1 and 2 here. 1xN positioning quite aggressively, looking for whatever he can find here, trying to get information for his team on that Ezreal. You can dodge pretty much whatever comes your way, so you can position aggressively like that. But TT, they take the Drake themselves. No real contester of IG. And again, Tianjin kind of a spectator in a lot of these plays.
Yeah, we're really not seeing him get off the ground running so far as compared to the other members. Good trades from Hoya, but YSKM's still going to be completely fine. Has the sustain now coming through with the Vampiric Scepter, so feels like he's in a pretty good spot. And maybe that's why IG are feeling fine to take it a little bit slower. They know this Yone is going to be able to start stacking up an advantage. But still, it just doesn't really sit right with me to not try to enable your Draven more. I mean, to be fair, TT haven't given them too many opportunities to even do so, but hell, we've seen with Baytron, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes you just ignore your camp stop side and just hover around bot, because that's how important it is right now. And you do have these immobile bot laners that would be very easy to punish.
I'm hoping they click on the Draven at some point soon, because we've been farming for a while now. He's got to be on a lot of stacks at this stage, catching those axes as well, probably at least 200 stacks. True Shot Barrage to try and clear the wave. They know what's going on here, and Chocho going to volley it just to make sure that Tianjin doesn't get the opportunity to dive here. Tianjin sticking around. Does want to try and make this play happen. I think, honestly,
they know.
1xN and Chocho might need to just leave.
Yeah, right, that they know the rubs were going on even the second Hoya left the lane, so doing a nice job surviving till now. We'll see if they can outplay with the summoners they have.
Yeah, they do have their summoners, and that's going to be a stun going in. Chocho, the target, flashes. Tianjin gets on top of him. Wink tanking up forever as 1xN gets back under the tower, but on so low on this one. Tianjin going to tank it now. It reset on the minions as well. It's a perfect dive from IG.
What great execution. I kept expecting that to go horribly wrong, just with how well TT were kind of playing around some of those angles. He's got a lot of time. Crying. Doesn't manage just to find it.
Incredibly close in the mid lane. Both flashes were available, but neither player pulls the trigger in the end. And my goodness, yeah, the dive at the bottom side, though. Let's take another look, because that, like, 1xN and Chocho, they played it decently well, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the Ashe, right? You're playing against a Jarvan, really nice flash follow-up by Tianjin. He goes down, but, I mean, right, every member of IG is squishy, so great job of juggling the aggro here. 1xN trying to do his best, but at the end of the day, I mean, just so much you have to play around by yourself. I even like that he held on to the flash. Like, I don't know, maybe if he flashed away from that turret, maybe one could have like gone down with how, you know, they would have had to pull aggro, but it doesn't feel like it would have been worth to play for that sort of what if.
No. It definitely wouldn't have been a guaranteed kill, would it? And
no,
you want to risk that and lose a summoner when you're against a composition as aggressive as this? I'd say probably not. Ucal move down to the bottom side now. Could be in a lot of trouble. Wink moving over, essentially ganking his own lane here. And On will start to crash this. Oh no, Cryan's here, Tianjin's here. The focus on this bottom side. You asked for more focus on the Draven, and boy, are IG delivering. Cryan cuts off the wave, whirling death in. Look at that damage. Unhappy to get another cash in. 3-0 on the Draven. This is what we wanted to see.
And especially now that we're at this point in the game where Ezreal has changed to mid and Ucal's picking up sides, this is the part that IG are really excited for, right? Because the only reason I could guess why they were a bit timid about ganking bot early is because, you know, they're ganking an Ezreal as a Jarvan, so it's a bit harder. But at the same time, it's like you did pick the Jarvan yourselves, knowingly, into what TT have picked up. But now they can start punishing this Orianna. That is exactly what IG are going to keep trying to hammer home. Now, Ghost played another serrated Dirk, another pickaxe. On is going to start dishing out some big damage.
He certainly is. And fair play to Ucal saving his flash there as well. Similarly to 1xN in the previous play. Good summoner discipline coming out from TT so far on these dives when, like, the play is completely doomed. Don't throw away summoner as well. But IG, 2,000 gold ahead at this point. They're feeling strong, but TT are actually going to be able to get this Herald anyway.
Ooh!
They're not looking for a Herald, though. They're looking for a juicy little Ezreal. Great stun coming on through. And a beautiful follow-up from Tianjin. Looking for Chocho as well, but he's wiser than that.
This is why we highlighted Cryan, man, right? Like, Cryan really has just been so solid, it feels like, ever since his departure from RNG. Just obviously kind of playing down on you know, weaker rosters. He's still been able to hold up strong. Is all this praise going to get him murdered? No, at least not yet.
It's a hard dive to make happen, but they do have the Herald to work with. Baytron is not going to let him walk away. No chance. Cryan trying to position it, trying to find his way, but it's not going to happen. Baytron, though, gets the slow, but Cryan's flash, it does get him out.
Yeah, I saw on the mini-map that On threw his Whirling Death. It didn't look like he threw it up towards top side. I wonder if he was using it to clear out mid. Gonna see here. So they know exactly where he's going.
Oh, just looking mid.
Yeah, not expecting it to come through. Too big of a mistake to make. especially in a game like this where IG, I mean, it's looking like another 2-0, looking like TT potentially going to be sitting at 1-3.
Yeah, this is a tough one for TT. I love that in that replay as well. 1xN dies instantly, goes into the shop, sells his refill potions. Like, I have no more use for this. I'm not going to have any chance to heal up with potions this game. This is a one-shot kind of game. And rightly so. I mean, I think he would have sold it at this point pretty much anyway, but I thought it was funny. 2,500 gold lead for IG. And like you say, kind of on the cusp, it feels like, of a potential 2-0, unless TT can really change the pace of this game. Chocho spots them all out with his hawk shot there, or drone shot, I suppose, on that skin.
Yeah.
I do wonder what the game plan is for TT, though, at this point. Like, it does feel really difficult.
I mean, right, like, I feel like TT aren't necessarily in, like, a do-or-die position quite yet. I mean, you do still have Maokai, Orianna, Ezreal, so you're going to be able to buy a lot of space for them to dish out their damage. I guess there's a bit of bias coming in. I'm like, okay, can TT buy enough time for these champions to really just put a lot of hurt onto what IG want to do? It's like, I don't feel like TT have shown us enough for us to have faith in them doing that. And at the same time, you're always going to have to worry about YSKM just being huge, coming with an ultimate, and just catching, you know, UCal or 1xN with their pants down. 1xN, both of his last stats, he had flash up, just never really in a position to use it. And if IG can keep setting up those positions, it's not going to matter how mobile he is.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, at the end of the day, like, the first play, I agreed with 1xN not using his flash. The second play, there was no opportunity on. Does sidestep. It had cleanse anyway, but would have been nice to be able to burn that summoner for the side of TT. Just want to point out the build for Wink as well. Did go for the Zarzax. And headed towards what looks like an Edge of Night.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would make a lot of sense. I also love Collector finished up Braun. This is when Draven starts feeling really huge. His flank coming out from Hoya.
Wow, that damage onto Tianjin. He's basically one-shot. Crying just scoots on out of there, and rightly so. I have a little rejig of the headset. So wondering what just happened to his jungler.
Luckily for TT, still going to be able to cover both lanes, or will they not?
Oh, YSKM wants another solo kill, but UCal just walks away. Tries to clear the wave, the Whirling Death is in. On's arrived, the whole team has come into the scene here. And On takes one turret shot for his trouble, but they're happy with that one. And in the meantime, the other mid laner's in trouble. Hoya will be the one to finish that kill, and it is not a good day to be in a mobile mage.
No, I'm crying. I don't know, maybe just assuming that recalls came through. I'm hoping we get a replay of that one because he was just so far forward. Now, turret going to be traded. TT might even... Okay, so shouldn't be able to find two, but we'll find that one down in bot. So pretty close game despite the gold score. TT did a nice job at being able to answer back with some of these punches. Hell, they even still have the Rift Herald that they can play with.
Yeah, that Rift Herald, can wait for that for a little while at this point. It's got to be close to timing out. Gonna have to just slam it somewhere. But not really finding the opportunity just yet and not wanting to waste it either. But at this point, you could always just use it to get back to lane faster.
Yeah.
That's an option with the current vision of Herald. Crying. Slam down and, well, not a whole lot you can do about that.
Yeah, just, you know, obviously not expecting Hoya to be in that brush, but it seems like questioning whether anyone would be here at all. As now, here it is. Herald play comes out from TT. He's going to be able to open up mid lane turret as well. 3 turrets. They also... Oh! Big flash!
Okay.
What was that?
Bold for Beidra. Both jugglers get one shot. Oh, Hoya! Massive damage on the back line. YSKM goes in, but that's a lot of damage that they can do to him. Crying, hit by the volley. Drake spawning in 13 seconds. Neither team has a jungler. No ultimates available here as Hoya goes back in once again. It's only On with the Whirling Death. That's the only ultimate, but he's down for another 15 seconds. I think this will be Drake for TT.
God, my God, just both jugglers, like you said, deleted. Now TT going to be able to get the fruits of their labor. I like the quick transition to top from IG. Just keep maintaining vision on Baron if you're going to be the team to lose out on it. We're going to get a replay here. Like, Beidra is just gone out of nowhere. Tries to flash in on the Draven. Immediate cleanse. And then, I mean, just look at how much damage is there. Sadly, though, Enchanted Crystal Arrow also locks down Tianjin. And really, we're just getting a good, like, see of how bursty both of these compositions are. Not a whole lot of frontline coming out on either end. It's pretty much just full damage for both sides.
Just absolute insanity. I love this draft, man. Like, the amount of damage available for both teams is absurd. I will quickly mention as well, 1xN has now finished his Muramana. So, very big spike for him. He's going to be doing a lot of damage in the next fight. UCAL on the 2 items as well. So, TT have started to come online. You saw it, the damage onto Tianjin in that previous one. There's BH1, sidesteps the seismic shove. Brian will have to walk away, does not find his kill. Gold, about 1,500 in favor of IG, but that doesn't quite feel enough right now. Storm Surge picked up from Brian as well, so again, both teams lots of damage.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like TT are going to be in this like kind of weird point of power right now until we get more spell shields coming out for members of IG, whether that be like Banshees or more Edge of Nights, right? Because I think just being able to dissuade that Ash Arrow is going to be a big difference maker for IG to be able to survive.
Oh, going for Crane, he flashes in a straight line, and Hoya is instantly there to capitalize. What a pick coming out from TT. That might just open up a Baron. Mid laner down, his TP's available, but he's not up for 35 seconds.
And this is exactly why I think there's going to be this kind of like weird point where TT are very favorited with the range they have, especially just with the threat of those arrows. Because, I mean, you throw out the arrow, it hits someone even when they have the spell shield, and it just more easily even opens up for, like, the Maokai engage as well. So, I really think we're going to have to start seeing those be the next big priorities for On and Cryan.
I'll have to see. Cleanse still on cooldown right now for On for another maybe 30 seconds. Maybe slightly less than that. But once that's back, he'll be happy to soak up some of these arrows and use that cleanse in favor of, you know, versus Cryan just getting one shot like that.
Yeah.
I want to see a little bit more from YSKM as well. He's had a quiet game so far. You can soak up CC on the Yone using your E, but your E has to already be in play to pull that off.
To do that, yeah. So, yeah, a lot of the time, I mean, it's just hard, right? Considering that TT have been the ones dictating the pace of those engages. And now you look at the minimap, absolutely littered with TT wards. Really no vision coming down for IG. They have some wards around Baron to at least make sure that nothing goes down under their noses, but TT are doing their best to clear those out as quickly as they can.
I just love that we've got this Ashe versus Varus support matchup. The stun lands, the roots are there to follow it up, knocked back. The shockwave dodged by the ultimate. He jumps back out again. Can he escape from this one? H1 can't close the gap, but 1xN can. UCAL is chunked though. Cryan trying to get that damage down. They're all low, but TT still get a pick.
Yeah, and luckily Cryan did do enough damage where the Baron just can't come out instantly. They are going to have to back off and respect this damage, but just more mistakes coming through. IG really feeling the pressure of the range coming out from things like the Ezreal and the Ashe, and really not knowing how to maneuver without a front line, especially with the fact that they want to keep YSKM inside to keep farming up, you know, maybe try to find a bit of his own advantage in the 1v1. You're never going to find those angles to, like, all unanimously, like, jump in on a target. It just leaves you isolated for picks like this to come through.
It certainly does. I feel like they could have chained the CC ever so slightly better there, but not the end of the world. The Whirling Death straight between the goalposts, but chunks out Jojo at the end. And now, Drake coming up in 40 seconds time. This could be an opportunity for TT to get themselves a soul point. But in the meantime, Baron begun. There is a ward that's spotting literally all of this. The Hawkshot comes in. TP is being channeled by IG. They are committed to the play. Ult comes out from the Varus very early on, but the Baron's taken already. IG just
Beichuan has ult.
Full vision was there for TT. Beichuan throws out those roots. Can he follow it up? He's out of range for the W. Has to flash over the wall. YSKM pulled in. Commits to the ultimate just to try and trade.
Quick recall,
he loses his own life. Hoya trying to find more. Wink and Cryan in a really awkward spot now. The TP denied as well. Cryan will fall, and Wink has nowhere to run. Supportal combat as he tries to take out Jojo, but there's no chance.
That was just so frustrating to see towards the end. I feel like IG actually could have gotten away with that heist if they didn't get concerned with YSKM. But now 2 members with the Baron. Tianzhen, yeah, you were never going to be able to make it over here and try to kind of finesse this one out from under TT's noses. TT will be able to get themselves onto Soul Point, and you know, Munch, it must be. Chemtech Soul, Chemtech Rip, it must be the highest percentage one we have in the LPL.
Yeah, I'm fully on board at this point. It does feel that way. Another Chem Soul. Well, at least not a Soul yet, but it is the Chem Rip, that's for sure. Stun comes on through.
I mean, at this point, right, there's really no way as IG you can take a fight. You're going to see Baytron come through with the ult. Here, I wish Wink and Crying could have just tried to go for, like, the ultimate escape. But you can see, especially Wink, getting baited, trying to walk forward, throw out the arrows, and it just leads to less Barons on the side of IG. That could have been, I think, a 1-member loss for IG. Ends up being a 3.
Yeah, I feel like with the empowered recalls as well, you could just run. Yeah. Oh, Cryan's caught out. No, oh my god, the Q damage from Hoya is obscene. That was like half of his alpha for 1 Q.
I mean, now, right, now with this composition being behind, it feels like it's going to be really hard for IG. Luckily for them, I mean, they still do always have the damage that if 1 member oversteps, they'll just be deleted, like we saw with 1xN earlier in the game. But, like, now the threat of the Maokai ult's going to do so much from really dissuading anyone from coming in forward. You're going to have just constant Qs coming out from 1xN, just hammering on all the IG members, and it's like, how do you really safely engage without just getting obliterated first?
And it kind of goes back to your point of the spell shields as well, right? The idea is you go for the spell shields to try and stop the Ashe engages, but that doesn't stop the Ashe and the Maokai and Ezreal True Shot Barrages that can proc those shields as well.
True.
You don't have enough spell shield for the amount of spells that are flying in your direction. The recall will go off. That was blind as well. They didn't actually know he was in there for sure, but will get away with his life. It's a while until we get another objective up. The Baron power play is currently at minus 600 gold for IG. Oh no, the Root's going to get him. They're going to commit to the dive here. Ash Arrow goes in. Yes, they are going to commit to the dive because it's barely even a dive. Almost one-shotting him there, and Hoya is getting value out of this lethality Aatrox.
I mean, right, a much better game to do it. Going up against what IG objected this time around as compared to, like, the decision-making behind last game. So now IG all-inning on the hope of YSKM's Yone being able to keep the game even just by constantly hammering on this top lane turret. But 2 minutes, 40 seconds, you know IG going to be looking to scrap. It's going to be about can they come out ahead, but feels hard. Looking especially at Hoya, I just don't know if they'll be able to take this guy down before he could just one-shot someone.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge to say the very least. It all depends on the positioning, right? If you can get good stand aside, maybe Varus ultimate hits him, you'll be able to take him down very easily. It's just if he manages to dodge any of that CC or gets a flank while you're focused on other players, that becomes a dicey situation real quick. 2 minutes until that Drake comes up. It's 11-6 on the scoreboard, and the gold is dead even. We are neck and neck in this one, but it feels like TT are further ahead than that.
It just feels like the difference being... Oh, God, that's close. The difference being the kind of bitter front line they have in the Maokai, the much more, like, numerous CC that they have as well, on top of the range advantage. Like, there's a lot of different things that TT's comp has going for them, especially when IG aren't playing from an advantage with champions like Draven, like support Varus, and especially the Jarvan.
Yeah. And it's really tough as well, because they started with an advantage. Like, it was going so well. We had Arn was 3-0 early on in the game. It did feel like this was going to be just an absolute snowball, but in the side lane, Cryan has been struggling a bit. 1-4 so far in this one. Keeps on just getting absolutely burst down. We saw the trade of mid laners earlier on, but that's only one of the 2 deaths UCal's had.
Yeah, I really feel like these Ashe arrows are, like, just the biggest annoyance with the fact that they have to catch sides against the Aatrox. It's like you said, like, sure, there's a bunch of other CC, like the Maokai, like, stuff like that, but when you're alone, you are just gonna die.
Yeah, so long range. They find it. The Root's coming through as well, and they found on. That's Cleanse Burns. Next time an arrow's up, Arn is in trouble. The Weaver's Wall will buy a tiny little bit of time, but not very much. They've got to keep their eyes on that Orianna ball. The Shockwave is up, and it is going to do damage. 10 stacks on UCal's Dark Seal at this point. Lyric, I think we might be going to 3 on this one because Chemtech Soul is up in 15 seconds, and I don't see how IG can contest.
You know, if there was a series that was going to go to 3 tonight, it was IG against TT.
Absolutely.
These teams feeling like they were feel like they've shown us like a similar level of highs and lows so far, even if the frequency at which they've shown them has been a bit different, right? Considering TT 1 and 2, IG 2 and 1, but now IG pushing more aggressively.
They found a pick. H1 is the target. Jungler could go down here. Whirling Death to finish it, and another cash in for Arn. And now an opportunity for IG. They could get a Baron off the back of this. It's Chemtech Soul picked up, but no jungler here for TT. Should mean a second Baron for the game here for IG. TT really can't walk into this one because, oh, that Trisha Barrage was real close.
That was close.
But IG get it in the end. No tank to walk in there for TT.
No, and especially Wink having Chains of Corruption ready, Tianjin having the ult, like, it would have been the best thing for IG had TT contested there and then actually been able to turn that into like a meaningful gold advantage. We're gonna see here though, just making their way around, things coming out. I think they expect other members of TT to be on the Dragon, so I love the initiative from Crime. It's a knockback, and there's really just nowhere for Baytron to go. But now we need to see them actually find fights with this and kind of really start getting a gold lead rolling in lanes when they have baroned up minions before we're standing in front of an Elder Drake getting whittled down by TT's composition. 5 minutes.
5 minutes till Smolder's mum enters the scene. And I'll tell you what, Smolder's mum, she's got it going on.
Oh no.
Let's see what happens. At this point, I'm open to anything. IG, 3,000 gold up somehow off of the back of that Baron, I suppose. Let's see if they can find another pick. If they could find a pick, it could be huge, but I just don't see how it's doable, you know? Unless YSKM can go crazy. He's got an IE now. That's 4 items on the Yone. Maybe he can find a 1v1 with someone. He was the MVP in game number 1. It's so much to wrestle that game from TT on his Cassante. It's been a quiet game from him on the Yone.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I feel like their target kind of has to be UCal. No flash up, very squishy, but has a Zanya, so even he'd be able to buy a lot of time. Yeah, just not even any obvious targets on TT's side. TT also not being too ambitious in terms of walking into their own jungle. They know exactly that IG are hoping for those picks to come out, and they're probably just going to be able to wait out this Baron.
Yeah. I think one of the scary things as well is Hoya has got a Sterix now. He's got that spell shield too. Hang on, there. That's an Ezreal. The wall's not going to do a whole lot to catch him. As now TT move in and Tianjin engages. I don't know about that one, Chief. Tianjin down. I mean, that's the end of the Baron play. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I think they just look really stuck. I mean, TT have enough range to be able to play with to not give in to the type of fights that IG are hoping to look for. So now they're able to absorb it. We have a huge 4-item Ezreal. We have a huge 4-item 502 Aatrox. Like, yeah, and Tianjin not looking the most comfortable on the Jarvan. We're going to get a replay here. I mean, just trying to separate, I feel like, the rest of the members from the turret so they can easily take this one down. Like you said, 1xN can still play far forward because he's on the Ezreal, and then Tianjin wanting to escape the Infernal Chains while also hoping to turn it into an engage completely backfires.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of on the same page with you. It's getting hard to find what angles IG can really find the win from, especially with the way that TT are playing.
Yeah, I do think in situations like that, though, Tianjin definitely could have just
could have just not
the other way. Like,
yeah,
he
could have not
just
ran
gone a bit
in.
lane and left. I don't think he was
Like,
forced to engage.
I guess I'm not talking about that play itself, but it's like, okay, you're running away, now what?
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't meaning in reference to what you said. I was more just feeling like, yeah, I don't know.
You were just
weird
feeling
weird
spicy.
one. Tianzhen basically one shot again here as 1xNt goes upwards into play. YSKM is doing big damage on the backside. UCal's low, but 1xNt was just waiting for him. He's trying to 1v1 this Yone, but I don't know if he wins that 1v1. In the meantime, Hoya has taken over the game. 8-0-3, and showing us why they picked this Aatrox.
And just showing that this was a much better game to go for the Aatrox, go this build, and I mean, you have your pick of the litter in terms of squishy champions that you just destroyed.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming out from Hoya. And that's going to be game. That is going to be TT pushing us to 3. It was a tough win. It was a slog for them, losing 2 Barons on the way, but still getting the win in the end. I think they were down on gold for about 80% of that game as well.
Yeah, behind for a long time. And it felt like the real pivotal play was the one around mid lane, right? Where both junglers ended up dying. But the difference was Hoya being able to find, I believe it was both of IG's bot lanes with like the edge of a Q2, absolutely obliterates their health bars. I think they found on off that play as well. And it's like, yeah, just that one difference of their top laner getting in while YSKM can't decided the game.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. YSKM trying his best in that final fight, but there's only so much you can do in a single team fight. That's going to be game 2, which means we get to go the distance, and I feel this is the only way this series could have gone. We'll jump into a break, and then we'll find out who our victor will be. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, joined by Lyric as we head to game number 3 between TT and IG. That rhymed miraculously. It's time for our MVP, who is...
Stop.
I've run out of rhymes. This is why I'm not a rapper, you know. Chocho hitting basically every Ashford throughout the game.
Yeah, really just showing the value of the Ashe. It was so annoying, like, just seeing what IG had to deal with. Of like, okay, you're getting spammed by volleys, so you're getting pressured in lane. There's enchanted crystal arrows coming at you off cooldown, like Maokai ults being thrown at you, getting whittled down by Ezreal Qs as well. But Chocho really being the one to start it off. It's why every split, I feel like I praise this guy so much, just because he's also just such a fun player to watch. With how aggressive he's willing to be. He's been around the league now for so long, kind of going back to those times with Dan Gaming, who eventually became Top Esports. And yeah, just really showing his value on this TT roster.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Chocho. We can take a look at some of those Ashe ultimates that were finding their mark so consistently, and it was the range at which he was finding these picks as well. As 1xN getting absolutely railed by Cryin and Tianjin. But generally speaking, I'd say on average the plays went the way of TT.
I actually hope that this stays a trend of like we go into highlights and that the first clip is always just like the team with the MVP player getting railed, and then we move on, you know? Yeah, it seems like it could just be a fun way of doing things the LPL style.
Keep it humble, you know?
That right there, what we just saw, really felt like the difference maker that just kept the game in TT's favor, even despite being down in gold, right? Hoya finding some of those moments, which is why I kind of expected him to be MVP, but I definitely don't think Chocho is a bad shout. And from there, I mean, a lot of mistakes coming out from Tianjin, but you could just see IG as a whole really didn't have many ideas of how to approach TT's composition. So it was kind of fun because we got to see them try to take it into their own hands. Things like Cryin flashing forward, looking for the flickbacks. Tianjin a lot of times just EQing it out of nowhere, but sadly was not the recipe for success up against what TT were able to bring out.
Yeah, I have to say there's a noticeable difference between Tianjin's Jarvan and his Rengar. It's a sizable difference, I would say. As this is the part where it's like, okay, reasonable argument for Hoya MVP as well. Like so many of these fights, he was just shredding through them. And that final fight, he literally won the fight for the side of TT. And that won them the game. So, ban once again onto Tianjin's Rengar. It's a must ban at this point. Milio as well taking off the board. Could stop Alan Wink playing the Lucian, but then again, Nami is still available. The one thing I will say is if you first pick Lucian, they can go like Nami, Jhin, and weird stuff like this.
Yeah, there's definitely options. I also want to highlight, I love that in Game 1 they banned away the Jarvan, and in Game 2, after seeing Game 2, they're like, oh, it's fine. But because of what you said, Munch, it seems like they're aware of that of, hey, like, we're fine giving away the Lucian, because there's other things we can pair alongside this Nami. I wonder if TT are actually going to pull the trigger and just lock in the Lucian anyway and just put it, either, you know, aside some kind of either generic tank or something along those lines. But TT have shown us Senna before. Again, it's not something 1xN really has shown us all too much in his career. Not something he really plays a whole ton of in solo queue. We know it's incredibly strong. And yeah, hoping this time around we get to see a better performance coming out with this bot lane duo. Especially if they're going to keep playing around like Bruiser-esque champions in top lane like the Aatrox. I mean, Senna in my mind just complements that so well.
Yeah. And to be fair, Chocho loves his Rakan and Beishuan, Tahm Kench. The W is pretty much the same. So, therefore, Chocho's probably a great Tahm Kench.
Honestly, I actually like the logic. I'm gonna go with it. Is here, I was gonna say how much like I'd love to see something like Italia come through, but I think the Azir is important. We saw it taken in Game 1. I also just don't love giving away Senna Tahm Kench with the Azir. It just feels so hard to play against that range. Like the further you get into the game.
Yeah, it feels impossible, doesn't it? The Azir locked in for Cryin. Talia is up and available. It's been kind of the premier mid lane pick, I would say, so far in this series. Also, worth mentioning, I'm pretty sure Orianna just got another win. That's 2 wins in the LPL for Orianna after that last game. But no, K'Sante taken for Hoya, switching the matchup around a little bit. And now they can tailor that solo lane if they want to, or maybe focus on the jungle.
Yeah, I love the takeaway after how good of a game one that YS game had, and hell, they could have just ran back what they had in game one, right? Had that kind of strong Exodia-esque, highest pick rate across the board LPL composition. So now, going to take the Aatrox out of his hands. You wonder now if they'll ban away something like the Jax. Again, Gwen always highlighted as something that can be played in the K'Sante as well, but something that we really don't see all too often in the LPL. You don't need a whole lot of damage to round out IG's composition. Like, they already have a really solid damage profile. So now I want to see, do TT take away Maokai on 4? Because that could be the play.
We'll see if they go for that Maokai. Like you say, I feel like it's such a good pick. Incredibly strong in the meta. It would be 3 tanks on the side of TT. I feel like you do have space to go for something more aggressive in the jungle if you chose to. Like, Baytron could even go for like maybe a Brand or a Lilia if they wanted to go for an AP jungler with the AD top lane. AD carry could be an option.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what would fit their composition? Like you said, actually, their front line is already quite intimidating to deal with. But now, with the Orianna Tristana off the board, that kind of leaves Akali, Corki as the go-tos in your mind. Things like the LeBlanc, of course, still there if UCal wanted to go towards that one. But yeah, I think the Maokai would just be very strong with what IG have. So even if TT could have fit more damage into their composition, I still think I lean towards the Maokai now. But now it's going to be up to UCal to get something that really is able to dish it out. But hey, when that Corki is still alive, like, you have plenty of options to TT on pick 5.
Yeah, you certainly do. See what they have to answer first, though. The Rel available. It's a jungler for Tianjin. Another hard engage jungler, like the Jarvan last game. Work out super well for them, but the Rel incredibly consistent and so good at stealing away camps as well. The one-shot potential on those camps is insane. And now YSKM has to choose what he wants to take up against this K'Sante. Loves his Yone, loves his Fiora, but is he willing to take them into this S+++ tier top laner?
And, okay, he's going to do it. I'm once again going to have some question marks in terms of being able to jump in on what TT picked up. We already highlighted the Corki. I feel like it just round out what TT have so perfectly. Like, you're going to have so much range to play off. You have so much front line. It's going to be really hard for the Yone to find any key targets with him just being able to W away, having to deal with the Devour coming out from the Tahm Kench. I think this could be a tough game for YSKM, but if he does manage to find an impact somehow, it's going to be so impressive.
It really will. Let's see what YSKM can do. It's a tough one for him. UCal picking up the Corki. It's something he built a name for himself on in the LPL in his first split. Not necessarily a good name, though.
I remember
you and Ox
raving about that for weeks. I was gonna say, I guess it did happen over, weeks long period.
It was me and Orcs cast him 2 series in a row, and both times he picked Corki, and both times he Valkyried into the enemy team and just got one shot. And ever since, just Valking in and getting one shot is named the UCal. We named the play after him because it was just too tremendous. I think he's grown quite a bit as a player since then. Since then he's been solo killing top names in the LPL. So I have more faith in his Corki now than I did back then. Let's see, though, if TT can finish this one out in style. They managed to win the second game, but IG coming in dominant in game number 1, and then such an exciting draft for game number 2. I'm kind of on board the IG hype train at this point. I want to see what they can do, but it does feel tough. It feels like they're getting heavily outranged.
Yeah, I love the composition TT put together, but we've seen them play this style before. They were not able to pull it across the finish line of having to concede some things early on and play around those package timings. So TT gonna have to show us another dimension to be able to get themselves another series win.
Let's see if they can find it. IG versus TT, game number 3, as we head back onto Summoner's Rift. Oh, there we go. We got some gyros this time. It was nice and clean.
I also love the fact that, like, the TT fans kind of like picked up from the first trials we heard, where it felt like the energy was on the side of IG. Now incredibly close to match where we are at in the series itself. Oh no!
Oh no, UCal! Wink not willing to start the bubble. Oh, I feel like it was a bubble angle for sure. You know, like
I mean,
feel like you can maybe get a kill.
Yeah, still, it's going to be a really big advantage in the lane for Cryan. Also having the fleet, like he's going to be fine trading some of his HP just to get UCal a little bit lower down.
Yeah.
In that department, as we can already see having to burn potion.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for UCal. Trying to get his first strike, I think, before the damage came down. Although I suppose it'd be a cooldown from the level 1 anyway. YSKM dropped a ward onto the red buff before moving up to the top side, which does mean that he has completely foregone any control of the lane before level 2 here. That should be a huge advantage up top for Hoya, at least in the short term. UCal is really feeling the brunt of those Sand Soldiers right now, already down to 200 HP in the lane. Is he going to actually just recall at this stage? Damn, that is a brutal start for UCal.
Yeah, I really don't feel like there's an option with the fact that Cryan hitting level 2 can look for some kind of all-in, and then a flash would have to come out as compared to just having to use the TP a little bit earlier and you know, hopefully being able to survive the lane until that one comes up once again.
Yeah. I don't know, it's on the one hand, I agree, it's definitely correct to not die. But on the other hand, it's so painful, especially on Corki, because you need to get that tier on your first recall, you need to get that stacking up. So not being able to recall and TP for the tier, it's really rough on the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only option in that situation would be somehow to gain like power to rewind time and just go back and make sure that level 1 never happens.
Yeah, where's Zilean at? We need
yeah, exactly.
we need Zilean in this game.
You know, I actually do miss me some Zilean, because we only ever had, who was it, Twyla? I believe Twyla was only the only Zilean player we ever really had, like over these past few years in the LPL, and sadly he exited very shortly after we started casting the league.
Yeah. I remember his Zilean mid was something to behold, but alas, it was short-lived. I will say, he had a couple of pretty good games. I remember casting one of his triple kills on his Zilean mid. That was definitely fun.
Cassiopeia as well. I believe he was the other Cassiopeia player, along with, you know, we eventually got Shanks coming in, who did also play that one heavily at first.
Yeah, big LDL pick Cassiopeia for both of those players. Atron moving into the top side. YSKM, is he going to queue aggressively? Because that would be scary. Here we go, Hoya setting up the play. The slow is in, the twisted advance is in, the knockback is in, the flash is out. And beautiful bit of play from YSKM to escape.
Yeah, Hoya trying to predict where YSKM would be with that Q3. Flashes to the side, great by him. So now TT going to be able to find pressure in top lane after bleeding out so much in the mid lane. Recall is just going to come out for now. And speaking of Corki, having to recall for that tier like you were hitting on earlier, just right now.
Yeah, then has to just do the walk of shame back to the lane here. I wonder if Cryan, I think he will TP,
yeah.
I wasn't sure if he'd like walk back to the lane to try and have TP advantage and maybe make a play somewhere else on the map using the TP, but I suppose you're on a Azir. Arn's in trouble here and has to cleanse away from the exhaust. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Tahm Kench Senna has a surprising amount of presence in lane. I
mean, Tahm Kench in my mind has always had like strong laning towers, right? Even just things like the Tongue Lash, able to do so much. But summoners were traded evenly, right? 1xN using his heal and then exhaust coming out from Chocho. So I think it's going to be really hard for either side to find a meaningful advantage without jungle intervention. With Dragon up now, though, Tianjin wrapping around the lane. No wards to spot him out, but they are just letting this one get pushed in freely, so not going to be able to find any type of gank.
No, I think mostly just trying to deny any potential play coming out from Beich1 there. Stop any shenanigans. And Tianjin now spots Beich1 in the jungle. I don't know if he got seen himself, but he certainly has been now. Beich1 will chase him out. Tianjin, are we going to look for a dive here? Cryan hasn't cleared the wave just yet. That's an early Valkyrie out from UCal. Flash available for him, but this could get really scary. Level 6 for Cryan has the Emperor's Divide. Oh, UCal, you could be in serious trouble here. Beich1 moving over. Beitron will check the brush, and that should, luckily for UCAL, defuse the play.
Yeah, and all of this still just stemming from that earlier, level 1, Emperor's Divide, not going to be able to do anything. I respect the attempt, but...
Yeah. Bit of a weird one. I think maybe just ulting, kind of like how people use Orianna a lot of the time, just ulting for pressure, ulting to force him out of lane again. TP still on cooldown, so Crying can basically just shove this next wave for free. There's nothing Beitron can do about it either. And it'll continue to expand this CS lead that Crying's got for himself, all off of this level 1 play. He's going to be basically 20 CS up.
Yeah, overall, I think also in part doing to the call being to start Grubs right now. Because I think he would have been able to just force him out naturally anyway, but that would have probably taken, you know, catching another 1 or 2 waves. So, definitely if they wanted to go for this objective now, Emperor's Divide makes a lot of sense. YSKM as we pan back to top. Still trying to find trades, is falling pretty desperately down in the CS department.
He certainly is. Beitron moving to the top side. 2 grubs taken by IG, but not willing to stay, as Crying did go for a reset himself. Huh? Looking for 1xN, but root down. Won't be able to find it, and oh boy, YSKM can't dash away with his ultimate. Doesn't have flash available. Q3 flash comes through, and it's Hoya grabbing first blood.
Great job by Hoya. I mean, after game 1, it seems like Hoya wanting to be the one to grab the game by the horns, make sure his impact is known. Also, just a lot more focus, a lot more like observer attention and matchups warranting us to care about top lane today.
Yeah. I think it's because YSKM's playing. I know he's a huge fan favorite over in China. I think he's quite a big fan favorite in the West as well, to be fair. But it is a 30 CS lead up top right now in favor of Hoya. That will be ever so slightly minimized on this wave, but it's a tough position for YSKM right now. And on the opposite side of the map, IG at least will find themselves this Drake using that Lucian Nami priority and the priority from the mid lane to get themselves this Drake.
Okay, just waiting to see if they can find the bubble. And again, I'm really curious to see how this plays out because I do kind of favor TT's draft, but we really haven't seen, like, again, good Corki packages or even decent execution of this kind of composition from TT. So it does open up chances, I think, for IG to just find advantages and snowball ahead elsewhere like they are in mid. We're going to see here the CC comes through. IceCam not able, doesn't have that W up in time to try to use that one to get out. Then Hoya connecting the Q3 after the flash to just guarantee play. Genjin now going to try and take this blue buff, but I don't know if he can.
He's committing to it. The reset doesn't go on through, and there we go. Smites it down. And that jungle camp damage is really scary. Rel so good at just clearing those camps away. And will be able to find a bit of an invade for himself. So it's a Drake up in favor of IG. They got 2 grubs to 1, which will deny TT having any chance of getting the 5 or 6 grubs. Won't be able to get the mites for themselves, but IG still can if they get the next 3.
Yeah, now they're going to be more conscious of at least distractions coming from across the world, as 1xN now has level 6. So hell, even in terms of the top lane 1v1, where we've seen both top laners very willing to look for trades, now might even be slightly more TT lopsided, but it's interesting, right? Because I feel like we've still seen both teams like pressure for a lot of opportunities like this, like just seeing a lot of kind of small punches coming back and forth, but neither team wanting to overcommit into any sort of play, leaving us with our slowest game of the series so far. But I feel like it's deserved.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not saying a lot either. Like,
yeah,
we've had some pretty quick games in this series, so not necessarily quick as in game time, but quick as in the pacing of the game. It does feel like both these teams, you know, with where they are in the standings, how their split has been going so far, they do need the wins on the board. They can't afford to just risk anything. So I totally understand the more patient pace.
I think especially for IG, like if IG win this one, they have found wins over Ultra Prime, RA, and TT. Like they're just doing a lot to differentiate you from the teams, you know, that are now like should probably end up below you. It was a 2-0 over Ultra Prime. It was a 2-0 over RA. Like they've been pretty convincing wins coming out from IG against some of the lower tier teams.
Yeah. And it's worth mentioning that these are teams, like both TT and IG in my mind, are teams that will be towards the bottom of that playoffs conversation, right? It's possible for these teams to make it to the middle of the table and to make it into playoffs. And it's these kinds of matchups that will decide that. If you can beat the teams below you, you're much more likely to be able to make it in to that coveted top 10. YSKM trying to bait Hoya in here. Tianjin in the area. Hoya is playing K'Sante. He might just walk away, and he does.
I did just pull up our power rankings to see where we had both these teams. Yeah, we both had TT in playoffs. You had them at 10th, I had them at 9th. You had more respect for IG. You had them 12th, I had them 14th. So, you know, so far it's definitely looking like you are going to be closer, the closer one out of the truth of the situation.
I'm excited to see what the points end up looking like because there are ways to get negative points. Those power rankings, oh, the bubble lands, but it's ult for ult. And, well, center top catch, nothing happened. Or does it? Jojo's still getting hammered away on it. He's still got a lot of HP. It doesn't feel like Odd really does enough yet to threaten that top catch.
No, his Cryin does enough to threaten UCal. UCal is so afraid of this man. And this is where IG have been able to like keep hope in my mind in this game. It's just the advantage that Cryin is finding, whittling down the mid lane turret in terms of plates.
On. He's going to be rooted right in front of the tower. That's Cleanse. That is a tough one. Stepping a little too far forwards there and punished for it. As Tianjin, is he looking for a dive down here? I don't think so. He's going to back away.
This could set up for potentially a TT Rift Herald play. Actually might be hard just with how much UCal is struggling. Has no mana right now and can't even go for a recall because his TP's not up. Looks like he once again is just going to have to say, screw it, go for it, and do the walk of shame.
Yeah, could be the only solution. Package is up.
True.
So we'll be able to grab that, and, you know, it does help you get back a little bit faster. And when I say a little bit, I mean a lot faster.
A lot, yeah. But now I want to see TT actually use it, not give up too much. I feel like the package is such a game changer in terms of like how strong of a champion Corki is, but it really has to be used to separate a fight. They might not get a chance.
Oh no, Beichuan down. I mean, what are you going to use the package for now? He could use it to do a UCal.
Yeah,
but I don't know if that's necessarily the play that UCal wants to go for.
I don't want to
he's
highlight.
Named after that play.
They need to be decisive because YSKM's pushing top.
They've gone in. UCal's going to be knocked up. He's almost done a UCal there, but flashes out to safety. Rail good across the team, and Hoya is onto Arn. Forces the flash, forces the dash, but cannot get that kill. Tianjin next on the chopping block as Hoya gets out with his life. Q3 available for the knockback. Cryin goes in and instantly knocked up, but gets the Shurima shuffle. Hoya gets one anyway, though. Somehow living on and almost took out Arn.
Gets pushed right into Tianjin. So it ends up, I mean, still in favor of IG. But yeah, that could have ended up going a bit worse with no one going down. TT even surprisingly gonna manage to pick up this Drake. So yeah, that one was a weird one.
That's a really weird one. I mean, the health bar's so low for IG at the end of it that honestly, I think you take the result as TT.
And we're seeing, right, look at River, no vision for TT with the control wards that were put down by IG. And here, they know they have to go fast because YSKM has TP, the K'Sante walk down. Problem is, a little bit too fast for UCal to pretty much just jump in all by his lonesome. Hoya's still trying to make magic happen by getting on top of On, but with the flash, with the dash, just can't stay on top. And then, yeah, poor Tianjin.
Yeah. Cryin, I love the attempt, but great little cue from Hoya. Denies his initial swoop in. Does knock Hoya back in the end.
I mean,
a split second longer life, and that's a double kill.
I kind of blamed Cryin for Tianjin going down, but Tianjin actually had plenty of time to be like, wait, I have 10% HP. I provide no value here.
Yeah.
See you later, boys.
And there's no universe that Cryin isn't screaming down the mic. I'm TPing, I'm going for the play, you know, like.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's on Cryin at that point. But either way, we're pretty much dead even on gold at this stage. Both teams kind of picking up some standing gold around the map now. There's 1xN and Chocho trying to defend. I don't think this is a defensible position. And they will take down the tier 1 in the mid lane. But one thing we were talking about before, I think YSKM has just nearly solo killed UCal, who's having a really tough time in this one. But I feel like TT, even though they went down in kill score, taking that Drake and essentially adding 5 minutes to the game, in theory, I think they're happy with that. With the Corki center composition, I think you're happy for this to just go as long as possible. TP from UCal. YSKM in all sorts of trouble. The roots go wide, the ultimate goes in, and YSKM looking pretty good on it so far. The knockout comes through, but the shield is there. It's 1v3, there's only so much the man can do. A fair attempt, but taken out.
It does look like IG are going to try and answer back in top with the bot lane duo moving up here. Hoya paying the respect he needs to. So, not going to go down in the end. Might set up for Cryin to be able to find this turret. And yeah, we're just going to keep answering back, right? We'll put them one turret up. We're going to go to the replay of what happened here bot side. Oh, is this before the play came out? Okay, so just catches him recalling. A bit unfortunate. Does use the flash here, which is something I noticed on the screen. UCal didn't have flash, so I think for UCal it's like, cool, not the end of the world. I didn't get solo killed, didn't have any sums even to burn. And at the end of the day, they TP in, and they're able to find the kill themselves. And I mean, TT are dedicating 4 members down to this play. Oh, we fight though, Joe.
Oh, we're going on live. Great punish from TT to use the fact that Flash was on cooldown for YSKM, but I think the trade honestly favors IG, right? Like, they got the tower up in the top side. Ultimately, getting those objectives is what wins you the game. A tough game here for YSKM as he's caught out once again. The fight in the mid lane just diffused instantly. Nothing ends up happening in the end. Gold's still 500 apart. We're in touching distance. And only 3 grubs were picked up as well. So no sizable advantage in either camp. Even Drakes are even.
I still think a lot's just going to come down to how disciplined TT are. UCal getting closer to the Malignance every second, and when he's online with that, I mean, that's when he's really going to be doing some damage. Like, sure, you have the sustain coming out from the Nami, but that's definitely not going to be enough, especially once 1xN starts picking up some souls too, right? Like, you're gonna be getting hit from every angle with no way to answer back, except full on sending it.
Well, that's always my favorite answer anyway. I
Right?
love a full-on send. That's always the best solution. Drake up in 40 seconds. Let's see if the full send is an option. Package in the pocket of UCal. Could not get his Malignance. Just got the Fiendish Codex on that recall. Let's see how he's able to use this package to TT's effect here. Tianjin still has that Rift Herald. I think he's probably going to drop it down mid here. I feel like it's got to be close to timing out again.
Yeah, he's going to have to. I like that IG are still using their split push pressure from the Yone to try to either pull TT away from the play or just force them to have to take some losses. IG might not even think about contesting the Drake.
This Herald is just going to get taken down here. Unfortunate. I think it was basically timing out, but the wave's arriving as it's placed, so we'll be just cleared.
It sets up for the Yone. I mean, look, YSKM's getting a tower unbothered, unfettered, just left alone. Split push against the Yone. Package now has to be wasted.
Hoya takes a huge chunk. Wave finally cleared by TT. The Drake down to 5k. Tianjin in the area with Smite up. And now the TP comes through from YSKM. It's going to be a full-on 5v5, but the tidal wave is a bit of a whiff. Aren't getting a bit of damage onto Hoya. Baytron's still there, looking for the Smite as the roots come through. Tianjin to step too far forward, the Q3, but he gets the Drake! They kept on DPSing. Railgun for the shield as YSKM's into the back line here. Chocho tanking for his team. Baytron flashes out to safety as Chocho, the sacrifice. 2 kills into the pocket of Cryin, and IG get everything.
IG really just taking advantage of TT there, not knowing how to handle the side lane pressure, not really knowing what they want to do in mid with the package. And now IG picking up Drake out of nowhere and also finding the kills. Now, the game that has been so close, in 500 gold distance now, 2k gold lead for IG. And I mean, we get brought in now, but I feel like the mistakes have really already been made by TT with how much time they wasted. Tianjin really going to be the benefactor here, starts walking forward, and then Hoya going to Q3 him in even closer to the Drake, where, yeah, Smite able to come through, doesn't come through. from Beichuan, and then Cryan, the real hero with that Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, fantastic ult coming out from Cryan. And, you know, UCAL and 1XN hitting the Dragon there when it was on 3K. That's just a huge mistake. That is just a huge fumble on the side of TT. That was not a Drake that needed to be 50-50'd. And now, IG in the driver's seat, very much so. They've got the gold lead, they've got an extra Drake for themselves, and they've got control of the Baron pit for now. But I'm mostly just looking at where their players are in terms of item spikes as well. Arn on 2 items, Cryan on 2 items, in fact Arn 2.5 with Bloodsong as well. They are in a position now where they can start to enact their will upon TT.
Yeah, now we're going to be playing from a great position. And this kind of brings it back earlier to why I said, like, I might kind of like what TT had put together more, but when I see this picked in LPL, I don't have a lot of confidence that this is going to win. IG, they've kind of picked the stock in Standard outside of the Yone, but still just using it as a side lane to pull them apart. IG, yep, okay, gonna have to back this one off. Definitely no way.
Yeah.
No way they can even threaten to turn this into a turn onto TT's members.
I do like that they start it though, because it's like, look, we probably don't get this Baron. There's like maybe 5% of games where we get this Baron. But in the scenario where TT don't call our bluff, we just get Baron. You can easily 2-man with a 2-item Azir that's got a Leandri's and a Nash's Tooth. Like, that would be Baron if TT don't respond. So I think it's correct to start even if you realistically don't think it's happening.
Exactly. I love that you point that out, because even just like think to our top teams, right? I think our top teams are some of the fastest teams to turn to just going onto Baron and already knowing like exactly what they want to do it for. Like, if nothing happens, it's fine. If this happens, we do this. And yeah, just it's nice when teams can realize like, hey, actually just starting this really doesn't really mean anything. Let's see what the other team's doing. Because hell, you can ask Weibo. That is won some games this split already.
It certainly has. And I feel like a lot of it, like the way that teams play around Baron changed a lot when Honeyfruit came into the game. Like, now that there's a bit more sustain coming in, and especially when you're playing competition like the Army and stuff like that, you're happy to take a little bit of damage from Baron. Back in the day, Baron was a lot scarier than Baron is these days. I feel like you can't really just infinitely tank Baron in the way that you used. You didn't used to be able to infinitely tank Baron in the way that you can now.
Honestly, Baron's home is a lot scarier, though. All that terrain. We once again have a sequence, kind of like we did last game, where both teams feel comfortable enough to get in melee distance, but neither one really happy to look for the engage. Looks like On had to use that culling somewhere.
And we go back to the quiet status quo here. TT, I don't know whether they're happy with that or not. I think they probably are at the minute. Oh my days.
Maybe not.
Oh, that's Beichuan's ult. Burn. Nicely done by Odd. Just jumps in, chunks him, gets his ult out, backs off. Lovely.
Yeah, just one single combo, right? Again, his calling looks like it had gotten used previously, and he's going to keep looking for it.
And in the meantime, Tianjin and Cryan start the Baron once again.
And they're
again tested.
Exactly, they're just doing this dance because they have YSAM putting up so much pressure down in bot lane. Hoya wants to be there. I mean, right, TT's composition is a lot more oriented to looking for that 5v5, so he's hoping to be there so they can like take someone out fast enough or just find the engage before any sort of TP play can come through, but it's really just helping IG further the Scold lead. And now we get to see Bunch. Can UCAL succeed in not pulling a UCAL? I hope so.
That's the question. And I will say, they've done a good job of timing the packages with Drakes. Drake spawns and packages up once again. How well do they use it? Leaning towards the Baron at TT. Forget the Drake, they say. You can have Soul Point if you like, but if you go that direction, we're going to take the Baron. IG using the Sun Disc to get priority in the mid lane. But TT, they're just going to start this one off. Tianjin has to face check in here, but this could be dangerous, honestly. It's down to 10k. They're not really rushing it. They want the fight here, the TT. They're not actually looking for the objective right now. They're looking to set UCAL up to just poke away. Tianjin now moving in. Q3 knocks him closer. Takes a good old chunk. The root is there as well. Followed back by another root. The railgun through, but is it enough? Saved is the mid laner, has now pulled over Tianjin down. That's the jungler taken. And TT, great bit of objective play coming out from them. Can they follow it up with more? Looking for another engage here, force the flash out from the enemy team, and that's another flash as well. The CC is all immaculate from TT, and YSKM dives in. Beitron Twisted advanced. He's baited in and forced the flash back out.
That is one time I can't just blame Beitron for that. Jeez, that was unlucky. But now gonna be able to turn it into a Drake. So now both teams sitting at 2 apiece. This game still gonna be going at a similar place it has all game. We do have TP coming out in top from Cryin. So IG are hoping to find something off of this. And oh, Munch, we actually have pings going onto the Baron.
Oh, they might just be able to burn this down. There's no vision. Oh, there's vision behind it, and a TP immediately comes out from both solo laners of TT. They're not going to let this go without a fight. Beitron moving over, Chocho on 1xN. Not far behind either. I don't know if IG can commit to this one, honestly. YSKM dips back out. He doesn't have his ultimate available right now. As they charge them down, the rockets are doing damage, and the jungler falls. No, Redemption pulls it back in. The crash down across the team. Can they turn it? Jungler down. YSKM on the front line right now, but he has to back away. On with the culling, but he can't find a good target. Beitron is left alone though, and should be traded, but Chocho jumps in to try and save him. The sustain is crazy from TT, and it's a 1-1 in the end. Cryin wants a little bit more, but Beitron gets away.
These fights are so close. I actually thought that this could have been a lot worse for TT, but no ults up at the start of that fight, really, for either side. IGs were closer, but still TT were able to get in fast enough to not give that option. I feel like that's why IG feels so awkward here, because they're like, hey, our ults are about to come up. Tianjin does it the very last second here, which is when he just throws it out. Sadly, not able to find the best one across the whole team, which means he goes down first. But then the culling, and then more importantly, Cryin here is going to do a great job of separating the other members of TT, which at least allows IG to answer back with a kill for themselves.
I've got to be honest, when 1xN and Chocho recommit to the fight there, I thought that was going to be disaster for TT. I thought they were just going to sacrifice Beitron, and they do get out with just Beitron going down, but it felt real close for Chocho there, and 1xN having to flash away from YSKM as well.
I do want to say, I feel like going back kind of a little while now, because a lot's happened too. When TT initially were forcing the Baron, I do feel like it could have been a bit better and like maybe even got more off that. Because having your Corki in the pit with package is very awkward, right? Because then he has to package into the enemy team. As compared to if they've been playing with him around the edge of the pit. Then could have had a much better angle to use that package now. No time to figure that out.
On uses the culling quite early on. 4K on the Baron. They're just going to burn this. It's going to be taken. IG grab the purple worm, and it's a huge ult combo as well. IG, they find their moment. Hoya with a Q3, but I don't know if this is a fight he can really take. Taken down, and TT left to run to their bases. IG finally get the goal they've been looking for.
And now, no front line up for the side of TT. Only the Tahm Kench, right? Your support, I mean, is getting gold, so is a bit tankier with the Kanek Rooker and the Sunfire. But still, IG should have a fine time just being able to force this one in. And at the very least, potentially get this inhibitor turret. What if they'll back off, actually, and pivot towards bot? Because there already is a wave.
Yeah, the respawns are coming through as well. I wonder if they're just too nervous to really commit to anything. Go for the reset space. You've still got that Baron, and already, like, they had the side lane threat with the Yone, so they can use the Baron effectively. Let's take another look, because this was chaos.
I mean, and this is what we said, right? It's why you kind of do just willy-nilly start up a Baron and see if you can get one in time. A great ultimate coming out from YSKM, sets up for the flash as we fall through the Magnet Storm from Tianjin. And now it's a split fight. Your Maokai's already down. IG can just keep running these members of TT down one by one. YSKM, who's been struggling to find like a real impact outside of the split pushing, finally having his huge moment.
He certainly has. And, you know, TT, their ideal fight is a really long, slow one, and IG just brute forcing these Barons is making TT just go for these shock engages, you know. It's making them try and contest in a more rushed way than they're comfortable with. The culling almost cuts 1xN in half. And
almost took away your voice.
Well, look, when it gets exciting, I get high-pitched. It's just the way the world works. A Redemption coming on through here. On back to half HP again already somehow. And IG, this is looking fantastic as Hoya getting dived by SKM at this point.
And let's remember that early on, Hoya was actually like significantly ahead of YSKM in terms of items. Now, I mean, they just look like they don't really know how to deal with the IG siege. It's going to be hard for them to really get past this Baron. And I kind of feel like TT's best mark is, oh, those rockets are hitting.
Here we go, TP behind enemy lines, but Yukal's done it. Yukal! It's an absolute nightmare. Chocho looking for on here. Hoya has to make a miracle happen. On the target, dodges the bubble, but Chocho's down already. And this is double for the Lucian. He somehow survived. And now they can move into the base here, but H1 just about gets out of range of Cryan's ultimate. That could have been a disaster. And I don't think they can end the game, but they might get 2 inhibitors. Maybe they can end. I don't know if 1xN is enough damage to take on all 5 players.
It is going to be a close one. Culling going to be up once again for On, so he's going to be able to chunk them low and send them right to Fountain.
Oh yeah. Buffers his W, keeps himself safe, gets back onto that Fountain, and yeah, IG call off the play for now. Drake is on the map, and they will be able to pick up another Hextech Drake. On, sent back towards the enemy by Cryan. But that will be soul point for IG. They are on the cusp, and honestly, I do feel they have been the better team so far today. It feels like this will be a correct result if IG finish the game off.
Oh, I agree, especially in terms of the map play. And Yucaling once again. You know, I know there's an argument to be made for, like, you know, practicing these sorts of comps and champions you're not familiar with. But when you're about to fall to, you know, 1 and 3 in terms of series score, TT might need to pivot, because once again, when they lean on this style of composition, when they lean on picks like the Corki, the Senna, the Tom, it just really, like, doesn't look like they know how to set themselves up in positions to do well. Again, it's already getting tough, but I'm going to keep thinking back to that earlier Baron where I felt like Yukal could have had a huge package across the team fight.
Yeah, I feel like as well, Akali was available here. This was maybe more of an Akali angle. You've got your Chocho keeps on going in, Hoya keeps going in, Beitron keeps going in. I feel like there's space for Akali to play. TT preferring the Corki. Like you say, it's not really working out for them. And off the back of such a tough early game with Yukal get caught out in the level 1, he's managed to survive. And I'm sure, like, when we look at the damage charts at the end, he's probably done a lot of damage with the Malignants, but ultimately, it doesn't matter if you can't connect the kills. If they still get to siege like this, does it really matter what your damage numbers are?
No, I completely agree, right? It's about the impact that you have on the game, and Yukal really hasn't been able to find too much as Tidal Wave comes out to try to force them back.
Ooh, Valkyrie out from Yukal, keeps him alive. YSKM has to dip from the play. Railgun to the mid lane. YSKM survives with a bit of redemption from his team, but the top tower crucially protected by TT. They are keeping themselves in this one.
I'm a bit surprised that TT didn't try and sprinkle more damage on the top side of that fight when Hoya's Q3 connected. Maybe not expecting it to connect, or, you know, kind of just throwing abilities out to force him out of your base, but maybe a bit more could have been done. But like you said, they do end up buying time. How much time, we'll see, because now Baron's going to be up in 15 seconds. They're already relying and using the open inhibitors in mid and bot really well, you know, putting up a ton of that pressure in top side, and they might find another pick here very soon.
Hoya has to be the one to face check, but even K'Sante could be in trouble here. Has to flash, and, well, unfortunate for him that, I mean, who else is the one to do it? I think the only answer is do it with more teammates, but right now Beitron is just doing blue buff. This is going to be a Baron absolutely for free.
Yeah, I guess the only way you could have done that better is if you have Chocho right alongside him and, you know, have the Devour there and use that instead of the Flash. But you're right, not too many opportunities when you're going up against what is now a full build Lucian. Sweet.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I have a question. Do you reckon Bloodsong at this point, when you've got enough gold for your next item, do you sell Bloodsong and go for a tier 3 item, or is the exposed weakness so valuable that you just keep the Bloodsong?
I feel like keeping it would be pretty solid, especially I feel like Division 2. He's just gone.
He just walked forwards. He just walked straight into the culling. I think he was maybe trying to attack move the soul or something, and maybe had champion target toggled on or something. I don't know. That was funky. He survives. That's all that matters at the end of the day, but the Devour on cooldown, where he gets absolutely chunked out. The damage coming out from this IG comp is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit so hard, and they have so many like non-committal tools to deal damage as well, which is funny because that's what we really should be saying about TT and the range that they drafted. But now, eyes on UCal once again. This game should be over, but I'm excited to see if they can bring it back.
Let's see what they can do. Hoya taking so much damage already. The shields across the team. YSKM, what an ulti, but it doesn't really lead to anything in this. YSKM on 1 HP here. TT surviving. 1 Nexus tower down, 3 inhibs down. Can they hold on? They're trying their damnedest to stay in this game, but Hoya, he's gone too far forward. A TP from UCal, who had left the base, and his TP gets interrupted. TT still pretty much all alive, but not anymore. Crying has had enough. IG, it was excruciating, but they do finally finish the job.
I feel like you said something in the last 10 minutes that would not, just resonated with me much. IG did just look like the better team, like despite how close this game or this series was, especially in terms of their map play, right? Just the moments where TT feel like they're giving up too much. IG being one of these teams that are comfortable utilizing a side laner and like playing to YSKM strengths is feeling really good. I feel like especially in this meta where not too many teams are leaning too heavily into sides, also means that IG kind of just looked like one of the more competent teams in general in LPL in this area. And yeah, they did a great job kind of punishing TT, pulling them apart. A lot more decisive in terms of how they were starting up Baron and looking for those plays. And yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in TT, but I'm actually getting like pretty hyped for IG because we're past the point of where this happened, before, and it's like, okay, we just have to ban out YSKM's champions. It's like, okay, his pool is developing bit by bit. There's more things he's getting under his belt, like we're seeing with the K'Sante and the Yone, and now, yeah, just really good performance overall.
Yeah, and on top of that, you've already got to ban the Rengar from Tianchen, so it's like you have so many bans. The IG is becoming a serious issue. It kind of is reminiscent of the OMG roster with the Shanji and Cream, where you had to ban these certain champions, and then like when you're basically giving them all of the meta power picks, that can be a terrifying thing to have to go up against. So I'm on board. I'm kind of excited for this IG roster as well. That is our second series done and dusted, though. IG 2-1 over TT, and I think, like you said, looking like the better team today. We're going to jump into our third series in a few minutes' time. It's BLG versus EDG. Coming to your screen right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Munchbles, and I'm joined by Lyric as we head into our third and final series of the day. That was a long old break, but we are back, and before we jump into EDG versus BLG, we're going to take a look at our MVP for the IG win over TT, and it was, of course, Cryin.
I can't believe you remembered to go back to MVP after doing that. I definitely would not have remembered. But good to see Cryin gets the nod. We highlighted coming into this series how important Cryin feels to this roster. And again, just how this is a player who very much deserves to be in the LPL, like constantly putting up big plays for his squad. And he was able to do it once again against TT and bring IG to a 3-1 record in the league.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff, and exciting time to be a fan of IG. Great start to the season, and yes, they've had a reasonably easy schedule to start themselves off, but even still, it's an impressive scoreline to begin the year.
Yeah, and in this one, I think we ended up 1-for-1. So sadly, the trend of us showing a bad play from the MVP team first doesn't hold true, but I mean, right, I feel like coming in, once again, IG got a lot of the picks that they wanted, and a lot of the picks that are just universally strong blind picks. in the meta. We saw TT default back to the Corki with a Senna Tom coming out for them for the first time, picks that they aren't really known for, and I really feel like they just struggled with a lot of these moments. Beautiful kind of coordination between YSKM, Tianjin, and Cryan following up in these situations. And man, last time IG had the winning record and a lot of people were hyped on them, I wasn't really following that train just because of the champion pool issues. But this time, I'm actually kind of getting excited to watch this IG team and see where they end up.
Yeah, right now it's feeling good for IG. And honestly, like you mentioned, we've typically been showing a bad play from the team that wins to start our replays. But honestly, there were no just outright bad plays for IG in this game. Like even the plays that somewhat favor TT, they still felt relatively even between the two teams. And IG felt like just inching out those advantages across the course of the game. And ultimately, that led to an IG 2-1 victory. So if you missed it, sorry guys, you missed out at this point. We're not going back. We're moving on to the next series, I'm afraid. So unlucky. We're not even going to put the VOD up. That one's erased from the internet now. Let's talk about BLG versus EDG. That was a joke, guys. The VODs, don't worry.
Yeah, the VODs are going to
win. Let's talk about our two teams going up. We've got kind of opposite ends of the standings here. And I think the first thing, the most important thing to talk about is kind of the off-season diff between these two organizations. Like EDG, I mean, this is a team that won the World Championship not that long ago, but things have been changing. BLG with one change that I think universally people, especially the international audience, would say Knight definitely a pickup over Yagao. But then EDG, tons and tons of changes. And in fact, we're missing one extra player as well. The Snake should be in the AD carry position as well as Leave. And in fact, we were informed earlier today that EDG made a last-minute substitution to bring the Snake into the main roster today, which they actually did it so late that they've been fined for that maneuver. So very, very last-minute change coming out for EDG. I think that kind of highlights the point we're bringing up, that it does feel like this EDG roster is a little bit up in the air. Still a lot to work on.
Yeah, very young, but there we go. The kings of the Octagon, or the Boctagon, as we've been calling it. I mean, BLG have just been an absolutely different beast so far, right? They look so content just finding advantages and then rolling a team over. But we've also seen moments where like they find massive gold leads, kind of take their foot off the pedal a little bit, but they're always ready to just like hone it in at the snap of a finger and just destroy you.
I feel like the second that they start to get challenged in a game, they go, oh, we have to try it out, and just like flip it on a dime and suddenly just start dominating. I mean, we got the absolute pleasure of getting to watch Knight Syndra versus AL the other day as well, which is always a joy. But these 5v5s, absolutely insane. And sure, they had a goal lead in this, but it's just the mechanics on display as well are beautiful to see.
Exactly, right? I feel like their team fighting is just so superb. I love how quick they are in terms of making decisions. You don't see a whole lot of hesitancy coming out from BLG and wondering what they have to do. And they've shown they're very flexible, right? They're one of the teams, again, kind of investing into playing around mid in some games. We see the dive here. We know they can play around bot incredibly well. They showed us out in the opening day of games in the LPL. And, like, we might not see them play around Bin because they don't need to, especially in this meta. But you know, if we ever get out of, like, the Udyr K'Sante landlock, that, like, Bin is rearing to go for some jungle attention.
He certainly is. I mean, we saw Kennen versus Rumble earlier today, so maybe the carries are starting to come through. Lethality Aatrox is a thing, but just these dives are just immaculate. The way that they play, like, the dive in mid lane to just duo outplaying Croco in the jungle, the dive spot lane, like the gameplay is just absolutely immaculate, especially in the early game. But that's one part where maybe EDG have a chance, because EDG, they're the early bird right now, and sometimes they're maybe getting the win. They've not really been able to turn it into game wins, but they actually have had a reasonably clean early game so far. Maybe not clean, but they've had good moments in their early games. You know, I'm really trying here, but you know, there have been good moments where they've been able to find advantages.
Here, I could do this. They had a decent early game against LGD. There we go. EDG did that, and you know what? Again, like, kind of as a meme, but like we kind of say that as a meme, but at the same time, like, this EDG team was having so many issues that seeing them able to even have like these good early games up against LGD was progress, was a step in the right direction, and it was something we really had to see. So it was nice I was able to come through. It was off the back of bringing Solo Kill into the roster over Ala. So he definitely had some good moments. I especially remember in game 1 on the Jax. But now, like we said, we're gonna have the Snake coming in. Funnily enough, I don't know if people remember, he actually did play one series in summer of last year. He was the in-between guy of like losing a leave and getting Uzi. He played one series against JDG. So, you know, getting your one series last year against that JDG roster, I'm sure we didn't get to see everything that this young up-and-coming AD carry has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, apparently he's really good, right? Like, we've heard good things about what he can bring to the table. We'll see. I mean, I don't feel like this last-minute substitution sets him up for great success within the team. And, you know, you mentioned he got to play one series in summer. That was against JDG. He's getting his first series this split, and it's against BLG. Like, both of them against Knight. It's not, you know, like, definitely trial by fire for the Snake, the poor guy. But we'll have to see how he's going to be able to show up today. I'm excited that they're still, you know, making changes, that they're still trying to find ways to fix what has been a really rough start to the year.
Yeah, I mean, it really hasn't. Honestly, I feel like it was kind of expected. I'm actually going to go back to our handy dandy tier list once again. You actually have a bit more faith in the CG roster than I did. You had them all the way up at 8th. I had them all the way down at 12th, kind of expecting maybe the rebuild to need a bit more. I mean, players like Leave still have a bit of hype. A lot of the EDG, actually up-and-coming players did have hype coming into the split, but
yeah,
it feels incredibly hitter. I feel like we have very few like new players come in and do well right off the bat. Like you could probably count them on one hand over the past like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough competition. It's tough competition to try and fight into, and especially when, you know, the opponents that you're having to go against early on in the split are big names. It's very difficult to make your mark. And honestly, out of the new players that join the league, I feel like almost always the most successful ones are extremely aggressive and quite often have 1 or 2 like big pocket picks that they know every single matchup inside and out, and then develop from that point on. Show that they already have that mechanics and laning down to a T, and then become like a good competitive player, if that makes sense, as opposed to starting as an all-rounder but never really excelling.
Yeah, Cream, I think, being a good example of like the point you're making. Xiaoshu as well maybe didn't come in as like a, you know, one-tricking or having any niche picks. He's a great example. Shaji, I guess, also kind of follows that line of reasoning of like having those pocket picks he was really good on and branching out from there. So I think a lot of examples to look at. I guess we just need to hope that the Snake has an opportunity to show us what he's made of when he's going up against Elk and On and gonna be supported by Shun. So there we go, back in Shanghai as always, and kind of getting a nice hype intro.
Oh yeah, Lunar New Year's coming, you better believe it. And I just want to quickly mention, we're headed into an EGD series here. And so far, EDG, they came into the LPL, they won their first game against RNG. Fantastic little win for them. Since that point, they've lost 6 games in a row. Now their coach is a little old guy you may have heard of called Clearlove. If they win 1 more game, they'll be 0-7. 7 is Clearlove's number. At that point, do they sub him in? Does he join the team for their 7-loss game and then suddenly come in and turn everything around?
Munch, you don't need to go. You don't need to, you know, kind of give that bait, give that false hope to people like Linda out there who I actually don't know how Linda would feel about Clearlove subbing back in, but you know, the Clearlove love is there.
It would be midway through this series if they did it. They'd lose game 1 and then that would be the 7th loss in a row, so it would be game 2 of this series he'd have to sub in for. But anyway, let's talk BLG as they step out onto the stage to see Knight there. It does feel weird seeing Knight in a BLG jersey, honestly. To be honest, it still feels weird not seeing Knight in a top esports jersey.
I agree.
In some weird way, when we were watching Top earlier, and I was seeing Cream there in the Tez jersey, I was like, man, it feels weird to see him there instead of Knight. And then I second-guessed myself, and I was like, wait a second, it was Rookie last year. Like, Knight's been gone for ages, but that's still just where it is in my head.
When you kind of pointed out that Top Esports kind of lost some of the killer nature after Knight left, and I'm thinking, wait, what are you talking about? Knight was literally there last year. And then it hit me like a few moments later, like, oh, wait a whole year of rookie. God.
Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? It's just like ingrained that Knight is top esports, but now
I mean,
it's over to BLG.
Like, honestly, anytime I see Xiaohu on the Rift, I always want to say RNG. It is so hard to not call Weibo RNG for me. It's just weird.
It's crazy, isn't it? It is I mean, that's just the nature of this league, right? There are teams and players that have so much history together, and I feel like this splits so many of those. This split and last year as well. Like, there's been so many of those big legacies kind of broken up. It's definitely a sort of exploratory season here in the LPL, and that's certainly true for the team on your screen. EDG, the team that one of, if not the most historied org in the LPL, and with a roster, so many rookies on it.
I mean, hell, I still even think back to like 2014 Worlds, and them being in the group with AHQ and having those close games out of nowhere. Like, yeah, story door, many different lineups, and just crazy territory now to be in with like a complete rebuild. Something that's really going to test the EDG organization and coaching staff and push them to their max.
Certainly will. Oh, Scissors are out, hoping for a Gwen apparently. We'll have to see how this one's going to go. To be fair, if there's anyone that will play Gwen, it's probably been. Casante's in the meta. I feel like people have been a little unsure on Gwen since the item changes. You know, her build path has certainly changed slightly. You can't go for the mythic like you could before. So, I mean, you know, Riftmaker still exists, but it's slightly different. Yeah, that's going to dissuade it. I don't know.
I'm still a bit surprised that, you know, we haven't seen a bit more of it just because of how much we see the Cassante, but at the same time, people just like to gravitate towards different things. If we aren't getting the, like, Udyr, Aatrox, Jax trades, you'll get, like, a niche Gnar here or there. We've had people playing Poppy into it as like, their go-to, so in my mind, it really has been more fun to watch LPL in terms of that you never know when you're going to get the surprise pick, or even, I guess certain parts of draft feel a bit harder to predict, but that is also outside of like the fact that we know we're going to get like Lucian Nami against Emilio Felios every game, and that one side will have the, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like there's a lot of parts of draft that have become more predictable than ever, but then there's also become parts where you're just like, ooh, what's the team going to do here?
Yeah, it does feel like there's a lot of standard stuff, but there's also a lot of room to play around, you know? There's a lot of different things going on. We'll see if we do get some shenanigans today. But I'm looking towards the Snake, you know? I feel like this guy is going to have a lot of weight on his shoulders coming in today. It's definitely going to be a challenge. You can see him there on your screen right now. We'll see how he performs. First day on the stage, or not technically the first day on the stage, but certainly first day of this split. And I do wonder, with it being such a last-minute substitution, how prepared are EDG for this? Does he have some interesting champions that he wants to bring in that the team is prepped for? We'll have to wait and see.
I know he's been rumored to, you know, the fact that he was going to be brought up to the main roster, so you're going to hope that there was at least a bit of time there. Luckily, he at least does have, like, just general recent in-game play, having played, I think it was the LDL. There was some games going on in the LDL the other day, maybe like promotions or something along those lines. He was in those. So, funnily enough, even having played like a game of Kai'Sa on this patch, something that we've seen 2 times in the LPL, and it go like pretty spectacularly wrong. So I'm kind of interested to see what kind of stuff he will be willing to pull out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. A lot of Varus going on, a little bit of Kalista, like you say, the Kai'Sa game, and then Senna. So nothing too crazy as of late, but we'll see what he brings to the stage today. Well, our players are on. They're all locked in and ready to go, which should mean any second now we begin our champion select. BLG on our blue side, and let's see what EDG are going to bring to the table. The one big request I've got on the side of BLG, give us more of Shun's brand. That was so much fun to watch it. I want to see more brand.
Yeah, it would be exciting. I also love how much BLG themselves are just like getting rid of JJ to premier junglers taken off the board. And now, I was going to say, with the amount of AD carry bot lane bans coming through, this really opens us up. We've already seen Elkinon pull out the Senatom so far this split. They're going to instantly go back to that pairing. And now that leaves EDG in a bit of an interesting scenario. Again, like, we've been seeing more AD carries come through. Now Varus off the table.
Big old grin on Solo Kill's face right there, but it will be the Udyr, not the Aurelia blind. I would have been bold to go for an Aurelia blind, but it is just going to be standard for now. But yeah, Lucian off the table. You could... What do you even want to go here? I feel like so many of the combos have been kind of wrecked. Okay, yeah, Zyrakan. Makes sense.
And I always forget Zyrakan in the back of my head. Just, we don't have too many, like, AD carries who just automatically love going towards that one. But Munch, I know this is the pick that we're both waiting to find out based off of the sneaky little hint that Dagda gave us coming into today's series.
Yeah.
But sadly, we'll get the Nautilus.
we'll mention it as and when. We'll see if it comes on through. Nautilus, though, to be honest, I feel like this is maybe the least Nautilus I've ever seen in the LPL this split. And we've got 11 games played, but usually it's like 100 at this point. Nautilus, not quite as popular as he's historically been, but quite good into the Rakan, right? You can deny a lot of the engage when he W's in. You can Q him to deny the knockup. Obviously, the Xayah going to go through along with it for the Snake. So, see how this next phase is going to go. I like the Azir pick up for Knight as well. Just deny the Xayah Rakan Azir combo that can just be so hard to deal with later on.
Yeah, now, for EDG, I was going to say, you ban out tops, you're already showing the Udyr, so K'Sante, going to be the first thing to go off the board. Now, again, Jax Aatrox, we'll see what follows it through. Jax would be pretty solid for the BLG comp, considering you also have the Senna ult to be able to play off of. So for BLG, I like focusing out mid laners. Fisher actually had a pretty solid game when he played Akali up against LGD. Again, sadly, they weren't able to bring it across the finish line, but it seems like something that would be exactly in his wheelhouse.
Yeah. So, removed from the pool. 2 top laners banned by EDG. I wouldn't be too surprised to see another mid lane ban here if they want to try and set up Knight, but realistically, he's already got the Azir. You could take away the Corki just to try and deny the neutral play. In fact, it's Orianna that they removed. I suppose Nocturne's still available.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, because, yeah, I mean, things like Nocturne still up. JJ has obviously really liked going towards the tank junglers, which is why Poppy Maokai taken off the board. So, like, Sejuani would be fine if they were willing to go with, like, a Yone in the mid lane. I don't really know if Fisher would feel all that good about it. But then, I was hoping it would come through. Corki would be the safest choice out of the bunch, and they will just end up with that.
So the Corki comes on through, very much playing at range on the side of EDG here. And we've got a lot of scaling for BLG, both in mid and bot lane. I would anticipate a bit of early presence in the jungle and maybe top lane picks. I'm curious what we end up... Oh, Finn brings out the Darius to take on this Udyr.
Yeah, we did have this come through yesterday. I've been asking for this ever since I saw Keen play it in LCK into the Udyr matchup, and they paired it alongside of Sejuani, just, gave him those early games. Yeah. That is theoretically still possible as well, but maybe leaning towards the Vi right now to just have the guaranteed engage onto things like the Corki. But Rell still coming through. And I guess this makes sense. It kind of does feel like Rell... It feels like after the Maokai, Rell is like the next thing that kind of inches up typically in the LPL. We only have we have specialist junglers who gravitate towards things like the Sejuani, but definitely not every jungler here in the LPL.
So 2 quite different compositions here in the way that they can function. A lot more top focus on the side of BLG. Perhaps weak side for Elkinon. We'll have to wait and see if Shun is going to focus on trying to set Bin up, or whether they want to just leave Bin on an island. I mean, Bin can certainly do things by himself. We've seen it time and time again in the LPL. Keeping my eye on what Shun does on the map there. But for EDG, very much long-range composition with the Corki. The Xayah quite happy to go for those team fights, and then the Rakan combo, very good at kicking the fight off.
Exactly, right? That's the one thing, is they have the range to be able to play off, but they can look to re-engage a fight. They can capitalize on opportunities if BLG make oversteps. like they did at moments in their series against Anyone's Legend. So EDG definitely having a composition that shouldn't just get rolled over by what BLG put together. But against BLG, you really never know. They might just roll you over anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where with BLG, I feel like BLG to me have very similar vibes to top esports in the regular split, where it's like you expect them to be really good, but maybe they go a little bit too far. Maybe they throw a few games away just being a little overconfident. We'll see if today any of those games are going to happen. EDG with their work cut out. Definitely a big underdog coming into the series. Currently on a 6-game loss streak. And BLG, the polar opposite, sitting pretty at the top of the table, looking like favorites, not just for this series, but perhaps for the league. We'll find out if they're in favorite form here today on Summoner's Rift.
Seems like once again, missing out on those Gyos. But again, of course, we have the Darius. We've had it played.
Oh,
there we go. This is very late.
I feel like our audience today needs to get organized.
Yeah, I agree.
It's been a nightmare. Come on, guys. We're better than this. We've cheered before.
Look at who we're cheering for. Look at who we're cheering for. People like Knight, they deserve the respect. They deserve the respect of on-time cheers.
Yeah, literal reigning MSI champion on this stage right there. And then 4 MSI finalists. Do you reckon there's any bad blood there? Do you reckon Knight just walks into the practice room with his medal on?
I would hope he would. Speaking of walking in, I'm going to find anything. Actually, EDG's bot lane might be able to catch out Elkin on, but I guess it would have been kind of obvious, right? You walk in that Tribrush, you put down a ward, they're nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty clear one as Finn starts off aggressive, stacking up that passive, trading relatively even, but remember, he's on the Darius, so he has sustained from his Q once he hits that level 2, just trying to zone away from XP, and I think he denied a couple of minions of XP there, which is enough for him to have a huge advantage. Great hook from On, and this is what we expect from BLG's bot lane.
Yeah, coming out ahead and already taking advantage at level 1. I'm really curious to see especially what JJ is able to do in this early game. Already getting pressured in bot, you expect continuous pressure in that top lane.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty hard, but also opens up for Xun, like you said, right? A meta where a lot of time spent kind of trying to enable and cover for your bot lane, but you do have a Darius that if you can find that first kill, he will just take over.
Yeah. It's also the fact that with that Darius, you can put yourself in dangerous positions. That's the flash and the ghost, no teleport there. JJ is going to get invaded by Xun. It's a little bit too late. Got the small wolves. JJ just going to zip over the wall, keep himself safe, get to the top half of the map. So Xun not going to be too happy with the way that one's gone. Bit of a waste of time only getting the small wolves.
They're not going to be able to find more than that. I also want to highlight Bin going lethal tempo. I think Wayward was running Conqueror the few times he picked it. I think this will open up Bin to have some more aggressive earlier trades. Lethal tempo definitely being a lot better in terms of just the early lane phase. But I guess we don't care about Bin now. Another dive.
Yeah, we're just going straight for it. BLG, they're playing center, but they don't mind going aggressive early anyway. First blood for Elk. And I mean, this is what we talked about in the pregame. Their dives just look so clean. They make it look easy. And they saw JJ pathing top. In fact, Xun literally went into the jungle just to push JJ, to nudge him towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, now already finding this advantage, and Bin even dissuading JJ from coming in, doesn't get spotted, so will just go and wrap around back in, try and take away some camps for himself. But I love this game. The Darius don't matter at all. I fully expect BLG to just keep hammering on this bot lane, setting up Elkin on like they always do.
I suppose the point of the Darius pick is not necessarily for BLG to camp it and get him ahead. It's more just that Udyr doesn't have the lane pressure that he usually has.
Yes.
Darius can contest him a bit more. It's one of the few champions that you're confident and comfortable trading against champions that's so strong in the early game.
That's boring. I'm not saying we need to put a tent up there, but you give him one gank, then then we might see constant solo kills come out. It might become like a hype fiesta.
I mean, that would be Bin all over, wouldn't it? Let's take another look at this dive that was just immaculate, as always, from BLG. Oh, we're not looking at the dive.
Yeah, we're looking at the trades come forward.
Oh,
okay.
good cue.
Yeah. And, I mean, the dive's already over. I love how they were able to proc the Guardian and Vampire early to set it up.
Do you reckon that was on purpose for the observers or a bit of a misclick? I'm saying maybe a misclick there. Oh dear. I will say,
I think they wanted us to know that Knight is also absolutely dumpstering in the mid lane.
I mean, he's doing a great job, but I will say, it does set me up to talk about the fact that Knight has gone for the Hail of Blades on the Azir, something we've talked about previously on, you know, Azir often thought of as very much a late game champion, but having the Hail of Blades in the mid lane does mean you have a bit more lane pressure, gives you a bit more priority, and gives you more ability to trade aggressively and find opportunities. Vampire gets rooted up, but will get away with his life. Good little trade in the bottom side, but the Snake's so low on HP. Bin is about to hit level 6, I fear. Solo kill in dangerous territory right now.
Like, we're already almost at a 2K gold lead for PLG, and we're not even at 6 minutes yet. Also, it makes you wonder, right? Because we were talking about, ooh, Knight's gonna go for the kill.
Oh no, Fisher has been solo killed in the mid lane. Knight absolutely destroying it now in the bottom side. Elk flashes forward to get onto the Snake, dodges the feathers as well. The Q slightly wide, but the Ignite burning down. Is it enough? One more tick will do the job. And BLG kills in almost every lane.
And in the span of like 20 seconds, PLG's gold lead pretty much doubles. Huge moment coming through, and Elkinon, they're just being so aggressive. Okay, this is a game where we need to remember, we really cannot reference anything else except what is happening on screen.
Yeah.
Because BLG are just going to go for these kills out of nowhere.
There is no time to talk story. There's no time to build any narratives. It's 2,500 gold lead at 6.5 minutes for BLG. The gank now from JJ as Vampire starts to engage. Elk burning with Ignite. No more summoners, and he will be knocked to the side, taken down. On trying to escape up on the top side of the play, but Shun is having none of it. He's not even going to move over to try and help his support. He realizes this play is doomed. They've overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, just nice answer from JJ, abusing the fact that the summoners got used to make the aggressive play. Sadly, not going to be able to turn into too much more, but at least Stake now going to be able to catch all of this gold experience, try and start making his way to that level 6 point for the Xayah Rakan.
See if they can have more of an impact. The boots finished off there. See, Elk has grabbed his support item.
Solokill's getting murdered.
On is not going support item on the Nautilus. He's just going full tank. He's just going to be farming up all game, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, which is going to let him get to a point where it's going to be so hard to deal with for EDG. We're going to see the replay here. I mean, the heavy trading already coming through so early on.
Wait, was that his E blocked the Valk, or the Valk was just a misclick and didn't go over the wall? Not sure.
I think it was the latter. I don't know if the E would be able to block that. I mean, we're going to get a replay of the bot lane fight too, but this was just pure, summoners were just blown, a fight just happened, both end up going down in the end. Man, I got to be honest, I really just want to see the fight top. I want the solo kills to come through.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Valkyrie dodges away from Knight's ultimate. Fisher keeps himself alive, but it's a 20 CS lead almost in the mid lane there. As On sees a juicy old minion wave there. And I will say, Nautilus, very good at clearing these waves. If you get some items on you, the Barbie Cinder will do wonders as well as the Riptide. I wonder if On is maxing Riptide here to be able to clear waves. I'd assume not, to be honest. I remember for a little while, at the very start of this season... Oh, hang on. Big damage from Bin. Again, I'm nervous to talk about anything other than what's on the screen because it could all kick off at any minute.
Yeah, and we can see here, right, one of the big things about this matchup is typically for Udyr, I mean, you're able to go for those long extended trades, just cycle through all your abilities, but the Darius passive is just too much. So I can see Solo Kill kind of just running in, proc grasp once, get a bit of damage down, then immediately run away.
Yeah, tough one to play up against, and especially when it's Bin on the opposite side of the scoreboard. Bin basically on 10 CS per minute before the 10-minute mark. Pretty impressive stuff. He's having an absolute field day. And in case the 88 wasn't impressive, and oh no, Vampire. I don't know if that's a fight that you want at this point. The depth charge, and the hook is perfect. One more auto, and On gets it. On is very much the damage dealer in this duo right now. 2 kills for him already in this game. He's the one farming up. He's the one with the Barmy Cinder. JJ wants revenge again, but I don't think he'll find it this time.
No, and that max range hook was beautiful coming out through on. And again, he had a bit of a rough for a series, like some weird mistakes coming out when they played up against TES. Great to see the bounce back so far ever since that series has taken place. And I mean, EDG, JJ's been trying to find avenues to make plays, but now with all the grubs, 5 grubs picked up, he's gonna go. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, like, why are we not finishing up the 6th? No one's there, but now really gonna be able to put pressure up in these lanes. We've already seen both mid and bot whittling away at the turret, taking plates.
And I do feel like it's kind of a scary situation when a team like BLG that has such strong solo laners in a game gets the 6 grubs. Darius is going to make short work of towers inside lane. Vampire, just a little bit overzealous. He saw on.
Yeah, I mean, right, sadly enough, we've actually seen this mistake from Vampire in one of his earlier series. Exact same thing as
oh
no! We missed the solo!
Oh god, it's a massacre at the bomb side as well. Vampire just about gets away with his life. Hang on, that's big damage coming through onto Shunfish and trying to finish the job. Good little dodge on the rocket. And into Elk's Shroud will get Shun out to safety. They can't get a kill for themselves though, and actually, EDG the ones with control of the area. This could be a second Drake for them.
Respecting the package, right? Too much of a threat. Looks like they're going to completely back away and even hoping that Vampire or the Snake just walk too far forward once again.
Yeah, I don't think BLG are done just yet. They're moving in. Fisher uses that package. That's the end of the respect for the package, but look at this from JJ. Great ult from Knight, but this is going to be kills. It has to be. 1 for 1 so far as they all flash away from Fisher. On trying to get out with his life. Still has flash available. And there we go. Finally goes for it. They're going underneath the tower. Fisher tanking and happy to do so. JJ will help finish that one off. Fisher with 2.
I also might have seen it incorrectly, but I think Dragon might have gotten the last hit on Vampire, which is kind of depressing. We're going to see the replay. I saw the Dragon move it, like, heading towards the area as he died, but my god, Big Now on Triforce. Observers saying something top might happen. I trust
They're really afraid to go into the replay after last time. They're terrified of going into the replay, and I don't blame them.
Okay, nothing to come through yet, but we're going to get to see exactly how this goes down. Actually tries to start off the trade himself, but again, he's too afraid, I feel like, to commit to the long trades because of the bleed that we keep seeing Bin stack up. Great pull to come through to enable it, and just the amount of damage with the style.
So that flash is really nice as well, because it's like, I think that's like habitual almost, where he's like trying to get the Q where you can't flash out of it.
Exactly.
But it doesn't have flash. So, kind of unnecessary, to be honest.
You know, and I'm so sad I once again did not pay attention to if the Dragon actually autoed the Rakan as he died. But still, really great turn from EDG there. JJ just being so quick to follow up on the package going through Fisher. And also us getting to see a Corki package that also splits a fight apart and makes it really awkward for BLG to play. I feel like we don't see those often enough.
Yeah, a little bit of a poke at UCal there.
Kind of a not even just UCal. Like seriously, now I Fisher and Rookie off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, you were saying, sorry.
Oh no, my point's done, and now I am with you, and just waiting in awe to see what happens next.
I'm always afraid that Bin is about to kick it off. Here we go, though. BLG back on the Drake once more. EDG couldn't actually go for the Drake. They kind of overchased going for the dive on the bottom side, meant they couldn't get the objective. And now, it's 1 Drake piece for both teams. To be fair to EDG, they've got 4 kills on the board. They're 2,000 gold down, but that's better than a lot of other teams have managed in this situation. Vampire doing a good job of zoning everyone so that the Snake can get out of dodge. And to be fair to EDG, this is a much better early game than a lot of teams have managed to muster. This is what we talked about beforehand. Their early game doesn't look that bad.
No, definitely able to bring it, especially this time around. JJ definitely, I think, having some better early games than he did in his initial 2 series. But still, we're going to have to see a lot more for them to be able to bring it against BLG. both Knight and Bin sitting on bounties. We talked about the fact that the 6 scrubs are there, so just the army of mites always present when they will be hitting turrets. Well, I guess one thing EDG can look for is maybe some picks on sides with Divine, really try to punish this Darius. It's going to be hard. Flash about to be back up. His Ghost there, but on. I see ults.
Vampire does manage to zip on out of there. I think that's what he was trying to do when he blocked the recalls before, but the route from Elk in that previous play was really what sort of capitalized. The charm goes in, and Elk has stepped way too far forwards. On will be next on the chopping block if they can chain the CC in time, but he's quite tanky. Won't walk away, but Elk, again, getting caught out. There's more than once now this game that they've managed to find these opportunities on the BLG bot lane.
Yeah, not respecting the amount of distance that Rakan and Vi are able to cover. I mean, just really not expecting the engage to come through, but I love that On never gets dissuaded, doesn't give up, did go for the Emax that you were wondering about.
Yeah. You know,
has been able to push.
On is not a support this game. He is basically a top lane Nautilus, just doing it in the bottom lane. Like, he is going to be scary, and he's going to do way more damage than you're used to seeing a Nautilus go for. Vampire, he'll get out with his life. I want to go back to the anecdote that I was going to say earlier, that I couldn't because it was too aggressive of a game, but Orcs was playing a ton of E-Max Nautilus in the bottom lane when Bloodsong first came out. You can go Bloodsong on Nautilus, E-Max, you basically just Q in, auto attack, W, and then E, and then auto attack, and you basically just wreck AD carries. You could comfortably solo kill AD carries as the support. It was really something to behold. I'm not going to go for the Bloodsong on this one, but he does go for the E-Max.
Wait, so it was Ox doing it? It was Dan? Oh, jeez. That actually does sound something so psychotic.
Dan the Man Harrison.
Yeah.
I have to say, he is an aggressive League of Legends player. He does love to go crazy. I have to say as well, his Lucian, his Kai'Sa are pretty clean. He's a support main, but his mechanics are kind of on point.
He's also a very aggressive TFT partner.
In game or in comps?
I've been put in my place many times by Ox for doing something wrong. It was deserved, though. It was deserved. But what might not be deserved is JJ actually finds the engage.
Yeah, Sean is not the target. He barely takes any damage from that one. And Bin is ghosted. He's charging forwards. Can he find the way in? Flash available, the apprehend. Featherstorm, though, gets him away. Now Bin the target as they go for the counter engagement. JJ just doesn't have the damage to get onto Bin here. Solokill just running around the fight like a headless chicken. Nothing you can do on the Udyr. As On is looking for more, but sort of whiffs it, I'm going to be honest. On, not your best game.
Still, honestly, On's ult there, I feel like the only thing that really made the kill possible. Missed the initial hook, which I'm sure we'll see in the replay. Struggling to find the engage, but in the end they do. Once again, another kill up. Pretty good fight, considering that you've also got Fisher and JJ to burn their flashes. Elks and Knights will both still be up in the next fight. So, both the BLG's carries definitely feeling in a much safer position heading forward. Yeah. Hell, the next fight's gonna be pretty soon, Munch. 35 seconds until Drake.
Oh yeah, and you know BLG want it. They don't want to let another one go to EDG. Let's take another look at what on earth happened here. So starting the fight onto Shun, but it's just your jungler and support. So really you have absolutely no damage to follow up to start the fight.
No, and now already having 5 members here, they have the pincer maneuver coming through, but sadly, BLG not able to get the apprehend because of the Snake's ult. The hook doesn't land from On. So it actually presents an opportunity where I got scared that the turn would be able to come through, but still just getting zoned off by On, and that ult knocking 2 members up, not allowing Fisher to keep putting down those rockets. Really led the way for BLG.
Certainly did. These grubs are paying dividends this game. We talk about, whether the grubs are worth it. Fisher has to use the package defensively. That's a disaster for Drake. And BLG say, screw Drake, we've got a Herald. Let's just slam the base. 6 grubs and a Herald to work with. This tower is gone. And to be honest, the inhib might be gone as well. BLG, they're gonna keep going here. There's 2 players from EDG still on the bottom side of the map. The Herald is still going strong. It's gonna get a charge onto the Nexus tower here. I don't know if they can finish the tower up, but
fastest game of the season.
Are they just gonna end the game right here? That's ultimate across the team. Vampire goes down as well. The Snake does find a route for himself. A solo kill, trying to defend, trying to clear the minion wave. Hits onto the tower. I think BLG are gonna have to back away, but JJ doesn't want to let them. The re-engage could come on through. I don't know if they've got the damage to take him on.
When a dragon turns in, ends up with you losing your base in 19 minutes. God, it's rough out there. You know, I've never been like the biggest, oh, grubs are super OP, but the objective is just so perfect for BLG. Like, you just cannot give this team 6 grubs. They are hitting turrets all day long.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, there's not really that much to look at in this replay, honestly. It's just absolutely smacking EDG.
There's really nothing to break down. It's just not expecting this play to come through, not accounting for the Rift Herald and all the mites that BLG are going to have from the play. And now 6K gold at 20 minutes, finally really pushing that gold lead forward. And BLG have been one of the best teams at baiting and playing around this Baron and drawing you out of your base and really just capitalizing on the smallest of movements. And here we go.
Here we go. Blue ward used to spot this out, but I don't know if this is contestable. Vampire going to be rooted up. Manages to pass that over to the Snake as well. Good guy, Vampire, spreading the love. Gets hooked in by On, who's feeling big. He's actually farmed this game. He doesn't get to do that often. As Bin is just going to run in 1v5. He's just going to start the fight by himself as his team goes for the Baron. Bit of sustain there. He does go down, but I think he's happy with that one. The knock-up underneath the tower as well. The Snake gets absolutely wrecked as Shun looks for more as well. On in the meantime, onto solo kill. Double for Elk. And BLG, they are wiping the floor with EDG.
Wait, watch, and we are once again going to break the fastest game of the split the same time, like the same day as it just got broken.
This is insane. BLG charge on forwards, 9 TPs into the base. He's not even finished his 3rd item at this point. He's still just going for it. Solo kill under the Nexus tower. Solo double kill. No, JJ gets under the tower and it'll be out to finish the job here. Actually uses the railgun for no good reason. The Snake even pulled in. Nobody is safe. And On grabs himself a kill to round it out. Good God, BLG, that was disgusting.
So, if you weren't here earlier, TES beat RA in 22 minutes, 33 seconds, which was our fastest game of the split officially. And now, here we go. BLG coming in the day. They must have heard TN's interview where he's like, yo, we messed around too much. I wish we could have ended the game faster. BLG were like, don't worry about it, TN. We got it for you.
Absolutely insane. You know, we joked about maybe BLG could beat the record later on, but that was not on podcast because it felt like too much flame. Well, I guess they could is the answer. We're going to jump into a break, and good God, I hope EDG have more up their sleeves. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We've just witnessed an absolute massacre. BLG, I mean, Top Esports broke the record for fastest game of the split earlier today. BLG saw that as a challenge, and so they beat it for the second time today.
Yeah, now gonna bring up our MVP. Gonna find out who it is along with everyone else, and it is gonna be On. I mean, he did have a lot of really key engages. Again, there was an ult 1 team fight which really allowed the side of BLG to pick up kills. And like you pointed out, didn't go support item, went complete alpha Chad, was just gonna get as many items and as much gold as he could get, and then be this big threat on the Nautilus.
He did go support item. So did he sell it, or did he buy it at the end of the game?
I mean, he must have. I was gonna say he must have bought it later on, because when you pointed it out, you were right. Early on, no support item, just picking up minions.
Yeah, I don't know. On doing on things, I suppose. He gets himself an MVP and was oozing Giga Chad energy. It's not often he gets to farm, and he was loving every second of it.
Yeah, and again, there was just so many times where him stepping forward to the amount of damage he did. I guess the dragon didn't finish him off. It's kind of disappointing. Would have been much funnier that way, but does contribute to the highlights that On was able to put up. And I mean, right, kind of looking at the series as a whole, it was kind of an expected result. I will say EDG put up much more of a fight than I expected them to. Like, again, I loved and respected that you were trying to sell the hopium of their early game against LGD, but it's like, hey, is that really going to translate over? Hearts did. Like, we definitely saw more activity than I feel like we did in EDG's first 2 series, but this was always going to be a tough challenge, especially, like you said, bringing in the Snake at the very last second. Not just about, I guess, being able to maintain your mental going into game 2, looking at this as being able to play up against so many, like, just legends with so many accolades now between these 5 players.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. And honestly, it's just like how good they are at finishing games out is mental. The fact that literally EDG tried to get their 2nd or 3rd dragon, was it? And BLG are like, well, we've got Herald and 6 grubs. We're just going to push top, go all the way from a tier 2 to a Nexus tower. It's like there are very few teams in the league or even in the world that will make that call and call the bluff of a team so aggressively and so powerfully that I want to say it's terrifying to watch. BLG, fantastic game number 1. Let's see what they whip out for game number 2. And honestly, I'm curious to see what EDG are going to have up their sleeves for game number 2. Something's got to change. I feel like their early game was decent, but honestly, just the Darius in the top side, the Halo Blades Azir mid, gave so much priority for BLG that really we didn't need a jungler on the top side. Shun was kind of chilling. He could focus on the bottom side mostly and still get all of the groups, still get the Herald as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I like when you say, like, see what EDG have up their sleeve. I think it's kind of hard to even, like, push or prod them in any direction because they definitely didn't expect some of those picks to come through. BLG still going to be on blue. End up bringing out the Senna once again, so they seem very comfortable with the same 80 carry bands. Looks like with less duos to pick from, means we are just going to get the Lovers duo once again. I wonder if we just end up getting the Nautilus again. Or BLG have anything else they'd want to bring out?
Yeah, I don't know.
Any, any,
do you want any more input or
any, like top lane bruiser-esque champions that aren't been playing in the support role? It's not that one, guys. It's not that one.
There are other top lane bruisers that On has been taking solo queue. I guess, I don't know if bruiser is the right word.
Sure, I mean, yeah.
Do you know what?
I guess any top lane carry just feels like a bruiser at this point.
The thing we're alluding to, since nobody is in on the joke except us and Dagda, On has been spamming Camille's support in solo queue. We were kind of hoping it would come out today alongside the Senna, but regrettably, it's going to be the Tahm Kench for On instead. Blind Jacks for Min. And we'll see what EDG want to go for. I feel like you kind of got to go for your top laner, right?
Maybe they're fine, because again, they're still, I was going to say you still technically have like multiple champions that they're going to fare similarly in the Jax, right? Like maybe Udyr would be able to get a bit more prio than K'Sante, Aatrox, or any of the others, but it all kind of would feel they would just be there to just exist in the lane until they get to the deep ice section, right? So would have been a bit more interesting in my mind if they would have gone towards mid lane a bit earlier, like maybe if they picked an Azir there. But bowing the K'Sante, we've seen a lot of ridiculous K'Santes today, so definitely not going to blame any team for picking that one up. And I like it taking away some of these other mid laners that would enable playing with Jax in the side lane. We know Knight loves to just kind of push so far into the side lane that his whole team has to follow up and force and engage anyway. So I think a pretty decent call coming out from EDG.
Yep. The Azir picked up by BLG last game. We saw conversations on social media in the break about that being Knight's first ever Azir game. Just want to assure everyone, that was his 17th Azir game since the start of his career. He's been playing a very long time. Certainly not a pick that he prefers, but definitely within his wheelhouse, and actually going to ban the Azir away this time. Corki up and available if Fisher wants to go back to that. Orianna up and available. Let's see what they're going to opt into, because Nocturne also on the cards could have the combo here for the side of EDG.
Yeah, we'll be up against Tahm Kench in a Senna, though, which is always a little bit more awkward to play into. Neeko, I feel like, would probably be the go-to pick. Again, it really has just been like the standout, wanting presence in lane, but still being so good at denying these types of compositions that want to look for the all-in on top of you. And now it's going to be the fun one, because we've said jungle has kind of felt like one of the most open roles in terms of how often we are getting niche picks coming through. Kindred, of course, is a very fun one that Shun likes to lean into. And in between the Lamb's Respite and the Pop Blossom, like, it is just so hard to run into those two champions.
It really is. And on top of that as well, you've got the Shroud, so even if you're playing a range, you don't really know who's where, and it's very difficult. It's going to be locked in. This is a Shun classic. This, if anyone doesn't already know, I don't know how you don't know this already, but Shun is a monster on Kindred. 24-13 over his career. That's a 65% win rate over 37 games. This ain't a new pick for BLG, and he knows that he's having to take it in this draft.
And hell, he's already even played it this split as well. This ain't even his first time, even though we're only 2 weeks into the LPL. There is the Nocturne that you highlighted. So it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Bin as the game goes later on, and obviously just a lot of... With how the map has changed and how much better I feel like teams have done at warding around like bot lane specifically, I mean, this is just a pick that is able to transcend that and still find those gank opportunities in the bot lane. We hit on it as the longer the game goes on. Kindred ultimate, Tahm Kench able to go with the Devours, Pop Blossom able to come out, like so many different things that just make it really awkward for JJ to full on commit to diving in on this BLG composition.
Yeah, feels like they've really got to go for it. Whether or not they can kind of break the defenses of BLG will be a different question entirely. And honestly, you know, we're talking about the 5v5, we're talking about the full compositions. The real question is, like, do we get to the point in the game where, like, realistic 5v5s are on the cards? Like, unless it's early Drakes, BLG don't often get to the mid game without there being a dramatic gold difference, you know? It's very rare that you get to a BLG late game that's actually fair and even. So EDG, they're going to have to show us that early presence that we got to see in game number 1 if they want a chance of using this 5v5 as an actual teamfight composition.
Now you're right, going to be all on what JJ can make happen, I think, especially around the level 6 mark to get their bot lane. Or even mid, right? You have the Shockwave there to set up your carries early on, deny people like Knight and Elk from getting big. They were able to keep it close against LGD for vast portions of those games. Doing that against BLG would be a huge step up.
Certainly would. Here we go. On Summoner's Rift. It's game number 2 between BLG and EDG.
Already the level 1 invade coming out. Again, I feel like BLG have been one of the most consistent teams at utilizing this and really just always knowing when they are so strong. Level 1, and even doing a good job to kind of consistently draft things that are able to find some presence at level 1. I guess it goes back to what you're just saying, right? BLG know if they set themselves up in a position to be ahead in literally any way possible, that it just feels so hard for any team to be able to take them down, for any team to be able to like out map them or out team fight them and find maneuvers back in.
Yeah.
There's only one team in the league that can do it.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the question, can they? Because at this point, this is the conversation I tried to bring up in the previous series. I don't know why I was trying to bring it up in the previous series, but Knight joining BLG, it's twofold in the advantages, right? Number one, Knight's a really good mid laner. Nice to have on your team, right? I would say, like, mechanically, in terms of the lane presence you're going to get, Knight an upgrade over Yagao.
Yep.
But there's a bonus factor there. BLG could not beat JDG no matter what they did. Knight, he's got the answers. He was in all those team calls for JDG. He knows exactly what the strategy was to beat BLG every single time, which means he probably has the key in solving those issues for BLG as well. This could be a very different year with Knight on the roster when it comes to their rivalry with JDG.
You know, the thing is, there's just so much like mojo and spunk behind this BLG roster, and really like none behind JDG, that I even ranked JDG above BLG in my end of the split rankings, which is crazy. But you know, I don't know, something about the hype, something about the mojo. It scares me now, Joe. I'm scared of the mojo.
Wow, you changed, man. You changed.
Yeah. I don't know if I can handle the mojo anymore.
See, I'm all about it still. And Shun is to jump straight into the mid lane. And Fish is dead. Fish is dead. First blood for Shun. Starts the game strong.
Yeah, Tangle Barbs connect. What could you do? And now we're going to head immediately into JJ's jungle. Looks like just going to miss out on seeing him. Does still get the start up on the blue buff.
JJ knows what's going on, has full vision of the situation, but he's walked onto a ward himself. Smite's available. EDG moving over as well. Doesn't flash straight off of the bat, and he will be chased down. Ignite ticking away. One more auto will do the trick. He's in the brush. He's trying to escape, but in the meantime, the snake was the sacrifice. Elkin on find one.
And this is actually going to be like a lot more meaningful to BLG in my opinion, because I mean you'll actively lose minions as a side of EDG, but no, actually it doesn't look like they're gonna just outright push this one in time, with El just trying to keep Vampire from walking forward. So the snake's gonna miss a little bit, but isn't gonna be as bad as it potentially initially looked.
Yeah, just a couple of minions going down before the snake can return to the play.
Oh no, actually didn't miss any.
Ready?
Yeah,
I think he missed one. He missed one.
No, he got there in time to cue the one that was dying, and then Vampire was able to pick up the other one. It was actually shocking. I guess maybe other minions had died before then, but we're gonna get a replay of what happened here. Connects with the Tangle Barbs, which did look a little BS. We have on the mini map another invade coming through from BLG, and BLG just never let up on the aggression. That in my mind is kind of one of the differentiating areas between them and like TES. Both teams. Ooh, Bin.
Oh, Bin takes another turret shot. That big news for Solo Kill, and he might just live up to his name against Bin, one of the best players of the entire league. Flash for flash. And he will walk away with his life, but Solo Kill putting on the pressure, and Bin really overstepping his mark.
I'm kind of sad for Solo Kill there. That would have been so hype. Coming in, you know, just getting brought back up to this EDG roster. Now with Ala on the bench, and if you could have been able to get a Solo Kill on Bin. Just like what a feather in the cap to have, even if you go down. Just something to give you some confidence and some motivation going forward.
Yeah, would have been incredible for him. Bin just going to let the recall continue. He's got the wave in a fantastic spot. He knows that the TP is going to be forced just by the lane position here. So he's quite happy to allow the recall through. And now, Knight has just hit level 6. That is a big old moment in any game. Knight now, a scary position for EDG as Vampire going for a trade here. And again, Shunt and Knight, look at them pairing up, moving into the jungle together. This is a terrifying little duo.
Yeah, just constantly putting on the pressure, even waiting for the little Scuttle Relic to time out before they got anything going on in River. So doing their due diligence. Now it's just going to be a very early first straight going over to BLG. Knight, you already highlighted with the ult, just going to be able to keep maintaining pressure in this matchup. And yeah, already a 1K gold lead first dragon picked up 6 minutes into the game. So now we're going to have our eyes on JJ. He is heading over to the Grubs. But BLG look prepared to try to have Bin to answer, but he's going to have to be careful. Solo Kill having that all out.
No flash available for Bin either, so if he mispositions a little bit, he will be in trouble. Trying to keep a weather eye on Shun and his stacks in this game as well. Obviously the Kindred, when you get to 4 stacks, that's your first big spike. Then you get more every 3. Bin and Solo Kill in a big ol' 1v1, and Solo Kill's looking good for it. This could be the knockback, this could be the kill. Bin hops to a minion and again, just about gets out with his life.
I was so closely paying attention to if JJ would hit 6 off of those grubs. Wasn't able to. Might be able to off the scuttle, so we'll see if Solo Kill can keep him here.
Yeah, Bin stays, takes another Q as well. That's
Does he
tough.
get ult? Oh, still no ult.
Oh, level 5. But to be honest, I'm not sure you need ult to make the play here. There's not that many minions left. Bin sticking around for the XP at very least. Won't be able to get many of them. Couldn't quite do the snake and still get the whole wave, but does survive. And to be honest, I'm a little surprised that JJ and Solo Kill don't pull the trigger on something like that, but that's just scared. Counter-Strike is a thing. You've got a lot of auto damage between the two champions.
Also, Shun wasn't showing anywhere on the map, so I think just having the fear in their mind of like just running straight into that Kindred. JJ has ult now, so he's already making his way down towards his side.
Oh, he flashes for it! But the snake spots it and flashes in kind. Knight is the one in trouble instead. The heal comes on through, but Vampire goes down anyway. The root onto the snake as well. Oh my days, how have they done that? 2 kills, and now the Lem's respite to keep Shun alive. JJ is in too deep, but Fisher finds it alongside his jungler. The root onto both players, and suddenly Elk's back into the play with another kill. This is ridiculous. On somehow getting out with his life, the grey health ticking away, and Elk keeping Fisher at bay. The wave under the tower means they can escape for themselves. Elk takes a tower shot. Fisher wants more, but he just can't find it.
The way that BLG are just able to play on that knife's edge is so ridiculous. Elk, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to go for that.
I don't blame him.
They're not going to be able to go for that there, but just more gold swinging into the favor of BLG. Does Elk actually get it off this time? Oh, that was so close and so lucky. Definitely would have gone down there. We're going to jump straight into the replay. I mean, having the pressure from the fact that the Nocturne was just leaning topside, the Snake, really nice reaction right on the edge of that ult coming through. And I'm surprised by the amount of damage the Snake is putting up this early. They flash forward, they're able to get this here. But JJ, like I said, had the ult already. The Kindred ult is able to buy a bit of time. Sadly, no level 6 on Tahm Kench, which potentially could have gotten everyone out alive in this situation. But there it is. That's the binding coming out from Elk that really just pushes everything so far in their favor.
We come back to the live game, and instantly Shun is set up right next to a tower. Once again, he's on 2 stacks right now. Solo Kill could be in trouble. I mean, they don't even need to dive. Okay, that's a TP forced out, but the Q lands, and that's Solo Kill down. Shields across the team. Fisher suddenly finds himself alone underneath the tower. Counter-Strike gets the stun. Another double kill for Shun. He's 5-2-1. There's a reason this guy is known for his Kindred. There's a reason he's got a 65% win rate on the champ.
It's just like the perfect roster for him, right? If you're the guy who plays things like Nidalee and Kindred, you need to have those winning lanes. Like, with PLG, you're just always going to have those winning lanes. Always.
It's something else, man. It's absolutely something else. They're so good. And Elk even sidesteps away from the knock-up. Vampire gets away from the root, though. Feather Storm is used. Knight doesn't find his opportunity. JJ? I mean, I like the idea, but the question is, can he actually get a kill here? Because Elk and On, they've still got the Devourer available for them. Featherstorm on cooldown right now.
Okay, I'm surprised he hasn't pulled the trigger yet.
There we go, Devour comes on through. Flash available for On, but he doesn't get it off. The CC chain is good. The shield comes out. Snake getting pretty low, and On actually dives out to safety. A root comes out to Vampire, and of course, Elk is chasing in the 2v3. It's Elk we're talking about here. The big game hunter himself, and he's looking for a little bit more. Maybe he's a vampire hunter, because this undead is looking exactly that right here. He could be close to his death because Kindred is right here. Another spike comes on through, and Shun gets himself the Gromp. Onto the tower they go.
I feel like other teams should just stop believing they have outer turrets, because BLG very clearly don't agree with you. Those are their turrets as well. They're just their ATMs to take their money out of. So sorry, EDG, you gotta back up.
Elk is already on 53 souls at 11 minutes into the game. Vampire taking yet another chunk here, and Shun dives forward. He doesn't even get knocked up. Again, another dive, and again, a double kill for Shun. Been in trouble once more. Ward hops away from the Q3, flash forward from solo kill. Bin, nerves of steel, doesn't flash away from that.
It's just, I can't believe this man is surviving. But the ridiculous around bot is just insanity, man. Like, BLG just do not stop looking for these dives. Now Kraken Slayer on Shun, picking up this dragon. He's getting huge. It looked like he had 3 stacks, if I believe I saw correctly there. So, in a pretty decent place. EDG going to be able to answer back. Pick up their 4th grub of the game, but doesn't look like they feel confident to get any more.
Does feel a little dangerous with Shun in the area, with him being 7-2-1. I'm pretty sure he can just walk at EDG players at this point and win the fight anyway. This is a terrifying position to be in. He's on 3 stacks, 1 more stolen camp, and he'll be set up for success. And a little note on Kindred as well. The more stacks you get, the more things can give you stacks as well. So once he's on that 4, he can get them from, I believe it's red buff and blue buff on the other side, and then once you're on 7, I think it becomes neutral objectives as well. Not 100% sure on the numbers there. Oh! What a combo! What a combo! They get one for themselves on somehow surviving. Anyway, how do they only get 1 kill?
I don't know, that was ridiculous. It just happened so fast too. EDG pulling the trigger, but it not really being enough. At least the Snake getting some free time down in the spot side. We could see on the minimap that Noah and BLG on their way to answering. Because I don't know if Vampire intended to W over that, like, over that wall there, but he wasn't able to do that. Sorry, Vampire.
You don't have to apologize. It wasn't your fault.
You know, I want to apologize, though. Still a new player coming in. I'm still waiting for the EDG excitement to deliver. It will at some point. Just maybe not this split as we get to see the replay here. I mean, the timing was just so good from EDG. Literally throwing everything. Not just the kitchen sink. They threw the whole house at them. And they timed it beautifully, but...
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the animation started for the Devour from On as well. And it was actually interrupted by the Shockwave. Like, I don't know if that's even possible, but that's what it looked like. It could have just been the Tongue Lash, perhaps. But either way, couldn't get the Devour off, couldn't protect Elk from the oncoming storm that was JJ. The Fishers all on top. Here we go! Round number 7 in the top lane. This time, Bin walks away with a little bit more HP.
Yeah, so going to keep the siege up. 67 souls now for Elk, so really grooving with keeping the siege up in the mid lane. They're going to have a very easy turn to Herald if they want that. Vampire just trying to buy time.
Oh my goodness. They force out the Feather Storm? I mean, this is just ridiculous
Joe,
at this point.
Joe, they not only needed to break top esports record, they now need to break their own record.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, honestly. Pushing in the mid lane still off of this wave. Fisher will get a tower in the bottom side. Herald picked up. To most teams, the Herald, that's worth a tier 1 in the mid lane. To BLG, that's worth a game. This is a game-ending objective for BLG. And they've grabbed it for themselves once more. Shun moves in, and I believe this one might be a stack. It's hard to see through all the pings. But there we go. 4 stacks now for Shun.
Yeah, and you're right. 4, so now it's where he can start getting red and blue buff, Krugs, and the Big Wolf as well. Start dropping them, so gonna have a lot more places to be able to get those stacks. And now dropping the Herald. Look at Vampire on the minimap. He's far away.
No! Knight, what have you done? What have you done, Knight? Oh dear, now going for a little joyride through the jungle. And, well, Herald, unfortunately, not getting the bet. You know, remember that time when I said Herald was a game-ending objective for BLG? Yeah, I take it back.
Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, when Mazel was saying on broadcast of, like, when this many mishaps happen, like, in games, I feel like Ryan would have to do something, right? Like, this just happens way too often for... I mean, as a viewer, I kind of like it. It's really funny anytime the Rift Herald actually doesn't do anything, but it doesn't feel right for the game.
It's one of those things where it's like, you know, as a viewer at the start of spring, this is pretty funny and entertaining. As a viewer when it comes to internationals and playoffs, maybe the Herald mishaps that you had to do this huge setup for and outplay your team to get the Herald, and then it just like runs itself into a wall and you gain nothing. Yeah, maybe that's
like,
not the optimal play.
Imagine the regional fan bases if, like, you know, like BLG lost to T1 or T1 lost to BLG because of that. Or hell, even for the Western regions between like LCS and LEC rivalries, right? Like if a Cloud9 lost to a G2 because of that or vice versa, it would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be. Imagine if KC lost to Mad because of that. That would be spicy. Yeah, there's definitely room for spice, and we could have a bit of spice on our screens any second now as BLG on the Drake already. And again, I don't know how much EDG can really fight at this point. They are 7,000 gold down. Vampire just walks near one auto pretty much from Elk, and Autumn and a Q chunks him out of the plate. Drake already taken.
Yeah, so just another objective soul point now for BLG. And just destroying this turret. Solico's been close many times, but Shun's on his way.
Honestly, one of the best sound effects of the entire game when Jax has his W up and is just whomping away on the tower. I just want to quickly point out on the scoreboard as well. Knight built a Magi with 2 stacks on his Dark Seal. He's not died, he's not lost.
I mean, look at him.
There.
Look at him.
That's
look how
just,
happy he is.
He's just vibing. He's absolutely vibing.
You know, I think it's those vibes that scared me, right? Because BLG are just our like last year's JDG this year, like relative to everyone else in the LCL.
Yeah.
Punch that. Oh,
here we go. Attempt number 3. Flash out from Shun. And JJ, good spell shield from him, forced to flash away. All things considered, I think it's a bigger loss for EDG. With that ultimate on cooldown now, it's just 3 sieges for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, Shun's still going to have, you know, his own way to protect himself with that ult. So now BLG going to be able to finish this one up in the mid lane and just keep forcing through. They might be sitting on a bit of gold, so I wonder... Oh, I was going to say, I wonder if they'll go for a bit of a recall, but I guess not. Because they can very easily turn towards bot side right now.
BLG recall? I don't think so, buddy. I can't remember the last time I saw BLG recall when they could end the game. I feel like the thing is, though, beyond this sort of 11-minute mark, I feel like there's always a risk of BLG ending the game.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna see if they want to commit to anything more here, because yeah, they had their initial pivot towards spot. That's where they could have potentially tried to get something if they were fast enough. They have a wave now. A lot of EDG members are here.
Elk almost on 100 souls at this point, 89 last time I checked. Solo kill behind enemy lines. Shun the target does have that Lamb's Respite, but K'Sante pretty good at knocking you around, so whether or not, oh, actually, he can just kind of 1v1 him. Turns out Knight and Elk moving into the situation as well. Solo kill, perhaps overestimating what he could bring to the table there, and perhaps overestimating how much his team can follow up, because JJ's ult was still on cooldown at that moment.
I mean, I'm going to guess that he didn't overestimate anything, and that they're like, guys, they're destroying the base. They're knocking on the doors. Oh, nice combo again.
Chance in the mid lane, but Min is still real tanky, somehow surviving for so long. Oh my god, he flashes, forces the flash out from the snake as well. Can you imagine if he'd got away with that?
I would be tilted for EDG in that situation. Like that would have been the straw that breaks the camel's back in my mind of like, okay, this just isn't our day. Just nothing can go right. Like what do we do?
With all of the laning phase escapes as well, at that point we just start calling Bin Houdini, you know? Like,
yeah,
there's not many people that can escape quite in that way.
It does end up going down. And like, what a weird game from Bin, where like, he's been putting up a lot of pressure, hasn't really needed to do much. But again, has been putting the pressure with 0, 1, and 2 on the Jax, but who cares about the Jax? Because he ain't gonna be here. No TP on him, BLG on the Baron.
Here we go. Let's see if they can do it. This is literally 4v5, but they know that JJ and Fisher don't have the combo up, so they're kind of just saying to EDG, what can you do about it? Calling the bluff, and they get the Baron for it. Min had respawned in time to get the buff as well, so a little cherry on top of the cake right there. Well, BLG, once again, I feel like they just are so willing to push the enemy into uncomfortable decisions. Oh, hang on a second. Knight's pretending to be a minion. This is going to end in tears.
Okay, Knight, you're a little bit behind the pack. You aren't big and purple just yet either.
I think he's maybe waiting for the next wave. There's no way he gets away with this, right? There's no way. The minion is emoting at them. It's not very believable at this stage. Here we go, Vampire behind enemy lines. They're going for the combo. They're trying to get onto the backside, but Shun's still alive. In the meantime, Knight went in and just died underneath the tower while the rest of BLG was peeling for Shun. Shun didn't even have to use his ultimate.
No, and they're going to keep going.
The knock-up is all there. Fisher's down, and BLG, they might just end the game. What was the time of the previous game? Because they might just beat it.
I think it was 22:07. I might be wrong, but it's around that.
They could well do it. The Snake Force back onto the fountain. I don't know if they've got the time. This will be 2 inhibs. They need to finish the game in like 17 seconds, and I don't think it's going to happen for them. Unfortunately, Knight going down in that previous play was enough to keep EDG in this one. Vampire trying to get onto Elk, but the Ghost Blade gets him just out of... I mean, the spacing from Elk is fantastic. Like, their movement is just so clean.
Yeah, and I mean, right, just, it's so hard to criticize this guy. He's just so good, but here we go. We started off with the emoting minions just hanging out, but like you talked about, not really having the damage to be able to take out the Kindred. They all peel for him, but Knight is an absolute psychopath for just jumping on top of the other 4 members.
He obviously thought that that they had minions to go for a dive because he was a minion, but that's not quite how that works.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Oh, well, he lost his 2 stacks on his Medjais. Absolute heartbreak for Knight in the
You know,
lane.
it would have been so gangster if BLG would have broke the record and then broke their own record again in the same series. It would have been great, but I do just kind of want to talk about EDG for a moment. You know, we got a lot of passionate fans. I hope no one's going to be too harsh on this very young, very new EDG roster. Definitely, this is going to be a roster that needs time. They're already doing sick combos like this.
Yeah, good little shockwave, but
no damage.
Well, yeah. It was a nice try, guys.
Yeah.
Now the rail cut across the team and a tongue lash out of the air to take Nocturne out of the picture. And BLG, they want to dot every I and cross every T, so they're going to take the top lane inhib as well. They could even send someone down to the bottom lane to finish that one off. BLG all but finishing this game out. And I think you're absolutely right, EDG. This is a summer roster, this is very much a developmental roster. Give them some time. Let's see what they've got across the course of the year. This is not a reasonable matchup to judge EDG by. And I will say, the EDG roster is so terrifying. It's like top esports happy games, except they win the happy games as well. It's just something else right now. It's BLG inside the base. They want to get some extra kills, but EDG won't give them the fight.
Oh, Elk even almost going down to turret, but let's see how far they can pad these KDAs.
Oh, the Snake. He's caught out by the root. Elk's roots have been fantastic this game. Time and time again, finding his targets. Fisher trying to get onto the fountain, but no chance. And they're just desperately trying to preserve KDAs at this point. Knight has died again. I don't know what was going through Knight's mind on some of these plays, but my goodness, BLG. If you don't think that this is at minimum a top 2 team in the league right now, well, you're looking at different games than I am.
Yeah, I agree. Again, funnily enough, I even have them 3rd in my end of the split rankings. But I mean, they are clearly the best team in the league right now. They probably will be the best team in the league. By the time we hit MSI. I guess that's actually just the goal and the thing we have to hope for BLG is that they can maintain this, right? Is that if meta swaps come through or some different things are hit, that they can keep this up, the camaraderie's there, and they don't fall short. We know all these players could do that, but hell, I guess their goal is even just topping their own last split regular season record.
Yeah. I mean, it's magnificent so far. I just love how much Knight is like laughing and chatting to his mates on the way back to the desk to grab his stuff. He's like, did you see that? I had a Medjais with 0 stacks. I've never tried that before. Oh, what a moment. Fantastic. Just literally killing himself in 2 fights in a row for not much reason. Oh dear. I think he was having fun today.
Just heartbreak. Honestly, heartbreak for the side of EDG. It's never going to be hard to, again, all of pretty much your whole team move up to like the main stage at a similar time. Same like lack of experience. You're kind of leaning on JJ, which I mean, JJ has the accolades, right? He's won worlds, he has the experience, but still a lot to put on the shoulders of one guy so quickly. Now already having to play a team like BLG, you know, it's definitely a roster I hope doesn't get changed around too much, and that these guys have a chance to show what they're made of. Because hell, look at this game with Solo Kill. Bin was Houdini for the most part of this game, but there were so many times where against any other top laner, right, they would not have been able to outplay the way Bin did, and that would have been solo kills going through. So I definitely am still excited to see this EDG roster play, and especially up against rosters of like similar tenure as we get to the end of the day and it gets harder to talk.
It certainly does, yeah. I think it's been an incredibly difficult offseason, obviously, for EDG, especially the fact that, you know, Mako leaving the organization over the last year as well. Like, you kind of have to start from scratch when you know that he was quite a vocal player, and now bringing in Vampire, who's totally fresh, you know, trying to fill the shoes of someone who was so crucial to the team previously. Even if you've got superstars in other roles, I think that would still be a difficult task to replace Mako. So still, it's going to be a tough position for EDG. But like we said during the cast, this is going to be a summer team. Let's wait and see what can come of it. Let's wait and see once they are playing teams at a similar position in them to them in the standings. Let's see how they perform when they're not against, you know, BLG.
Luckily for us, their next couple of matches, FPX WE. So I think we'll get a lot like better ideas of where these players stand. Again, they already did lose to a team like LGD who are going to be down towards the standings, but those games are very close. So I'm definitely excited to see how EDG performs, and, you know, hoping they can pick up more wins. So those will be fun ones.
Yeah, they certainly will. BLG, on the other hand, kind of, to be honest, I feel like pretty much any matchup that BLG has is a reasonable matchup for them. Their next matchup will be LNG. That will be before Chinese New Year. It'll be on the Tuesday, so the second to last day before we break up for that couple of weeks. So make sure you tune into that one. Actually, EDG plays on the same day against FPX. So if you want to follow up on this matchup, Tuesday, the 6th of February is the day for you, because they're both going to play on that one. But yeah, I mean, fantastic day from BLG, as you would expect. Fantastic day across the whole day, right? We had BLG absolutely smurfing. We had IG 2-1 in honestly relatively good fashion. You know, I feel like we saw a lot of good stuff from IG today. And then obviously starting our day off with a little bit of a schlacking. Yeah, today, I mean, again, like, we have like quick games. We really like back and forth fun games today. Some stomps, but again, just kind of makes me feel for the long day that they were able to, the amount of games and game time that they had yesterday. But looks like we are going to end up getting some clips of what went down in that game. And again, we saw good combos come out from EDG, but BLG's read on the map is just so ridiculous. Yeah, it really is absurd, isn't it? And it's the way that they just consist. Like, I think Shun got 3 different double kills on 3 different dives. Like, that's just mental to think about. How often, like, think about your games at home. How often have you got double kills on dives? Like, more than once in one game ever. Like, basically never, right? And then Shun's doing it 3 times in a single game on the professional stage. It's just mental. His Kindred is just insane. And this is what makes me so excited to see when they eventually match up with JDG, right? Because I kind of feel like the way this matchup might play out might be very similarly to 2022 Top Esports JDG rivalry, right? Where JDG weren't the early game, like, kings. It was all about coming back later in these big team fights, and Tez at the time was all about the early game. It's like, hey, current JDG kind of feels like they're gonna fit that mold, and now it's just gonna set up for like the next incarnation of the Knight Yagao rivalry. And yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if JDG can make it through the early game up against a team like BLG, but then maybe give us a team that can kind of outbrain. I love that On's laughing away there as now he literally chose to spit out onto the Fafta there. Lovely. Elk doing 27,500 damage at 24 minutes. Anyone who tells me that Senna is a scaling champion, I'm just going to point them to this damage graph. You're just going to tell them to go be as good as BLG? Yeah, just be Elk, you know? Is that so much to ask? Just be one of the best AD carries in the world. Come on, guys, get it together.
So how many levels under Elk is the title of like Baby Uzi? How many more steps do you need to climb?
Well, I don't know if there are any more steps to climb, really. I would actually say that Elk is a couple of steps below Baby Uzi. I'd probably inch out about 29,000 damage in that kind of game. So, just an estimate, But, what can you say? What can you say? This is just the way the world works, unfortunately. Elk still developing as a talent, let's say that.
I mean, he's come a long way since Chomung, but might take one more name change to reach the levels of Munchables.
Yeah, he'll change his name to Moose, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, and it's one of those things, isn't it, where you finish the day on a series that's this much of a stomp, and then we have to talk for like 5 minutes while we wait for the MVP. And I have to say, Lyric, I run out of things to say that aren't BLG good, EDG need time,
I actually have multiple things I want to bring up. Like the fact that when you posted the tier list, oh, never mind. I was gonna get mad at all the fans for calling me out of my Weibo first prediction, but we got an MVP, so I don't need to be calling out no one, because what do I know? Shun picks it up. We all knew this was gonna happen. You were highlighting him on the dives. He was set up for success, and it's just really nice to see Shun feel so comfortable just flexing on any of his pocket picks whenever he needs to, even flexing on things that aren't his pocket picks, like the brand, just because that's coming to style. And I think he's going to be a player that's going to show us a lot of interesting things in Split.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the fact he's already got 3 MVPs across his series. Like, I know that, 3 MVPs is not that impressive in the grand scheme of, they've played 3 or 4 series at this point. The thing is, though, like, when you're getting MVPs with this kind of roster, when you've got Elkanon in the bot lane, you've got Knight in the mid lane, like, it's hard to get MVPs against these guys. The fact he's already got 3 says a lot about how confident Shun has been playing so far this split.
Yeah, it's also going to come down, and this isn't take away him, right? But it's going to come down a lot to even just how they decide to draft, right? Like, BLG can prop up anyone. Who are they going to prop up today? But speaking of today, we had lots of games, and Joe told you all at some point we aren't going to go back and redo those games. Those games are done. So we're going to pull those games up on screen so you can see what you missed.
There we go. Top Esports 2-0 over R8 to start us off today. They broke the record for the fastest game this split at, like, what was it, 23 minutes something? Then we had DT and IG having an absolute slugfest. Well worth a watch. If you're bored this afternoon, go check that one out. IG looking like the better team, but TT certainly giving them what for. And then finally, we had BLG versus EDG, and the record got broken again as BLG outdid their Top Esports compatriots.
Yeah, that's going to bring us to our standings. BLG obviously still sitting at the top. You have teams like JDG, NiP, TS, Weibo, LNG. I think that's kind of the expected top 6. But IG doing a great job to kind of put themselves in that running. Hell, even RNG, LGD, still a lot of teams that have a lot left to show. And my God, just looking at these standings actually just reminds me that we are going to have an absolute slugfest this split. With the way that rosters have been divided up, like, a lot of teams are just going to trade wins over each other. It's going to be great.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of teams very much tied up in the middle of the table, and I'm excited to see, because I reckon there's a couple of teams that could sneak in to that top 10 as well, perhaps at the detriment of one of our favorite teams. One of those top teams could be knocked further down. Let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow, though, as we have plenty more games coming your way. 7 days a week in the LPL, and tomorrow it'll be NIP versus OMG, LNG versus JDG, and then Weibo versus RNG. And those last 2 series, very important for the standings.
And I mean, hell, every series is going to have, again, kind of what is an expected playoff team, what is an expected top team in terms of last year's results, what rosters are together, right? Or a chance to upset and show us a different fold. I think especially looking at OMG, if they'd be able to take down NIP in that first series. But tomorrow, absolute banger.
Yeah, it's going to be plenty of bangers tomorrow. We will see you there in Twitch chat, and if not, we'll see you in Champs Select. Thanks for watching, everyone.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
？8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一套，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。